짓누르지만 등을 보이지는 않아. 내게 보인 믿음과 기대야만 하는 것들을 알고 있어. 난 아픔들로 인해 나는 더욱 단단해져가. 넘치는 잔에 꿈 얘기로 하루 꼬박 세웠던 밤의 그 시절에 내가 어쩜 가장 주고 싶었던 모습일까. 한입 맘속 깊이 자리 잡은 미련인가. 두려움과 싸워 가진 것 없이 태어나 여기까지 왔고 나는 빈손으로 갈 거야. 잃을 것도 없으니 내 목소리는 더 커져. 언젠가는 내밀어준 손을 다시 잡아. 빛이 없는 방 알 수 없던 아치 앞 내게 문제만을 제기하던 나의 삶. 눈을 뜨지 않기만을 바랬었던 지난 날들 그 시절로 나는 절대 돌아가지 않나.
Go back to the my stage. Where's your sleeps in January. 걔네들 열정과는 달라. Our by 투명의 에너지. Hey, stop and run like 쿵쿵이야. 흘러드는 내 심장 박동. 끝없이 이어지는 길을 걸어. 나의 인생이 맑게 걸어.
Sweet like sugar, I bet you like that. I'll cut you off. Playtime's over, take a step back. Think you've had enough? If you push me to my limit, there's no telling what I might do. Yeah, you're gonna regret it. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. She don't know how to play nice. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. I'ma tell you one last time. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. Try me and you'll see just how far I will go. To the edge, where you step, don't you let curiosity get you in trouble. Here's your warning, just like you should know that. If you push me to my limit, there's no telling what I might do. Yeah, you're gonna regret it. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. She don't know how to play nice. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. I'ma tell you one last time. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side.
What are you going to say? You're going to knock on the door. And when they open the door, what are you going to say? Happy birthday.
해컵 on the track. 라보노 출격. damn it, real again. Pull up. Chest, lifestyle, shit, let's get it. Okay, let's get it. 나의 깊지만 내 fist 난 미리. All blacked out, 안 보여 밤길에. Smoking on gas, I 내려다 get it. For all of the ops, I 내려다 get it. Brand new kicks, I'm playing, I'm with it. 거주던 새끼 잘 낭비를. 다리에 wrist, 손목에 감기고 또 다리에 eyes.
어차피 난 trap 한 번에 다 사고 I make that shit back. 시간은 쌓이고 돈도 쌓이고 쌓여 내 형 이름 stacks. 선물은 사지만 아냐 형 생일 선물을 사지만 아냐 내 생일 축하해 생일을 매일이 생일 샴페인 나 밥이 또 파는데 penny 머리에 천둥이 돌아 like 팽이놈 결국에 챙기지 back. 오늘은 팬디고 내일도 챙기고 생일도 아닌데 생겨 new guy. 파티를 하지만 아냐 내 생일 마지막까지만 봐도 penny 새롭게 태어나 이건 내 생일 trapstar lifestyle shit let's get it gang 라브노 출교 gang TN river gang pull up gang trapstar lifestyle shit let's get it okay let's get it
Hermes 버크 보이게 색 24K보다 비싼 내 그램 연금 술 발견한 너처럼 damn 마시는 거나 뿌려 샴페인 생일도 아닌데 we getting paid 생일도 아닌데 we getting cake we make them cut like Central C my bitches gay 내 딸은 sticky bitches freaky DJ Ricky yeah 우퍼 치킨 캔디 flipping 우린 노랗더럽게 인기 때문에 숨어서 나쁜 짓 so fuck the fame Old Town Millie's got a gang 벌크루 사는 rubber band 고시생처럼 전부 올인해 나 안 해보지 shit Now I get it bitch 네 팬들 출처 OnlyFans OG stacks 안 해 pretty boy shit 내 코밑에 powder higher than the motherfucking look the top
gang 라브노 출교 gang TN river gang pull up gang trapstar lifestyle shit let's get it
누가 내 이름이 불었니 그처럼 더운 시선들이 spotlight points at me 밀고 당기고 개미 좋니 Listen to my voice 여자들이 게임이 아니라 이치를 소중할 줄 모르니 애초에 내가 과연 드림없다 함께 하늘에 기억 속에서 너 때문에 눈물이 흐른대 너 진짜 미련했는데 완전히 달라진 나를 봐라 You will regret, you regret 난 소중하지 않는 너가 나 지금만 하루에 꼭 후회할 걸 난 이치를 보여줄게 사람의 시선을 다 모여봐 너가 이기면서 섞여서 You will regret all the things you have done 누가 이기면서 섞여서 넌 후회할 거야 I will show you who I am now
You're thinking to me in the same old way. But boy, I gotta say that you regret it today. Not even try to think you're gonna fix it. Make your mind your rules, make your mind your rules.
함께 하늘에 기억 속에서 너 때문에 눈물이 흐른대 넌 진짜 미련했는데 완전히 달라진 나를 봐라 You regret, you regret 난 소중하지 않는 너가 나 지금만 하루에 꼭 후회할 걸 난 이치를 보여줄게 사람의 시선을 다 모여봐 누가 이기면서 섞여서 You will regret all the things you have done 누가 이기면서 섞여서 넌 후회할 거야 I will show you who I am now
Yeah, if you want it, come get some. I will not come out as the victim. Hella options when we press, you can pick one. A, that's a fist to your face, get your bell rung. B, you can run, but you cannot hide. C, we gon' put you where they will not find. D means you done once you come outside. Hold up, let me give you time to decide. I'm like Nemo, have you down in an enemies? Gotta murder my enemies if they planning on ending me. I won't give them that victory.
memory. They be lacking the empathy. Put my shoes like a symphony. Now you going for infinity. So please carry on, carry on. This ain't what you want, want. One phone call, have your bones for my dog. So problems what you want, be my guest, bring it on. Bring it on. Problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. Can't get it back when it's gone. Better come with it, we bring in the drama. We bring the smoke like you up in the sauna. No kuna matata, just stitches and doctors. Sick in the head, I blame that on my father. Just a few dollars will solve all my problems. Making sure you fresh to death in your coffin. Gave you the option, but you kept on talking. 4th of July, had to get this shit popping. I am the target, I will not miss. Sir, straight for the head like some clip birds. No target practice, got no time for practice. I'm just like AI off the 6. Sir, losing your balance, now you start to panic. Looks like this damage is too much to manage. If you still alive, then we leaving you stranded. Not leaving the bandage, no water, a sandwich. That's ruthless. Hard to talk shit when you toothless. Should've been down with the movement. Now you on the ground, not moving. If he still had a brain, he would use it. Gave you a chance and you blew it. Stupid. Hold on, Cairo, let me get back to the music.
Back with this shit with these accurate hits. Flip on your head like gymnastics and gymnastics. Far from a slave, but we mastered the hits. Check out the scale, this is real as it gets. It don't get realer than this. So come and try me and shit.
Now your face feeling the fish. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. You can't get it back when it's gone. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. Don't get your hopes up.
I got power. I'm an ocean, like a grenade. You can't hold it, no. I'm leaving ashes wherever I go. I strike matches, and just to see the smoke, I let go, turn loose. You better run when I'm lighting up fuse. I'm all in, I can't lose. I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to catch fire. I see the flames getting higher. 'Cause I'm about to catch fire.
stupid ass 빨배 감히 누가 눈독 들여 우리 돈
우리 문이 소풍 누가 주식까지 bounce back 머리 숙인 후에 누가
move get out the way 다음 생활 놀이 늦게 감리적인 듯해 견제로선 여길 냅다 씹어먹고 뽀뽀해 내장까지 깔끔하게 마치 순대
씹어 먹어야지 팩맨 작다 몰라 스펙대
올해는 나는 아냐 스용 랩맨
내 말은 또 뒤에 안 들어 맵맨 버리던 냄새 세스코 불러야겠네 너희 따는 것이 마시면 나 캣맨 Hop in the booth 여긴 없어 네 자리 She make it clap look at my body
내 말이 듣다 지려도 몰라니 가랑이 혓바닥에 붙어 듣듯 끄덕이 저래 사람이 built-in chopper best selling mob 하고 다리가 나랑 비비려 해 감히
사이코 형 죽일까 차라리
오케이 선배가 선방 칠게 우리 CP는 힘있게 relax 시간라도 바로 가는 여유롭게 What's what?
Whistle it 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 whistle it
Whistle it, 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 yeah.
Gotta check my squad 일동대기 시간은 bitch I'm ready 통신은 애들 사이에서 난 예리 갖다 붙여 딩 Rocking my studio 한 지출은 지린 the funniest Just gotta beat Millie Go to the shopping in bad behavior 나쁜 습관인지 돈을 쓰는 거또 한 푼도 너한테 난 쓸 일이 없어 내 솜씨가 달라도 우리 같은 DNA 평정심을 유지 쌓고 느낌이 혓바닥이 뜨뜨뜨 어떻게 잘해 사람 나니 건반 나한테 말을 가득하지 man line like 난 불포 싸가리 stupid ass right what 정신 차려 너야들 라산다 계속
뱉다 바라보지 마치 기분 위에 chicken 단지 깊게 생각할수록 느껴지는 distance 두번 세 번 더해 좀 했음 Fucking another level Go check my EP psycho with no peace 손대에 뜨겁지 날아올라 no P fly hard 태거 나와 아직 적지 놈들 다 보지 시켜 줄 없이 봐봐 hero 탭탭탭 붙듯 다음 소리 카부로 따라 하다 캣캣 목공강을 버린 수두로 백백 하지 마치 폐업제고 떨이 그래 너지 누구 두리번 거리기는 병 부정적 비백과 비대 세우니 10대 초수령 초수와 텐트 치기 채 한길을 돌파 중 easy easy 버려 나 own
Whistle it 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 whistle it
Whistle it, 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 yeah.
Middle of the
Every day, every day, every day, it's my day. Drop it low, drop it low. Every day, 볼륨 높이고. Every day, 모두 함께 미치고. Every day, it's my day. 나 전부 다 챙겨. Drop it low. 의사님 어딜 아파 내가 이젠 음악이 내 약이야. 모두 흔들어 내 가슴이 더 떠지도록 모두 흔들어 빰빰빰빰. 오늘이 힘들면 눈을 감고 춤을 춰. 뻔뻔하게 즐겨 말을 못해 just living it up here. 나쁜 순간도 잔을 부딪혀. 잠깐 숨 좀 돌리고 즐겨. Let's party tonight. Every day, every day, 난 멈출 수 없었어. Every day, it's my day. Drop it low, drop it low. Every day, 볼륨 높이고. Every day, 모두 함께 미치고. Every day, it's my day. 나 전부 다 챙겨. Drop it low,
Pull up the loud. If you gon' snitch, drill them rounds. You on the ground, move up and flipping and chopping around. Let's go. Yeah, I said we flip, pull up the loud. If you gon' snitch, drill them rounds. You on the ground, move up and flipping and chopping around. Let's go.
GOLDBUUDA, that's Buddha on the throne. LILCHERRY is vitamin C, we on. What the is up, gon' brush your teeth. Fire, 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 fire. I tie on my own, she get on my level. I'm on your wish list, she get a thumbs up down. Golden mule, yeah, that's me, that's me. My heart beat like Pepto, don't ask me, know how to dump it. Ooh, you, urgent man. Ooh, you, urgent man. GOLDMULA, and we let the mule out.
Pull up the loud. If you gon' snitch, drill them rounds. You on the ground, move up and flipping and chopping around. Let's go. Yeah, I said we flip, pull up the loud. If you gon' snitch, drill them rounds. You on the ground, move up and flipping and chopping around. Let's go.
GOLDBUUDA, that's Buddha on the throne. LILCHERRY is vitamin C, we on. If they know what the is up, gon' brush your teeth. Fire, 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 fire. I do my dance, keep my stance, Lucy Lou, get my check, and I ain't playing this for real. I go hard till I can't keep up with myself. I die today and die tomorrow. Either way, we gonna carry on my way. GOLDMULA, and we let the mule out. GOLDMULA, and we let the mule out.
Yeah, you don't want no problem. You can get it, I'm a problem. You don't want no problem. You can get it, I'm a problem. Yeah. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. Leave you the party. They shouldn't have got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Yeah, they shouldn't have got me started. I go the hardest. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Game over, don't start with me. Envy me with your jealousy. Be me, you will never be. My strategy is a winning streak. Game bread, I'm deep in it. I see the vision and go get it. You want it, I come with it. I'm so relentless. Extreme focus, no limits. Nothing nice, no gimmicks. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. I'm a sharpshooter, head hunting. Anybody, anywhere, anytime. I double dare. In rare form, I came. No pain, no gain, nah. You can't win if you don't sacrifice. Through the blood, sweat, and years, it's a way of life. Yeah, it's the way of life. Above it all, you gotta sacrifice. Yeah,
They got me started, now I'ma finish it. Leave you the party. They shouldn't have got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Yeah, they shouldn't have got me started. I go the hardest. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Bottom line, I'm on top. Got the game on lock. My point is I won't stop. You can't take my spot. Can't play with a legend. Everything's predestined. Start with me if you wanna lose. I'll finish you and make another move. It's nothing. Just another day. You violate, get caved in. Broke down, you can't win. I can't lose my attitude. Baddest man on the planet. Dynamic, do damage. Go hard with a passion. Greatness is my status. You don't want no problems. You can get it, I'm a problem. You don't want no problems. You can get it, I'm a problem. You never win if you don't sacrifice. Pay the cost, it's a way of life. You can't win if you don't sacrifice. Through the blood, sweat, and tears, it's the way of life.
As people grow their purpose knows when dreams deserve. We forget as well as goodbye. The things they truly wanted. As people forget their place turn. Purpose knows when dreams deserve. We forget as well as goodbye. I shot the first in the pits, moving for a bite. Until now, all in sound in the cooler. Echo the black, every time we gotta come. The glove of the season, she beats us up and she's on the bus. Skirt. Synergy goes on, the feel as you hurt. And the guys are saying, my gotta go. Jump into, and put a new fight.
I got broken heart. 내 심장을 죽여줘. Tell you what you want, no. What you really want. Oh, please tell me so. 태어나서부터 let me go, let me
I just let me go. 길들여지지 않는 like a fire. 맞추지 않는 세상의 말. Never lose this. I am on my way. Focus on my hurt noise. 이 꿈에서 깨어지 않는 night. 또 다른 묶음을 시작해. No hesitating. Stay my way. What you really want.
What you want, yeah, what you want, yeah.
Look at the mirror and say, tell you what you really want.
What you want, yeah, what you want, yeah.
그럼 내 focus은 혈망 yeah.
What you want, yeah, what you want, yeah.
Look at the mirror and say, tell you what you really want.
What you want, yeah, what you want, yeah.
그럼 내 focus은 혈망 yeah. 시간을 하루 노로 매일 점점 무뎌져 갈망만과 우리 사이 좀 숨 쉴 때 빠른 심장을 기억하게 오지도대로 불이 내리는 나무보다 혈탕물 속 더럽혀지지 않는 꽃처럼 멀어 spiral. I just let it go. 길들여지지 않는 like a fire. 맞추지 않는 세상의 말. Never lose this. I am on my way. Focus on my hurt noise. 이 꿈에서 깨어지 않는 night. 또 다른 묶음을 시작해. No hesitating. Stay my way. What you really want.
What you want, yeah, what you want, yeah.
Look at the mirror and say, tell you what you really want.
What you want, yeah, what you want, yeah.
그럼 내 focus은 혈망 yeah.
What you want, yeah, what you want, yeah.
Look at the mirror and say, tell you what you really want.
What you want, yeah, what you want, yeah.
그럼 내 focus은 혈망 yeah.
I got broken heart. 내 심장을 죽여줘. Tell you what you want, no. What you really want. Oh, please tell me so. 태어나서부터 let me go, let me
hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 이제 넌 뻗고 저기 친구들은 땀을 얻고 있어 만약 입고 있다면 fat 보는 걸 추천해 섹시해지졌다 빠르게 knockdown 이유는 탈진 재미없는 들은 또 급발진 우린 tell same thing 앞질러가지 또 그 처음 보지 물건놀이 이건 너무 usual up 말해 못하겠어 맡겨놔 어차피 no 갈 수 있는 건 멀리서 watch 거기에서 내도 돼 나 친한 척 여기 너무 또 내 몸은 텁텁 카리형 다 지워서 소스를 뽀뽀 burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 우린 hot 뜨거 like the summer 우리 앞에서 너 까불다가 burn ya 구린 것도 내고 모른다고 너만 일상빈공내도 안 해 절대 자만 갈 길 멀어 아직 기름을 더 뽀뽀뽀 Then we burn it up 어서처럼 let it burn We making classics Air Force One 쟤는 항상 지났어도 Hold up 이제서야 왔어 우리 season 봐버렸어 아예 새로운 이 길을 거절해서 갑이 아닌 우린 딜은
겁이었나봐야 한데도 피
적셔 옷을 마치 킬빌 아님 데드풀 우린 직진하지 while they making false moves 막 춤춰도 우린 바다 길이 박수 일상공원 이제 돼버렸나 가수 Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up 뜨겁게 불태워 버려 배로 버려 배가 부를 때까지 turn it up 안 들리니 볼륨 키워 시끄러워로 참아고 막 찢어져도 죄송지고 온 나의 범인은 내 삶 no doubt 뒤따라와 지금쯤 핫한 팀 이상 no doubt 부정 못하지 넌 Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워
이제는 잡을 것 없어 절대로 찾지 못할 나의 parade 신께서 주신다는 나의 선물 higher feel 작게만 보인 세상 그나마 네 향기로 You can make it better 숨이 막혀버린 네가 가진 매력 와찬녀니까 아름다운 lady 너 없이 꽉 막혔던 내 하루가 너니까 돼 You can make it better 멈춰버린 심장을 또 뛰게 해 We're the partying 날 데려가 새로운 세계로 We're the partying 날 노려봐 뜨게 볼수록 더 원하니까 가깝해 언제 내가 이제 보여줄게 우연한 건 세상에 하나 본 적 없어 네가 가질 테니까 지켜줄 작은 별 까만 저 하늘에 널 준대도 절대로 찾지 못할 나의 parade 신께서 주신다는 나의 선물 higher feel 작게만 보인 세상 그나마 네 향기로 You can make it better 멈춰버린 심장을 또 뛰게 해 We're the partying 날 데려가 새로운 세계로 We're the partying 날 노려봐 뜨게 볼수록 더 원하니까
See the prize and it's mine, ain't no option. I am on fire, you just tired, heat exhaustion. Yeah, boy, you fired, yeah, surprise, I'm the boss now. Re-strategize, you can try, this is high. Impact, feedback, erase, better retract. Used to kill, but I gave it up, you stepping up on my relapse. Let's get it going, start the show, tell your king came to overthrow. Next thing you know, I'm at your throat, didn't even see me coming, did you though? Ain't no way you can keep up.
Hey, this is what you came for. Blood on the game bow. Everybody drop it like rainfall. This is your moment. Eyes on a puppet. Can't think, chest just open. And they're singing your praises. La la la. Screaming your name. La 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 la. One more step, you're immortal now. 'Cause once you play God, once you play God, they're gonna crumble one by one. Then we gonna ride right into the sun like it's the day my kingdom come. Baby, where? Then we Hey, welcome to the big show. Next on the ladder, is it your name in the rafters? Breathe, breathe, breathe. Moment of silence. Bad guy woke up and chose violence. And they're singing my praises, la la la. Screaming my name out, la la la. This is why we're immortal now. 'Cause once you play God, once you play God, they're gonna crumble one by one. Then we gonna ride right into the sun like it's the day my kingdom come. Baby, where? Then we I'm on my knees, pray for glory. Anyone read this underdog story? I can't lose myself again. Help me lose this heart. I'm brave. Once you play God, but once you play God, they're gonna crumble one by one. Then we gonna ride right into the sun like it's the day my kingdom come. Once you play God, once you play God, they gotta crumble one by one. Then we gonna ride right into the sun like it's the day my kingdom come. Baby, where? Once you play.
Do you want to hear a scary story? As it's Friday the 13th, I thought I'd explore the lost chapter for the scariest tales that I could find. There once was a hero, his name was Mac, and he tamed a pride of lions. These lions were beloved by all, were champions of us all, but in playings they did fall. It was a supermassive egg that took down the pride of lions, and no one thought it was possible. They believed that none of the big boys could fall to such a curse, and the LEC believed it was only the one team that was cursed. Today, we find out if that curse has spread.
What's your play, God? What's your play, God? They gotta crumble one by one. Then we gon' ride right into the sun like it's the day my king gonna come. Baby,
Welcome back, one and all, to the World's 2023 play-in stage. Today is all about second chances as we kick off our lower bracket with the LLA's R7 taking on the VCS's GAN. For the winner, a shot at redemption and qualification for the Swiss stage. And for the loser, it is a quick flight back home, or long flight, depending on where you live in the world. I'm Quickshot, joined by Mark with a Z and Ender with an R. Good morning, gentlemen. Are you ready for our first elimination matches of the World Championship 2023?
Yeah, it's going to be a banger. Ready to go. You know, I've got my doubts, especially later in today. I don't want to set any expectations too high, but that just means plenty of room to be surprised.
Is it just Mad Lions that get eliminated, or is it the LEC's lowest seed that gets eliminated? That's what we're going to find out today.
I don't want to find out.
Well, we're going to. We're going to.
Delay it
I'm
tomorrow?
excited.
Mark, if you are excited, give me an explanation on the format, because I've looked at this play-ins bracket. I'm struggling, man. I don't think I understand how to read. So could you break it down in the simplest terms possible?
We'll find out, but I'm going to draw on the screen a lot because I love doing that. So this is the bracket as people see it here today. We're going to focus on BDS and kind of their path from how they're going to recover from here. So you can see the losers bracket. What's that?
You're a BDS fan?
I'm a huge BDS fan.
Yes.
I want to see how they make the run. So you can see that they have to play a best of 3 today. If they win that, they will then go and join CFO over here.
Okay.
If they can win that, then they will actually get promoted up, and they will have to play PSG, who is the winner of Group A, given that they were in Group B.
Whoa.
So
But what
those
happens
will
on
be
the other side?
same thing, just the other way.
Oh, okay.
You can follow. Come on, Trevor.
But can you draw for me? Because it's
Keep
fine.
up,
I'm
Trevor.
enjoying
All right,
this.
I'll keep drawing, I guess. I'll
I
use
like your
stretchy
drawing,
circles
Mark.
this time. So R7 is
Ooh.
going to be versus GAM today. That's actually the first matchup. I skipped over the first matchup, but winner of them will play LLL, who's waiting over there.
Big circle.
Loud, we'll see if they can do it. And then
Do a
they-
stretchy circle for their opponents.
And then
Yes!
they'll fight someone
That's
left. I don't
crazy.
really know where it goes from there. No, but the thing is, there's best of
Team
3s
Wales.
from the loser side. You have to go on and win 3 series. A best of 3, another best of 3 for the team waiting, and then a best of 5 from the winner's side who has not lost the series yet.
Double best of 5 on Sunday. In the middle of those matches, we'll face the top team that the group mentioned in the trip to the Swiss stage. 2 teams will be advancing. That means a bunch of teams are going to be eliminated along the way. Let's find out who at home has been eliminated if you have been playing along with Pick'ems. The longest game at World so far is no surprise, Team Wales versus BDS. The shortest game at World so far is no surprise, Team Wales versus BDS.
I'm glad that the WQS is not technically Worlds, because otherwise Golden Guardians would be the fastest game. Game 1 with 20 minutes.
You take those wins. You take those wins where you can find them. Meanwhile, was that Waka with the most
Waka's
kills
crushing
there?
it, yeah.
And the
Artemis.
highest KDA? Okay, fair enough.
Most kills seems a little biased towards one role, potentially.
Oh, really? Why
Yeah,
is that?
I wonder if Kaisa Zaya games are a little imba.
Could help a little bit. Obviously, we got KDA numbers on there as well.
What's actually insane is that Adam didn't have the most kills in a single game when he was up like 800 CS
Listen,
in top.
when you
lane.
go on
AD
to
carry's
comes
broken,
hard, yeah.
man.
when you go on to lose the rest of the games, then that's probably a portion. Why?
No, I'm talking in a single game.
Okay,
Single
fair,
game.
okay, fair enough, fair enough. It wasn't totally, yeah, you're 100% right. Okay, let's talk about Dragons. I love talking about Dragons. Any LEC fans and viewers will know that. The most kill Drake has been Cloud. 2 things will happen there. Number 1, LCK fans, LCK viewers will be over the moon. And secondly, you can see
Atlas
the breakdown.
is cheering somewhere.
Somewhere, Atlas is chanting. Most pick champions, Renekton. Most deaths, sitting Renekton as well. I guess, obviously, there's a correlation there. And
I think
Nautilus.
most people are on the Nautilus hype train.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. That's what I was going to say. I know Gulborg is particularly happy about the Nautilus. Also, he's nervous because I think he only predicted 2 pentakills for the entire tournament. There's 1 already, so I know he's going to lose out on that one for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
I'm sad there's no Hextech Drake. That's personally pick'ems for me, what I'm most interested in. In Nautilus, I was surprised that he's even played that much. but hasn't died that much because he's such a feeder champ. When you fall behind, you just start.
Our supports have been great. Our top laners have been kind of chathamed, you know what I mean? So maybe that's part of it. Anyways, as we shift our focus to today's matchup, in our second series, it is Crowny and Team BDS facing elimination against Unipon and Detonation Focus Me in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Fighting for survival. DFM and BDS face off in today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Both Crownshot and Unipon are veterans of their leagues. Now they face the immediate threat of elimination. BDS have shown that they are powerhouses in the early game, but it's up to Crowny to carry the late. He has a lot to prove in his first World appearance, and one misstep could mean the end of BDS's run at the tournament. Unipon is looking to his veteran experience to rally his teammates and show that DFM are capable of taking down a major region team, to keep their hopes of advancing out of play-ins alive. For these two incredible players, the pressure going into this series is going to be immense. Losing here means going home without a win to your name. Losing here means defeat.
Losing does indeed mean defeat, Ashin. I think it also means they're eliminated.
Be a winner and a loser, right? Don't let anyone tell you different. You can lose and still win.
Okay, quick thoughts here before we turn our attention to the pre-match. BDS taking the DFM today.
I mean, there's just a lot of pressure, I think, on the side of BDS. DFM obviously has their own hopes and dreams, but I think there's less expectations, and the way that BDS lost is a little concerning. I think Adam was the guy who still was making plays, and hopefully the rest of the team kind of rally around him.
I want less Ezreal from this dude, and I want no Senna from that dude. And then bot lane, oh, it's going to be a bloodbath.
So less Ezreal, no Senna. We'll get some more critiques later in the day, and hopefully things will turn out. That is, of course, our second matchup. I want to turn our attention to our first, though, because coming up next, it's Movistar R7 versus GAM Esports, and the LLA's veteran jungler, Oddie, shared a few thoughts after their loss versus PSG.
Hello, I'm Oddie, jungler de Movistar Remusa. Y ahora mismo como que me siento frustrado por el desempeño que tuvimos. Y yo creo que no fue lo mejor el día de hoy. La verdad, siento que cometí errores muy graves al segundo juego, más que nada. Siento que el equipo daba para mucho más. Creo que pudimos haber dado una pelea mucho más interesante para PSG. En el momento después de si es que llego a perder, no paro de pensar los errores que cometí e intentar como que mejorarlos, ¿no? Para el siguiente juego. Al final del cabo tenemos una vida más y es lo que cuenta, ¿no? No voy a parar hasta que ya no tengamos ninguna oportunidad. Hemos practicado con equipos mucho mejores que PSG, entonces yo creo que tenemos lo necesario para pues que los errores del día de hoy no vuelvan a pasar. Obviamente en el momento estamos frustrados, pero creo que eso no va a llegar a afectar para el siguiente match.
Comes in for Junja, he does get the knock off at the back of it. There's a slightly Nostrum, but it only really lands onto one, and now they can turn and burn for this fight. First blood finally goes over to Seo. Nice knockback here from Miro as he gets on top of two. The pop blossom is decent, but there's no damage right now. The resets are coming in. Double kill for Seo. R7 are doing well in the early game.
Yo creo que GAM año tras año ha ido empeorando, la verdad, que este mundial no es distinto. Entonces, como dije, tenemos lo necesario para mejorar y que el enfrentamiento contra GAM sea muy positivo para nosotros. Queremos sí o sí llegar a la siguiente y enfrentar a uno de los mejores equipos que ya viene siendo después de Vietnam. Entonces, más que nada, eso, ¿no? No importa lo que pasó antes, ahora mismo Vietnam se está viendo como una región débil, entonces vamos a aprovechar y dar lo mejor para nosotros. Entonces vamos a dar lo mejor para que eso se cumpla y poder seguir vivos en el Mundial.
Wow. Oddie coming out with some fire today ahead of the match.
Words.
The thing is, if the results at MSI went differently, I'd be a little bit more surprised. But R7 eliminated GAM, and it was LLA's first ever international best of series win at MSI. That's the clips you're seeing on your screen right now. So he's got a little bit of
He's backed it up once already.
Back up once already. So can he do it again today? Repeat history.
We'll have to find out. It was a shocking upset when this happened back at MSI. It did go the full 3 games for the best of 3, and historically, VCS was one of the regions that seemed to be stepping up pre-COVID. Then they had that separation from the international play, and when they came back, it was a little disappointing to see GAM, who historically had been this really exciting team to watch, not be able to put it together, especially against LLA, who historically, again, had been one of the weaker minor regions. So there was this flipping that seemed to be happening in the power rankings.
Yeah, you know, GAM was always that team that was playing like the Nocturne lane swap nonsense. Levi, a powerhouse in the jungle, so good. You know, NA picks him up, steals him away for a couple of years.
Oops.
Like, Yep. What did you do?
It is Friday the 13th.
In the water.
What did we say? We've got Vampire, the skill got sucked up. No,
we don't want to talk about that.
Okay, right. So listen, obviously this wraps it for MSI, I think. Let's turn our attention to today. Let's talk a little bit about Slater and specifically, because it wasn't exactly the greatest start. He was brought in as an improvement after MSI. Considered the best, but he kind of got showed up earlier on.
Well, yeah, I think that's the thing to note is that when GAM did have this kind of colossal upset against R7, that the community took it very seriously and they want to see improvements, and GAM was a team that was willing to make those happen. And Slater was brought in as a replacement to help step up and hopefully level up this team. And he has historically been very, very good domestically, but it's Artemis who's getting all the attention right now for the VCS, and Slater has been pretty forgettable, honestly, in his first series. It was a big disappointment to see him not able to convert at all.
Yeah, well, not even forgettable for me. He just got bodied by Rootin the bot side. Like, he was a part of a lot of plays. He was just on the receiving end every single time, and that has to be able to change, I feel like, for this team, because if your bot lane is falling apart, like you saw it at the start of the day with like all the kills bot laners getting, like when we're seeing Xayah, Kai'Sa, it's such a meta that is driven by those champions influencing the rest of the map. And if enemy team picks Kai'Sa and is solo killing you repeatedly in lane, what are you doing, man?
Yeah, and then when he got his hands on the Kai'Sa, excuse me, he did get some kills in the early game, but totally became inconsequential in the mid to late game. There's a lot of debates around builds these days on Kai'Sa, and he did not seem like he was able to actually convert when he did end up ahead, which is exactly what you want out of a quote-unquote superstar carry.
And Mark, you mentioned a little bit ago, but you know, a lot of the attention has gone to Artemis. If anybody was following the Asia Games, it was Artemis that represented Vietnam as far as the AD carry player was concerned. Slater wasn't there. A lot of the local representatives casters are talking about how the Vietnamese team was effectively GAM plus Artemis. Now, the reason we highlight that, Team Wales are already surprising and winning. Slater, the man on your screen right now, you can see his stats, is struggling a little bit. So I want to zoom out. We've covered the bot lane a fair amount. Let's talk about some other players that could have an impact. They could be pillars for their squads, Kiaya and Bong. Top lane is mattering a little bit more than we were expecting. Could have an impact here. I see a sly grin on your face, Ender. Top laners, are they the make or break for this series?
I don't think they're the make or break, but I think especially the Rumbles and the Kennons of the world can be in the team fight phase. Especially like when you're playing up against, like we talked so much about the Renekton yesterday, I'm expecting to see like Bong on the Renekton, Kiaya locking in some stuff like the Rumble that worked so well when Levi gave early attention to the lane.
Yeah, I think Adam is showcasing as well that, hey, we still matter.
Adam Smasher.
Hey, listen, there are metas where your top lane literally does not matter. I think we're saying that's not quite the case. Of course, you're not as impactful in the mid to late game. We saw the KDAs and the kills was all going to AD carries.
You can't just ignore them completely anymore, right?
You can't just ignore them completely, and I think both Kiaya and Bong have been some of these standouts for their teams, despite the fact that they're struggling still, but they have been able to find big plays, and Kiaya in particular, if he can get an advantage on Bong, I think it's something that they can key off of.
And I think that's really important too, especially if Slater continues to not impress so much on the bottom side of the map. You're, leaning into more damage-heavy top laners like that Rumble. That is going to be a very important thing to balance out their team fights. Assuming the pace of the game or the way the game breaks down, I'm expecting it to be more topside favored for GAM, whereas the bot lane might go to R7.
Yeah, you can see the stats here. Kiaya having a very strong lane phase, even though, in losses, your KDA is not going to look great. I think he is someone who can take the more lane dominant approach, like you're saying. Bong will often play, even on Renekton and Cassante and these sorts of things, more for the team. He runs around the map a lot more, and I think if they can kind of enable Miru with Bong will be where his success will be, where Kiai is probably more individual accomplishments.
Yeah, I think that's something that Levi is going to clue into, though, and look to punish. I think in the game where it was that first game of their series they played, and Rumble sets up for a very level 3, level 4 tower dive up against the Renekton, I think that's something Levi would love to look for. Early top lane pressure to get Kiaya running away with the matchup. You can see you can get solo kills after that. After that point, you transition it down, play for dragons, start stacking those up.
Less than a minute to go. I want to know who you think is going to win, what the score is, and why.
I kind of want to say GAM still, but that's just like...
But want and think is going to happen are two different things.
Well,
so come on, give me an actual prediction.
Wrong, despite my best attempts to believe in them.
History repeats itself. R7 took down GAM. Audi said it explicitly. Vietnam is a weak region. You're going to bet against Audi?
That's coping. No, I'm sorry. I disagree fundamentally with that. Like, Vietnam was always the region out of everyone that was, stepping up right beneath, the big four
25 seconds. Yeah. Prediction and score.
I'm going to go 2. I think it's a close series. I am going GAM, though, and I think it's going to be the top side of the match. I think you need to be banning away the Rumbles of the world versus Kiaya.
2-1 was
I'll go Audi. 2-0. You know what? He's talking smack.
There we go.
I'm here to watch the chaos.
What your heart says and your head believes are two different things. You want GAM, but your head's telling you R7. That's what I'm hearing. Thank you so much for joining us here on Countdown. That's it from us at the Analyst Desk. It's time to head over to LoL Park to find out who will stand tall in our first elimination match of Worlds 2023. It's R7 versus GAM.
LoL Park.
BDS, they are definitely the team with the expectations. Just after the lose, it's a mix of like anger, depression, it's like kind of everything.
Where did BDS go?
Everyone has to beat their inner demons.
DFM just completely scattered.
제가 LCK 데뷔를 스프링에 했었는데 스프링 시즌에는 사실 긴장도 너무 많이 하고 그러다 보니까 정말 사소한 실수나 말도 안 되는 큰 실수 같은 것도 하면서 자신감이 많이 하락되어 있는 상태였었는데 개인으로 생각하기에는 예전에 비해서는 훨씬 많이 되찾은 것 같기는 해요.
You showed good performance, like even previous world.
이번에 오게 되면서 골든 가디언즈랑 하는 거 보고 되게 안정적으로 탄탄하게 잘한다라고 느꼈어가지고
I've got no intention of going home. My run in the plane is not done yet, so we're coming for you guys.
저희도 올라가야만 하니까 짓밟고 올라가 보겠습니다.
R7, they just look lost.
Yo siempre las derrotas como que las tomo de mejor manera. No paro de pensar los errores que cometí e intentar como que mejorarlos, ¿no? Para el siguiente juego. Al final y al cabo tenemos una vida más. Creo que tenemos lo necesario para seguir adelante y lo vamos a intentar demostrar.
They were questioning things. They were second guessing themselves.
Nếu mà so với thành tích chung kết giới ở lần trước em đi thì nó không thực sự tốt cho lắm. Ở lần này thì em cũng không muốn có một cái cảm giác như là lúc đó.
They had an opportunity to win, but the timing was very much against them.
Thế là bọn em giờ cần phải tìm cách giải quyết để mà hướng đến những trận đấu tiếp theo nó sẽ tốt hơn.
Yo creo que GAM año tras año ha ido empeorando, la verdad. Es una oportunidad que no debemos pasar.
G7 là team đã khiến cho team của em có được cái kết quả không tốt đợt em vừa rồi. Bọn mình sẽ không để khu vực BDS mình dễ dàng bị đánh gục như vậy đâu.
Es ahora o nunca.
What's your play, God? What's your play, God? They gotta crumble one by one. Then we go right into the sun like it's the day my kingdom come. Baby, we're
Welcome back to the caster desk. I am just Oinson. I was going to mispronounce my own name. My God, what is going on? It's a little early.
It's Friday the 13th.
Yeah, there's something in the air. I don't know what it is. I am joined by Dagda. We're bringing you the full Irish today. And I mean, it's do or die. I know we say it a lot, every match matters, but it is, you got to win today. That's as simple as. Win and you're in. At least still in.
Across the board, it's going to be a case of, as you say, trying to get that big win. And for GAM versus R7, that's going to be kicking things off. I mean, for GAM, it's trying to strike back against the misfortune that they saw at MSI, where R7 were able to take them down, getting LLA's first ever international best of win. And now they're going to have to see if they can try and have that repeat performance here today.
Yeah, that's the big thing, again, with a lot of rematches coming up here from MSI, which is amazing to kind of see these teams kind of have such domestic dominance to bring themselves back to the international stage, but you got to prove yourself again.
And I think for GAM, I think it's a lot of trying to prove themselves here, because not only do they have a case of, hey, we want to prove ourselves against R7, but also, like, Team Wales is flying.
Yeah.
Like,
who knew Wales could fly, but
exactly,
they can.
Yeah. I thought it was when pigs fly was what we're supposed to look out for, but apparently the VCS second seed is on a barn burner of a story right now. And at the moment, GAM have to try and pick themselves up and be like, hey, look, we deserve to be up there with them as well. We're the first seed. Why the hell are we falling behind here?
And that's it as well. I think for R7 as well, on the opposite side of that, that they've been in this position so many times. They've been underestimated so many times, but they now know, like, the thing is, you look at this again, it's a rematch. They know they can win. They know they can actually take this victory if they're able to kind of go for it, but it's about how are they able to kind of make it happen. That's the big thing, because I think in their last series, they looked good in game number 1 for R7. Game number 2 just kind of fell apart.
Yeah, and up against PSG, as you say, like, it started off so well, and then Maple existed on Nico and managed to catch out a couple of players, like they catched out Seo and the Ezreal in mid lane. It all started to crumble, and I think that's where, coming back into this, I want to see that cleaned up. I want to see a case of, hey, we're warding our flanks, we're not getting caught out as we overextend, just playing that out cleaner, because that could have been a game pickup against PSG Talon, but as you say, game number 2 was a very different story. So both these teams, a lot on the line to prove, but with R7 kind of having that mental edge at the moment over GAM, we'll have to see how they try and run that one back.
And of course, GAM did lose in the first round of the winner's side of the bracket against Loud. So a little bit of the America's pride, if you will, coming into this one here. Hopefully R7 will be able to complete the sweep against the Vietnam champions. But jump into picks and bans straight away. Already we're seeing big priority onto things like the Rumble, the Orianna, the big team fighters, if you will.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see the Orianna finally kind of getting banned away, the respect given that's due to it, because we actually haven't seen it a huge amount coming into this. Akali has also been permabanned against Movistar or 7 by PSG Talent, so I'm curious to see if that one is going to try and continue. Very strong pick in the mid lane for them, but already Maokai taken away, so a lot of these big bans already off the tables. Your 2 big tanky junglers in the Sejuani, the Maokai gone, which means we start to see things like the Lee Sin and that start to rise up, and there is that Akali ban that we were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's just something that I feel like is always going to be banned against the side of R7. You're never really going to let that Akali kind of go away from you, but it does see a huge priority now on that big engaged tool, which is the Rel. Can be a bit of a flex. You can see a jungle that can go in the bot lane. Are expecting it to be in the bot lane, considering you have just given over the lovers duo of the Xayah and the Rakan.
And this is actually where I disagree with the priority here. I think Xayah is just so good in that bot lane. Good matchup into the Kai'Sa. We've seen Kai'Sa really struggle up against that. And as well, then you kind of have your own self-heal, which is absolutely perfect. So on the opposite side for R7, they are essentially taking what happened with PSG Talent, going, hey, look, we actually want to try and steal that style and use it against Gam here. Try and go for these big circles with Jarvan. Nico also probably going to be highly prioritized here for Miru. And then you've got such a good engage and strong front line that you can then reposition very effectively on this Kai'Sa.
All right, Gam trying to figure out where they want to try to take this last pick. They might try and give some to Kiaya, make sure he has some kind of priority up against Bong on that top side, and exactly what they do. They pick up the Cassante. Again, just kind of a general solid pick all in all, realistically. Can carry, we've seen him do multiple times, get solo kills against big carries in these team fights.
Well, that's the thing. Bong has actually been a player who's willing to bring out some of these carry picks, though, like the Jackson that. So I'm curious if we end up seeing something like Gwen maybe even going in towards that top side, or if he just wants to match tank with tank and kind of leaving Miru and Seo to be those big damage dealers. But it does open up that opportunity. But there we go. We talked about it. The Nico taken away from Miru. Gam kind of realizing, hey, look, these big wombo combo comps are becoming way too much of a hazard in play-ins.
Yeah, big Venn diagrams, as we've discussed so far in our lectures on the Champion Select, have definitely been the theme of this particular week. But I like what R7 are doing now, kind of saying, look, we got the Jarvan in early. We know we have the early priority. Let's take away things that can match that. Things like the Lee Sin now off the board.
Also, Viego probably going to be taken away here. That was the other one that we saw Odie play the last time around. And then you're kind of drifting right the way down into kind of unknown territory at that stage. So curious to see maybe even the Nocturne actually against Levi, to be fair. Levi has always been an incredibly strong Nocturne player, and it does open up some opportunities for Kati to play some unusual things that can be synergized with them. But we'll have to see as we start to go through. Miru not going to get his hands on his Ahri. That is by far and away his best performing champion, so not fully surprised to see that taken off the board.
Levi is going to be the last ban here from R7, so respecting the point and click CC, something that can just kind of find champion, kill champion. You don't really want to combo that up with something like a Cassante and a Rakan, especially if you're a Kai'Sa. You're just going to be so exposed if you get caught out by that.
Yeah, and now I'm curious to see exactly what the plan is here for Gam. Talia could be an option here if they really wanted to go towards it, so you can set yourself up in the mid lane and kind of take that away from Miru. Has a good opportunity to try and keep some of these playmakers off you, like the Jarvan, like this Flag and Drag. But actually, I get the Wukong coming through. So Levi, this was a champion that he played a lot domestically and was something that he was more than willing to bring out despite the nerfs. Now that Wukong's got some buffs, we'll have to see how Levi can try and perform here up against Odie.
See what he can do. Right now, it just feel like building themselves for that big team fight to enable Slater to be that carry with the Xayah. You've got so much engage, and now the Gwen gets locked in. Should, I say that in quotation marks, have priority over the Cassante. But as we saw yesterday, if you put enough resource in that top lane, she will fall.
Yeah, and I think that's where you kind of got to go, right, can we actually manage that? There is an opportunity here if you are Levi to try and play heavily up around that top side, but the problem is you've already got like good priority picks onto the bot lane with the Xayah Rakan, so you don't have as many options to play around that. And the blind Silas coming in here, I think this is a relatively okay read where you can actually go, hey, there's a lot of the champions like the Azir and stuff like that are going to be okay to try and play up against. Syndra, not so much though. You actually have a ton of range, you've got good opportunity to continue to poke him down, and even having the opportunity to slam him away with Scout of the Week makes that matchup a little bit more difficult than I think Miru was bargaining for.
Yeah, and as well as that, yes, the Unleash Power is a good ultimate to kind of seal away, but outside of that, maybe the quickness, that's about it, really.
Yeah, well, the problem is with the Unleashed Power, you want as many orbs on the ground as possible before you use it. You don't have ways to generate those orbs aside. The thing is, though, I'm almost certain you can use Syndra's orbs against her. So it's kind of like a battling back and forth. I could be wrong with that, but I think you can. But it still means, as you say, like, you're kind of looking for a Wukong ultimate, maybe a Cassante ultimate to steal someone out, Rakan ultimate, but as you say, there isn't a huge amount of big ultimates where I'm like, oh yeah, this is the thing that you want to go for.
Absolutely. Well, the teams are locked and loaded, I will say now. Kind of pretty much what we expected when we did kind of, you know, look at these two teams. They're very happy with what they've built up for themselves, basically kind of saying to themselves, look, we know where our priority is. We're going to be looking towards R7 when there's Jarvan to kind of catch people out, get that early aggression going that we've seen so often so far that's play-ins. And on the other side, it's kind of about the Xayah. If the Xayah is able to stay alive and kind of keep herself safe, she's going to be in a huge amount of priority to kill off all these champions that are diving on her face.
And that's why I think you're right, Oisin. The Jarvan is the big one that I'm keeping my eyes on. Can you get these Cataclysms that are locking up the Syndra, locking up the Xayah, making it easy then for the follow-up with Sylas and Gwen to get in onto these carries and actually try and devastate them? Because if not, I feel like you've actually got a really strong front to back coming through for Gam with this Syndra and everything else in tow.
Shall wait no longer. Jumping onto the Rift for the first game of this best of 3 elimination match. Remember, you lose this best of 3, your season is done. That is it, full stop, end of sentence. So you have to leave everything on the Rift. If you're gonna go out in a blaze of glory. And now Levi, he might be in a bit of trouble here. He gets CC'd down and he's gonna have to use a little bit of a dash. They got the damage, the night ticking, not quite able to get him. But now he's at the start with the decoy, and he lost his flash.
Yeah, that's a disaster for Levi. He's really going to struggle to try and clear this jungle. Plus, with the late reset coming through, I think he'll just about get back where his team will be able to help him clear, but it's not the start that you want at all. So, nicely done by R7. And that's something that we see a little bit popping up whenever you have the Rel in tow. It's like, hey, we can try and invade on top side. Rel can come over the wall with the crash down and try and make life a bit of a living hell for the enemy opposition.
Well, they earned themselves the flash of Levi. Of course, you can, don't forget to log in and watch on lolesports.com. You can earn exclusive Worlds 2023 drops like emotes and icons. And you can get yourself something for free as well.
Well, they did get Levi for free, so I suppose it's...
They didn't quite get him for free. They almost got him for free, but not quite.
And all right, let me rephrase it. This is probably setting up a bit of a free early stages for Odie.
Yes.
Right? You have better clear now because Levi, as you can see, very slow going to be to get through his jungle because you don't have access to the E, which is your AoE on that first clear. Also, you want access to your Q because these are your 2 big damage dealers, so not having them means it's not going to be as effective whatsoever. So this will give the Jarvan a bit more of an opportunity. And even if Levi tries to show up for a couple of these early ganks, he could then be the focus. Like the knock-ups without a flash are very hard to try and get away from. So I'll be curious to see how Levi wants to try and respond to this. He will also be spotted as he starts to move up towards his top side with a ward on his red.
We're going to go for there. Of course, we have the first strike in mid lane for Kati, so it's going to try and basically abuse that range versus melee matchup that you were discussing as well. Shouldn't be too hard, to be perfectly honest, unless we have, you know, some kind of jungle innovation from Audi. We won't see too much there. Level 2 hit in the bot side by the side of R7. Lions, unfortunately, did go a little bit too close to the tower, so took a tower shot for his efforts. But at the end of it all, still pushing in favor of R7. And Seo, definitely someone to keep an eye on. The man was doing exceptionally good work here in Worlds play-ins and also at MSI. He was kind of the big carry at that time as well.
I'm curious to see what Levi's chances are on top side, because I'm looking at his clear. Skipped Gromp, skipped his Raptors, and it looks like he's maybe considering a play on towards the top side, but I don't think they got the freeze on towards the top lane play as Kiai was trying to fight for that. So looks like he's going to try and work his way back down towards his bot side and just try and desync from Odie, so they're not going to be on the same crab or in the same position at once. But Odie now either mid or might even spot out Levi on this.
I don't think he wants to spot out Levi. He wants to go for that mid lane, maybe get that flash out of him. So yeah, it's going to go straight in. Going to look to try and land the chains. Knock up is good. They're getting the damage down. There's a good red buff there as well. Flash forward, another flash. The red buff is ticking. Miriu does pick up that kill. Will level up to keep him safe and healthy, and that could be huge against Levi, who's trying to turn this one around. The knockup is decent. No flash. Looking to try and decoy it out, but he just can't. And everybody gets a level up to keep them alive. R7 2-0.
That was disgusting. The fact they both leveled up in that play to get the double kill. It's a disaster for Gam, and it's flashbacks to MSI for the VCS #1 seed.
Oh, not a good start there for Gam, but great from R7. And honestly, just great from Audi and Miru to kind of recognize how much damage and how much tankiness they had to go for that play.
Also the fact that both those kills went over to Miru. Like, a lot of the problems that you have in these early stages of Sylas is, hey, look, I'm trying to farm out, but I got to use my chain lash to get a lot of that farm. Makes it very difficult for me to try and like keep my mana in check. access to a very early lost chapter means that he's not going to have any of those mana issues anymore and should be able to spam spells really effectively, trade a lot more effectively with the Chain Lash as well. It just makes things so much easier.
You can see now on the top side, Kiaya, I was going to say one more snip, and he would have been in serious danger. This is the kind of snowball effect right now, because not only are you losing those 2 kills in the mid lane, but now Kati doesn't have his flash. Now you're going to have to be very aware when level 6 is coming on the board that he's going to be very exposed if he's not too careful.
Yeah, big win across the board here for R7. Now the pressure is on Levi again to be like, hey, look, bud, you got to try and make that impact happen. But when Odie is already kind of ahead of you, that can be a major issue. So I think for Levi, it's a case of let's try and wait for level 6, use the fact that we have flash advantage now because Odie used it in this play. But you can see here, like, Chain Lash to get the slow, the knockback, not actually stopping Odie on the flag and drag was so sad. Odie as well being an absolute bro to tank those turret shots from Miru, and then that level up coming through as well just actually gives them enough damage. So you get the extra ability point in towards your Q, which means that Chain Lash is doing that little bit more, and then Odie with the level up at the last second as well. Such smart play from Miru to turn onto the minions immediately.
I've got a little bit of criticism there for Kati. They saw the ward going down immediately because they pinged it. So they knew that Jarvan was in the area, and he just didn't pay immediate respect, which led to his death. So, I mean, it's those little small moments that can lead you to a pretty bad situation. And Pallet definitely didn't want to be taking that particular trade as he almost goes down to himself. But a good push in here from R7's the bot lane means they're going to have pretty decent priority over this dragon should they want to take it.
I mean, at this stage, you're kind of just controlling the map entirely. It's R7 Gam, 1,000 gold down already at the 6-minute mark. And I think, again, it's a case of, right, well, how do we try and unlock this? And a lot of it is going to be trying again to play through your weak point, which is Cassie, which is why Odie, again, already here, just working off of Miru's pressure in the mid lane to get vision down, spot out where Levi might be. Levi is invading on towards the top side, but will maybe steal away at camp, but I don't think he can really dive a level 6 Gwen. It becomes very tough when you don't have access to enough CC.
A level 6 Gwen would also steal caps, so like that's perfect kind of defensive itemization just to try and go. I have movement speed and I'm reducing your auto attacks from both the Cassante and the Wukong, so not really an ideal situation. Just a little bit of vision to make sure that they knew. Actually didn't even drop any vision, to be perfectly honest. Just kind of went to see if they maybe could go for something, but nothing was really on the cards. And now we wait to see what level 6 is coming on board here for the solo laners and almost for the junglers as well, where the next kind of big move is going to come.
I will say, I think you've got a bit of a missed opportunity here for Odie and Miru, where they haven't revisited mid lane. I think enough safety played by Cassie to not actually shove out the waves and just let the waves crash into the turret has kind of helped out. But I would have loved to see them try and punish the Syndra while their flash is down. Now, there is an argument to say, hey, wait for level 6, but realistically, the flash is going to be back up for Syndra as that level 6 gets hit for Odie. So unless they can try and make some sort of play here, just before it comes back up, that could be an opportunity, but I think Rift Child is going to be the next port of call.
Nice little Void Seeker from Seo, just to make sure they're not getting wrapped upon the bot side. It's level 5s here for both these bot lanes. They do not land the Stretching Strike onto the Xayah. Crash down from Leon, just to make sure nothing else crazy happens. There's a lot of posturing here between Slater, Palace, and Seo, and of course Lions, but for now, they're happy to kind of wait for things, because the big thing I feel like is once they hit that level 6, if you're ever isolated as an AD carry in this lane, you are going to get jumped on.
Complete tangent. Is the Rel's Q called Stretching Strike?
No, it's not. I'm completely
okay, I was like, that sounds like a Flex Armstrong move.
And you know what? You're right, it is, because it's actually...
there we go.
We're going to see them try and jump in now. There's still going to be the crash down, trying to get a bit of CC. Nice cleanse there from Slater. Means he's able to get the auto attacks down and picks up something back for Gam in that bot side.
Yeah, I mean, nicely done by Gam. I think R7 were expecting Odie to be there that little bit quicker, but not in the position. Big win. Bot lane now going in your favor. Slater getting some of that early success means that he'll be able to punish this lane even more than you usually do against Kai'Sa. Plus get Dragon off the back of it is going to be easy pickings now for Gam.
Yeah, Stretching Strike is Zac. Yeah, that's where I was getting it from, so... it happens, but now that you got that bot lane going in and you're able to pick up that kill, does open up that first dragon for the side of Gam. So despite the early start, they've been able to calm it down, you know, not get too flustered or too frustrated with the whole situation. And they are feeling a little bit more confident, I would say, kind of moving forward in the last few minutes.
Yeah, I think it's try and play through where your strength is, which is going to be on this bottom side of the map. Like, trying to make sure that you can actually play through Slater, use the advantage he has now. Because they play for Dragon, it does mean that R7 are able to move up towards this Rift Herald. And I don't know what Gam are really thinking, if they want to try and go for something here.
Yeah, they're going to look for something. Try and see if they can maybe contest. Hard to do it, though, with the quickness being stolen or hijacked by Miru. And Seo trying to see if he can maybe go for a 1v1 in that bot side. Not to be, but For now, it is just going to be a trade of objectives. The Dragon first went down to Gam. The Rift Herald now goes over to R7.
Yeah, you'll get a replay here. Palace hiding in the bush, catches out lines as they go in, and even though they don't actually get the CC, Leon goes in to try and get the crash down, but completely whiffs, which just puts him into such a precarious spot. They follow Pallet now in the mid lane though, trying to see what he can pick up here.
We can maybe go for a bit of a quickness here. The Unleashed power is good, and he doesn't even need his support. Kati knows the numbers, and they look good.
Yeah, even with the 2 kills going across early, you can still see how difficult this matchup is. Kati just continuously able to put the hurt down and get the damage there. Really good stuff from Gam. And again, we were kind of saying, hey, look, R7, great start. You're getting the 2 kills in mid, you're getting control over bot side, but it's now starting to fall apart.
Oh, there's Levi as well on the top side. Bong going to try his absolute best, but he knows he's dead to rights. Does not use his flash, but does mean he's going to lose a huge amount of weight. They do know the Wukong is in top side, but I mean, it's Isaiah Rakan. Even you see Pallet there kind of saying, look, I'm going to go aggressive because I know there's nothing you can do against me.
Yeah, at that stage, you can even see Sale wasn't entirely sure what the game plan was from Pallet. Like, is he going to use the quickness and immediately jump on towards the Kaisa and then Gam try and turn it around? It's really hard to try and play aggressive in these matchups when you've got so much opportunity to turn those plays back in your favor. Odie now moving down towards the bot side has Rift Herald, and I think you'd like to get Sale some early gold, even having the push here from Mira in the mid lane. This could be a dive they're trying to set up, but the wave is crashing that a little bit too soon, so they turn to Levi.
Yeah, they're trying to see if they can maybe just stop any support from coming down here. You can see Kati and Levi slowly moving their way down towards that bot side to cover for their bot lane, but it's being cut off altogether by Miru and Audi. Not going to lead into anything else from that, and funny enough, we can see those 2 kills leading to big advantages in terms of the item completions there. You got Kati finishing up the Leandri's Anguish, and of course the Jack Show for the Cassante as well, but I mean, this is just Miru just really not respecting the damage at all.
Yeah, he uses the E to try and dodge away from the initial orb and thinks, oh cool, now we can clear out the wave quickly. I'll probably take a ton of damage back away, but doesn't expect that much. And then on top side as well, great knockback from Kiaya, means that he just sets up perfectly for Bong. And same idea, Bong just playing a little bit too far up. Could have let that wave crash into him if you really wanted to.
Yeah, really, really could. But come back in, and now Gam got themselves a little bit of a gold lead. You can see there that on the total damage is belonging by R7, but I mean, putting damage into Cassante in lane doesn't really mean a lot, to be perfectly honest.
And I think, again, it's kind of Odie being a little bit quiet coming into this one. Like, the initial play in towards mid was really good. We got him over towards the Rift Herald, but we haven't really seen him follow up on anything. Looks like they're going to try and rotate bot lane up towards top, use this Rift Herald, and maybe see if they can look for a dive on towards Kiaya, but flash up, not quite having his ult available, could help out a little bit, but it will at least get some plates for Sale here.
Does have the Jack Show as well. So tanky at these early stages there. 12 minutes only on the clock, but they're going to look for something. They're going to look for this Cassante. Come one, come all. See if you can take him down. They're going to throw a TP here as well. It's going to be answered, so Kati will be joining back in on top of this one here. The knockback is decent. And the Scatter the Weak comes out as well. They're not able to kind of utilize this right now. They've only got a certain amount of time left on this Rift Herald.
And they're giving Slater control over bot side. Miru will answer in mid lane, so it looks like the rotation is just like, screw top. We're going to try and take mid tower instead, which honestly could work out pretty well, but Levi now here.
Oh, Levi does pop down the Cyclone to make sure he's able to try and get away from this one here. They're tanking this turret very much, way too long, and it's just all kind of falling apart right now. They're going to lose 2. They may even lose more as Kiaya TP down on top of that ward. Not quite able to get much else. He does go all out. Bomb, try to see if he can just maybe snip him down. Gets knocked back for his efforts. Flashes away. The Ignite. Oh, excuse me, the Smite. And now the Ignite, the Magnet Storm comes in. They're going to try and take down the Kiaya. They finally do. But that wave is huge, and Seo and Lions, they have to leave.
They got to get the hell out of here. Seo, you have Flash, but I don't know if you want to burn it on this play.
They have much bigger health bars than you, and there's a lot more of them. You need to back away from that play. And what started off so brightly for R7, that was 4v5 because Slater's just PvE.
I mean, it was an absolute mess across the board from R7. Target selection was completely off. They didn't know what the hell they were doing. They're overextending. So, like, watching this play, right? A nice initial play coming through to get the stun on Levi and set him up. But watch the ult from Bong. It actually gets completely used onto the clone, which means that then Odie overextends with no follow-up. Levi's able to step away as Pallet's able to come in and set them up as well. And now you got Kiaya, who's able to TP in behind them thanks to that fantastic ward that R7 knew was there, and then follow up on this play. And as you say, like, yes, it was 4 versus 5, but you've only got Seo arriving now to this fight, which is already over.
This is just Gam finding comfortability in this game. It's GAM saying, look, we are happy the way our composition works. We are happy to take these fights because you can see how good they are when they're able to get themselves together, utilize the CC they have. And honestly, it's been really just kind of down to the fact that Levi and Kiaya have been able to kind of link up so effectively, and then Palet's kind of joining into the fray now that the laning phase is over.
Yeah, honestly, like, this is Levi kind of shown his comfort on this champion, even set behind, but Palet.
He's going to be able to get out of that one. He's still a Rakan, and you can see the lane economy snapshot presented by MasterCard. Just everyone winning here on the side of GAM.
Yeah, and that is shocking. As you said, like we were about to say, Levi was set behind pretty massively thanks to the early setup, had to burn his flash, but has done a really good job of being able to counteract a lot of the plays that Odie wants to go for, getting, apart from, well, the mid lane play, but getting those kills back. Now starting to set his team up, getting control for Kiaya in that top side as well. And unfortunately for Or7, you're kind of in a rock and a hard place at this stage because you want to try and play this big dive, like launch yourself in onto everyone, but with GAM having control of the map and the tempo advantage, that becomes hard to do when it's not front to back.
They're coming in from all sides, but maybe we're not the ones getting collapsed upon. Maybe you are. There's the Cataclysm coming down. They haven't killed off the turret just yet. Now they have a flash away by Audi. As you can see, Miru finally coming in, steals away the quickness, trying to jump in here on top of the tanks. You got Levi going down first. There's a good needlework here. Good scat of the week, though. Gives them all right back into the hands of the Xayah, and now they can turn into this fight. R7 thought they had an opportunity, but GAM say no as they take themselves a 3-for-1.
It was a little bit messy from GAM, but they still come out on top thanks to that gold lead, and now we're starting to move in towards this tier 2. Odie and Sayo, I don't think you can hold on to this. That's going to be 2 towers going across the GAM.
It just feels like every time they go for something, the mobility and the CC available to GAM just makes it so difficult to walk into them. And again, you see it so many times in these last few fights where R7 are kind of half committing, half not.
Yeah, I think this is where, again, it's just a bit unfortunate on the timing from R7. They would have liked to have Miru there that little bit sooner. Cassie doesn't have the unleashed power, so we'll just, I mean, casually do 2/3 of Odie's health bar.
Without it.
Yeah. But yeah, I think this is why, again, like, the Silas would have worked out relatively well if there hadn't been a Syndra on the opposite side. But see here, Palet goes in. The fact that Palet, like, you just can't get the damage down. Sayo being zoned away by Kiaya means they can't actually finish off the Rakan. The quickness coming out as well to keep Odie in check. And here, Miru, yes, you get a nice quickness in return, but you've all just set yourselves up. Kiaya is too tanky at this stage, and then that scat of the week into the follow from the grand entrance from Palet is just absolutely perfect.
I mean, the big thing I'm looking at right now in this team fight is look at Slater and Kati. They basically had full HP. They untouched in that entire thing. Yes, you're getting a huge amount of damage onto Levi, onto Kati, or sorry, into Kiaya, but that is not the priority targets. It needs to be on the Xayah. We never want to see a Cataclysm unless it's onto Slater.
But that's the big thing, right, is when you have access to these like terrain altering effects, like the Cataclysm, like the Weaver's Wall from Talia, a huge amount of it has to be a case of, hey, I want to try and catch the key targets, the parries in the back. Because if I don't, well, now I've just actually offered a defensive wall for them to play behind. That's making it more difficult for Sayo to get access to them, Miru to get access to them, right? Like, you actually have to try and make sure that you're trapped in there with them. And I think that's where we're missing on some of these terrain-altering ults that we've seen. Just haven't been as effective as teams would have liked them to be.
7,000 gold lead now. 2 items here for both the carries of GAM, Kati and Slater picking themselves up. Leandri's Anguish and a Merlin Nomicon, and of course the Navori Quick Plays and the Kraken Slayer respectfully. I mean, it's getting hard because you're just a full item behind, and it feels like you're going to need either a miracle team fight or a straight up a mistake from GAM for R7 to come back into this. And now Bong's being caught out.
But what can he do?
Well, what can he do? Because he is getting bursted down and deleted from the map. He even tried to use the ultimate there to try and heal up something with the Riftmaker. It's just not going to happen.
I mean, the Morellonomicon's already come in for Kati, so Miru and Bong going to have a much more miserable time. Even the Gore Drinker on Odie is not going to be too happy about it as well. So across the board, GAM have kind of said, hey, look, we're perfectly happy to go for this. Now Rift Herald on the bot side going to crack open another tier 2 for GAM. I mean, GAM are looking to rewrite the history books. They do not want to let another MSI happen right here and show that the VCS is actually a powerhouse region at World's playing stage.
Absolutely. I mean, look, you look at Team Wales obviously flying high at the moment in the winner's bracket already towards the elimination match, but I mean, GAM were kind of that team that we always love to talk about. They unfortunately, you know, for the last few years haven't been able to kind of, you know, be at international levels. They've come back this year. Very disappointing at MSI, but they're not letting this Worlds go just yet.
And I think a lot of people are kind of disappointed to see how GAM performed in their last series against PSG Talon, where it was like, oh, well, we expected them to try and fight back, to find those opportunities. Sorry, not PSG talent opposite side Loud. Whereas like, oh, we expect them to have this like stellar performance. They're going to try and play aggressive, like give us that BCS style. But Slater not having the best performances against Root, now looking significantly more confident. Catty here as well. This Syndra performance has been wonderful.
Catty going to jump in straight and try and find Miru, but misses the scatter of the week. That's pretty big, and he's going to get a fair bit of damage struck on top of him. The Kaiser goes straight in onto the backside. They're trying to burn down this Syndra, and they will. Cataclysm goes down onto Slater, who has to let the feathers fly. Tries to get away from this entire 3-man unit, and it's all a little bit separated. This is good for R7. They're not letting them fight in a 5v5. Now Bong flashes back over. Pallet tries to go in, but Slater takes down the Gwen. Now in a 4v4, you got double pink wards in there to stop Levi from getting caught out. Audi does have a flag and drag should he need it. They go forward. They're going to try and burst down the Cassante, and they will. 3v4. Crash down comes in. Levi jumps back over the wall. It's all the movement you can possibly want. Slater sees so many low health bars, and he wants to kill them all, wants to be a part of his name's sake. And at the end of it all, it's a 2-for-1 in favor of R7, but Dragon's still alive.
Gam needed to not re-engage, or Steven stands for round 7 of the fight, and that's where their comfort is. But now we might get a round 8s. Slater still here with Levi, trying to see if they can take the Dragon. Gam still hovering around.
Gam going to go for the Dragon, and everyone else just resets from R7. I mean, look the health bars. I think at that stage they're kind of saying, look, yes, we got 2 kills, we'll take the win, and we'll move on with our lives.
I mean, this is unfortunate for Cassie. Tries to land the blue buff onto Miru, messes that up, then also loses the scatter of the week because of where Miru's positioned, which means that then Caddy's able to get jumped on. Slater does a good job of getting himself out of harm's way in the back line, but if you look on the opposite side, Bong is ripping apart Levi, so he's forced to stand kind of out of harm's way in the bot and hide on these pink wards. Bong goes over the wall, he gets put down, and at this stage I think you just call it quits. Both teams need to back away. Kiaya though still has the majority, well, literally his entire health bar, so when he goes over, all the cooldowns are back. We've kind of taken enough of a break here for R7 to gain everything they needed to, and then it's a case again of trying to play on this like edge of a knife as Gam are trying to see if they can take down some of the low health bars, but there is a lot of healing coming through on Miru, and even with Odie again having access to that core drink.
Can I just say a massive shout out to Slater, who fought that entire fight and 100% put out all the DPS he possibly could and didn't lose a summoner.
Yep.
Like literally lost his ult and that was about it. Now Gam want to turn and burn for the big purple worm, and they want to try and make this fight the last one. There is a ward though in the back of the pit that's going to spot this one out, but I think it might be a little bit too late. Audi finally here, does get scattered the week though. Pallet trying to see if he can look for a bit of a flank. They're turning and burning onto the Cassante, and now they're going to try and burn down the odd one. Audi, excuse me, to come back in now and try and start this fight. Bong has nothing. He's got no real flank potential. Levi just jumps back on top of his face, and it's a double kill here for the side of Slater. Gam are just pulling R7 apart back into the fight. Triple kill for Slater, and Gam put their foot down in this fight and say, no, you are not coming back into this game.
Gam are setting up so well around these objectives. Like vision control is already set up. You know that Pallet is going to be spotted if the Hex Flash over the wall. They're turning as a group and immediately jumping onto Audi to get the jungler out of the equation for this, but you've got 2 carries of R7. I don't think you want to try and contest this yet. They're going to back away.
Yeah, I was going to say.
They just poke a prod to see what happens. But watch this, right? Pallet has already swept this area, knows he's totally fine, so he Hex Flashes over the wall. Immediately, Odie's turned onto, so then they can try and set up. Pallet is also getting enough of a charm on towards Leons to keep him checked. Bong is in a terrible position for this fight. He's basically spent his entire time running up to the fight, only to have R7 pivot away at the last second so they can turn on to him. Kiaya though, I mean, he's still tanky.
He's still tanky, and they can't stay underneath the turret. This is the thing, you haven't picked up a single turret here as R7. I mean, look at this, and right now you got a bit of a flank coming on from the Wukong, but everyone's just kind of backing away, and with 10,000 gold, they're just shy of it, to be perfectly honest. Gam are just feeling comfortable.
Yeah, they just need to continue to put this pressure on. Slater, 3 items now completed. Even the Mob Malmortius on this side, because he's like, oh, well, a lot of this damage is, well, Gwynsu's Kaisa, she's going to have a ton of AP. You're looking at the Silas, the Gwen, so perfectly safe now for Slater, which means with the extra summoner spells he's been able to hold on to for so long, he's going to be fine. And now it's just a case of dot your I's and cross your T's. Take the top tower, push in mid, keep the pressure up, and just make sure there's no real opportunity for R7 to find an outnumbered fight in their favor.
Because that's the thing, around that Dragon Pit, it was very much kind of isolating someone out in a 3v1, then Bong was able to stay alive and kind of go for something there, but in a straight 5v5, you just haven't got the damage. You just haven't got the money in your pockets to be able to fight this Gam team. And Gam looking exceptionally powerful right now, looking comfortable, pushing forward. They will get an objective bounty up outside the first tower for R7. But I mean, it could be too little too late because they're looking at their base being taken down as Miru throws away a Everfrost a little bit too far away. There's going to be Pallet taking a fair chunk of damage as he tries to go in with the quickness. They still have the Flash Magnet Storm, and you can see now, yes, the inhibitor was taken, but the Gwen is still going. And this is where R7 could maybe start to capitalize on the chaos. They will get the TP out of, I believe it's Kiaya coming in. Yes, it is. And that's going to be there kind of taking that particular objective. But I mean, for R7, they're not out of it just yet. And the longer this game goes, you do have to feel like GAM need to start putting the pedal to the metal.
I mean, you've got 40 seconds until Soul, right? And that's kind of where that
I'm an
pedal
optimist.
meets metal. And,
I'm an optimistic man, all right?
All right, yeah. But yeah, I think this is where it starts to become a little bit more difficult because GAM, you kind of wanted to reset around about that time anyway, to come back on the map, to be able to threaten this next dragon. And you can kind of look at this where R7 are positioned. They're afraid to even walk out of their own jungle because they know River essentially belongs to GAM right now.
Essentially does, and got a couple of item completions. Voice Staff is nice for Bong, but I mean, Abyssal Mass is already there. Kati takes away the largest chicken nugget in the box, and the largest chicken nugget says, no, I shall not go down to you. This person bought me fair and square, and I shall consume me. But now Miru and Bong trying to just walk up as the solo laners here. They are tanky enough to be able to try and, you know, maybe face check, but I mean, you have to fight here as R7. You don't really have a choice.
The thing is, though, GAM haven't set up in the same manner as they had before, where, like, Pallet having a flank. He's kind of playing frontline right now. Misses the knockup as well.
Here we go. They're going to go in. Smite confirms that's the Hex Soul. There's the double knockback, and immediately Audi is dead. They're going to try to get in with a Flash Magnet Storm. Ooh, that was good damage, though, coming in from Bong, but it's just too little too late. Triple kill comes in here for Levi, and there's going to be a full house. Trips on dubs, double into triple, and the ace. GAM get everything. They'll push up mid, and they'll end the game.
I mean, it was one last hurrah from R7, and it nearly worked out, but unfortunately, Bong couldn't quite get the damage that he needed out across the line after being set behind early, and now it's the victory lap for GAM as they walk the minions home.
Yeah, they walk the minions home. They even get the full applaud from their minions as they start to smash down these Nexus turrets. That's game one of this best of three as R7 step one step closer to elimination. GAM keeping themselves alive in the World's 2023 playing stage as they look to try and redeem themselves here in the losers bracket.
Yeah, Odie will try and pad the KDA, but not even GAM will give them that. Brilliant stuff from GAM coming into this. Rough early start coming through, but they're able to bring it back, make sure they're getting control over these lanes. And I mean, from the initial hiccup that we saw over jungle in the mid lane, after that it was kind of clean sailing for GAM.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you hit the nail on the head. It felt like they got that, you know, R7 got that one good gank in mid, everyone kind of patted themselves on the back, and then nothing really happened for the next 5 minutes or so, 6 minutes even, which meant that everything stabilized, flashes came back up, everyone got picked up their first few items, and then GAM just were, I mean, perfectly honest, the more proactive team.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that kind of came down to, well, Bong not being able to get control of that top lane matchup as much as you'd like, because ideally what you could do is, hey, look, we've got push with Gwen in top, we've got control over mid now, let's get deep vision on this top side, we can spot out how we want to try and play around mid, and then get the control that we need against Kati and start to snowball the game that way, where you got these 3 big damage dealers in your front line. But unfortunately, they just never really got that ball rolling, and it meant that Levi was able to kind of correct his course, get into top lane, fix that, get into mid lane, fix that, and at that stage where you've got Slater who's just popping off in the side.
Yeah, Slater looked exceptional, but as we head to break, you guys at home can check out all of the VODs and highlights of the playing stage over at youtube.com/gaming. We'll be right back with game number 2.
What's your talking about the grind. Pick the BSO, pick the BSO. That's the start, so when I need it, boom, drinks of glory. Alright, let's ride the night
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn.
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
I got power. I'm an ocean, like a grenade. You can't hold it, no. I'm leaving ashes wherever I go. I strike matches, and just to see the smoke, I let go, turn loose. You better run when I'm lighting the fuse. I'm all in, I can't lose. I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to catch fire. I see no saints getting higher. 'Cause I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to catch fire. It gets hotter, close to the sun. When you're a renegade, on the run. 'Cause that's victory in the palm of my hand, and I'll be the last one to stand in the end. It's getting dark now, so I'm gonna let the spark out. Let go, turn loose. You better run when I'm lighting the fuse. I'm all in, I can't lose. I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to catch fire. I see no saints getting higher. 'Cause I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to catch fire.
What's your play?
Chains knock-up is good. They're getting the damage down. There's a good red buff there as well. Flash forward, another flash. The red buzz is ticking. Miryu does pick up that kill.
In a flash. I'm the one.
Alright. As you can see, Miryu finally coming in, steals away the quickness, trying to jump in here on top of the tanks. You got Levi going down first. There's a good needlework here. Good scat of the week, though. Gings them all right back into the hands of the Xayah. Audi is dead. They're going to try to get in with a flashbang to Storm. Ooh, that was good damage, though, coming in from Bong, but it's just too little too late. Triple kill comes in here for Levi. Gam get everything. They'll push up mid, and they'll end the game.
Welcome back to Worlds 2023. I love rolling into a post-game after a video package like that because we were talking on the desk. After Silas gets a double kill, double buff right out the gate, it's easy peasy, right? Miryu and R7, they're going to roll over Gam and just completely take over the game.
Then they rolled over.
If it had ended right there. I mean, look, I want to bring this straight up because it was a little bit of a cheeky Jarvan play, the knockup that actually helped get that second kill. I really thought the game was going to be over there, Mark.
Well, yeah, this is exactly what you want to see. You get your Silas going. The matchups versus Syndra can be tough early on in the range versus melee matchups. But the fact that you get that early should be off to the races now. You can survive. You get Merc treads early on. You don't care what she does anymore. You start running around the map. You get into side lanes versus her. She's terrible in side lanes versus Silas. You're like, our game plan is online now. Double buff, double kill.
Surely we just continue to win out from here. I mean, even the fact that, like, in that play, Levi's going in, but just underestimates or overestimates his damage because, like, Potion is running. It slips away and the second one goes over. Like, it should be over with those side lanes like you're talking about. Gwen on one side, the other. I do think that, like, looking at things, maybe it's a little bit too much of an AP focus on that team. Makes it easier to itemize to play side lanes and neutralize that when you have double AP solos plus a Kai'Sa down on the bot side. But yeah, overall, I just felt like the game stalled out after that. They weren't able to, like, convert that advantage around the map, and then it went into team fights where they really
listen,
slept.
Ender, I don't want to sound too catty because after those first 2 kills, it is definitely R7 that were, like, slated to win. But the color palette that R7 just started seeing was grayscale over and over and over.
Puns everywhere. You got them all except for top lane. You'll have to get a top pun, but that's really difficult with some of the names in that lane. I will say immediately 3 lanes, 3 kills, back to Gam. It was like 7-8 minutes in. You know, like, this is just a disaster when you're talking about we're about to break out of the laning phase and you instantly give kills back in every single one of them. It really just threw an immediate wrench in the game plan for the side of R7.
Yeah, especially, like, I think, like, Levi has shown that he likes to play through topside in the early game, so that ends up happening again. But then here, R7 end up going really, really deep, right? There's teleports coming in behind. They're going into the second tower.
What were they thinking?
Like, and well, they're thinking they're really upset because they couldn't just burst out that single player and get out, and they just kept going in and in and in. And it allowed time for the rotations to come in, the teleport flank from Kiaya as well. And this is really where the game slipped.
And I wonder how much this is overconfidence. You heard Audi in yesterday's interview talking about how Vietnam's not a great region. We beat them before. We should beat them again. This kind of stuff. And very clearly, it felt like potentially some overconfidence, not respecting the laning of their opponents, not respecting the reactions.
The bloodlust, right? Because specifically that tower dive, it really kind of indicated to me just where R7's head was at. They kept throwing themselves at Gam over and over and over. Now, to be fair, Gam opted into that playstyle as well and ultimately just came out on top over more of the fights.
Yeah, I think too, though, the fact that they are just sort of running at a straight line a lot of times at Gam is not how you want to play the game. You're playing against Syndra and against not Kai'Sa, Xayah. Like, the amount of times we saw Scout of the Week hitting 3-4 people, then Feathers, like, continuing to chain them. This is a game where you need to play through side lanes first, then collapse down. You need to look for flank angles, different ways to enter into a fight, because if you line up 3-4 people in a row, I don't think you're ever coming out on top of that, especially when you're playing such a low range, like with melee mid, Kai'Sa on the bot side. You're going to get torn apart by a Syndra Xayah.
Just before we talk about individual player here, I want to look at one more replay, the game ender, as it were, the Baron that was secured there by Gam. I mean, what do you make of this, Mark?
I just really like the aggressiveness out of this team, starting the Baron, forcing them to walk forward. Like Ender was saying, you want to split up more, and this forces R7 to face check you. Great flank there, able to come over the wall by Pallet, get everyone grouped up, and they still had to chase down a fair amount of time, but good decision to peel back onto Bong when he had his flank opportunity set up there, and just really good target selection.
Yeah, and the difficulty is there when you're behind and your sort of 4 players can't group and hold their ground and fight. Bong coming in on a flank isn't actually flanking anyone. You know, a flank works when you're pinching into the enemy.
It's a target dummy.
Can just run and turn around at you. It's like, oh yeah, okay, it just doesn't work anymore.
No, it doesn't indeed. At the moment, you can see the players from Gam getting ready for Game 2. R7 have selected blue side. Just before we jump into that, let's take a moment to take a look at the post-game breakdown, and then I want to focus in on Slater specifically. He was a player that we were, let's say, critical of coming into the day. I think, in terms of this game, a lot was set up for him. But then once it was set up, he did land a lot of those punches.
Yeah, he was big chilling through the early game, and I think that's all we needed to see. A lot of you don't have to dominate the lane to be a good AD carry. You just have to not int, and the other day was an issue. Today, nothing went wrong. Just got the push for free, comes into the team fights, and that's where he was doing so much damage. I think his feather use, playing with the Syndra, like I was talking about before, was very, very nice and made it almost impossible to actually get dive onto him in the backline.
Yeah, really cool to see them bounce back here today for him especially. And overall, big wins for the format where you have Team Wales often dropping game 1 because it's best of series. Now they can bounce back in theirs. And then here for Gam potentially being able to find their footing, finding what comps are working for them.
Yeah, and for R7, can they bounce back in this series? You're looking at the draft right now. We're less than a minute to go before we head back up to Dagda and Ashin. Dagda was very concerned about that Xayah going over. If you translate what Dagda says and what he means, he was mad, he was angry, he was disappointed in R7, and it showed up. Slater dominated them. I'm putting words in his mouth because he's about to
Look,
speak.
I'm fine giving over the Xayah, especially because we saw the Kai'Sa destroy Slater in lane. That's not my biggest issue. My issue is how heavy they went into AP on R7's side. I don't think going for the Gwen and like going split push style is the way forward
And
here.
they're committing to
it's
hit-to-hit
just going to be
5v5s.
ARAM. That's
Yes,
how we're
yes.
playing as 5v5.
And anytime people leave up Xayah Rakan, usually you pick one away in the first pick. And the fact that they gave the powerful lovers duo over is...
Why you sound like Dagda? That's
yeah.
how he felt.
Well, yeah, it's just not what you
So
see
listen,
usually
okay,
worldwide.
listen, final thoughts here. R7 picked blue side once again. If you were to hope for things to not see, hope for corrections, what are you hoping here for R7 before we hit to casters?
I like Ender's call about splitting up your magic damage a little bit more. I do like the more aggressive 1-3-1 setups that they were trying to look for there, but a little bit more diversity in damage type.
If you want to do that, you take the Xayah.
Take the Xayah. Take the Xayah.
the
We're going to find out.
Coggers.
Dagda, let's find out what happens for Xayah and whether or not you're still mad.
I'm mad, I'm sad, I'm angry, I'm disappointed, but I'm very happy to be back with Oshin here to take us into game number 2. I'm hoping this will be a bit of more of a solid draft coming into this, because I do think, again, like Xayah should be the higher priority coming into this. For R7, you can see how good Slater had a performance on that. I just don't think the Kai'Sa can cut it when Xayah is still on the table.
No, I completely agree, and we'll see now what they want to try to go for. So far, it is the exact same bans coming out here for both sides.
Yeah, no difference.
6 for 6, and we'll see if the priority changes here for R7. They actually take the Rakan, so at least they're breaking up the lovers duo.
Yeah, I still think Xayah is just kind of the cream of the crop when it comes into this meta. Because a lot of the times it's like, okay, well, who can really fight up against her? She does well against Ezreal. She does well against the Kai'Sa. Like, a lot of... The only people that you kind of struggle against is something like a lane bully and the Caitlyn, but we haven't really seen teams willing to bring that out, despite the fact that it did get buffed. So it is going to be a swap of the supports. We're going to get the Rel coming in for Pallet. You're still going to get that Xayah. So, again, a very aggressive lane that you can look to play around this game if you want to. But to be honest, like, the top and mid lane played so well out for GAM. I wouldn't be surprised if them continue to focus on solo lanes.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like you're still looking at the same kind of issues right now as R7 for the moment. We'll see how the draft kind of changes if it does, but I mean, they're going to feel like they have to go back towards that Kai'Sa. It didn't really have the impact it needed to have in that first game. Now R7, do you change up the priority? Do you look for maybe a much more higher priority in the top lane or mid lane rather than just going for that J4?
Yeah, I think they'll probably just go back towards jungle. I thought they actually would take the J4, but they're going to swap it over towards the Lee Sin, because you do leave the opportunity now for Levi to actually get his hands on the Jarvan. And I think when you've got the setup there, it can be absolutely fantastic to follow up with things with the Rel, but not actually going to be the case. It looks like Catty was like, hey, look, I'm super happy in the matchup we just had, so let's take this Syndra, let's try and ban away some of these mid lane champions and even just pinch that pool that bit more and try and put Miru onto something that's a bit more uncomfortable, because this is where we got to see the Ahri ban and that kind of stuff come in here to just get Miru off of his champions that he likes.
Absolutely, and I think as well, like we saw in the last one, R7, they banned away a couple of different things in the jungle. They were happy to kind of take away things like the Lee Sin. They probably banned away the Jarvan this time, but I mean, the Wukong worked just fine for Levi. He was very, very happy with that. And again, like you mentioned, GAM now going back into that mid lane and saying, look, we've gotten the Syndra because we had a feeling they were going to ban it anyway. We'll ban away the mid lane picks and put Miru onto something he's just not comfortable on.
Yeah, and again, you're kind of hit the nail on the head. Get rid of the junglers on the opposite side, but Levi still at the Nocturne. You went towards the Wukong. I think you still have multiple different options that you can go for here. I think there is a question mark, though, of whether you try to like ban away maybe the K'Sante from Kiai in that top lane, because although Bong did go for the counter pick on the Gwen, I don't think he looked particularly comfortable. Surprised though to see the LeBlanc ban. I actually thought we'd get the Ahri ban, because even though LeBlanc, I believe, was open in the last game, Miru didn't actually end up going for it. Wanted to go towards the Silas instead, but we'll have to see when he knows that he's up against the Syndra. Maybe that's where the LeBlanc comes out.
That Kennen ban tells me R7 wants Renekton. That's exactly what that tells me. The Rumble's gone, the Kennen's gone. You would look for the K'Sante for GAM, you would imagine, but the Renekton is still up and available, and I feel like that's what Bong is trying to lean towards.
Yeah.
They're calling it.
Yeah, they're calling it, yeah. I do agree with you. I think they are looking at a Renekton, and again, it's kind of like, okay, well, you can't really go for the K'Sante, because if you do end up in that position, well, then you put yourself in an uncomfortable spot. By the way, Briar isn't open for this, so that's why I'm just not talking about it. But K'Sante is not able to deal with the Renekton, because the Renekton takes Demolish, just looks for turret plates, and then gets that lead regardless. So it kind of shuts that down. So I like the Jax pick, kind of saying, hey, look, well, if you want to go for the Renekton, it's not the end of the world to have a Jax up against this. And there we are, Miru going back towards, which I personally think is his strongest champion in the Ahri, so maybe this will give a bit of a stronger opposition for R7 in that mid-jungle.
We'll see what they want to try and put on that top side. It won't be blind. They will know exactly what's coming into it, and they take the K'Sante themselves. So, okay, they're happy with a weaker side lane for the moment in the early game, but definitely going to have a lot more presence in those team fights if they want to try and dive in onto everyone's face.
I like the buy here for Levi. I think getting that lockdown on towards an Ari or a Kaisa is always going to work out for you. Also, it's actually a pretty nice matchup into the Lee Sin as well, because you end up getting the shields on the Vi. You've got a lot of upfront burst damage. It can be pretty difficult for the Lee Sin to duel you if you're not low already when they initially go into that trade. So Levi should have a decent matchup in towards the jungle. And a very strong mid jungle as well. Yes. Like the point and click CC into the follow up stun is going to be so much damage for Levi and Kati.
That's the thing as well, because for GAM, they have multiple ways of catching out the Miru on the mid lane, whereas the other side, it's kind of land the charm or you're not really going to get much else out of it. That's kind of the whole setup here for R7 in those first few minutes. But again, they looked very bright in the first 5-6 of the first game. Then it kind of just didn't really do much with it. I want to see R7 be more proactive, but for GAM, I mean, they're very happy kind of letting this one go long again. Or I say long, it was only a 25-26 minute game, but I mean, they're very happy to let this kind of go standard because they know how comfortable they are when they are able to garner these leads.
Yeah, also when they get into team fights, it's just such an easy go button. So I do think a huge amount of this game is going to be defined by this mid jungle. Again, like if you can get in nice and early as a Lee Sin Ari, that's a lot of damage. Vice versa as well for a Vi and a Syndra. So kind of feels like whoever gets control over mid can then have a lot of power point on the map to lean into the bot side, lean into top, like just have that advantage in that jungle matchup, which will mean so much coming into this.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, R7, they find themselves at the edge of a cliff. They need to step up and away from the edge, or they're just going to fall and be knocked out of Worlds 2023. GAM want to push them over that cliff. GAM want to put them in the ground and continue on their way with as little resistance as possible. Game 1 went to plan. We'll see how Game 2 goes, but it's going to be all to play for. R7, the Latin America representatives need to put everything on the pitch. They need to just give me something. They can't let this one go like Game 1 did.
Yeah, and I mean, look, MSI was a 2-1 in favor of R7, so they did give one across the GAM, but we'll have to see if they're going to be able to manage the reverse sweep, or if it is just going to be a case of, well, GAM are able to run away with this one. So excited to see what R7 are going to be able to achieve here. Already, I think the comfort that Miru gets on this area is going to mean a huge amount for him, and I'm excited to see what he can try and achieve on this pick.
See what he can connect up here, but of course you can connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming to grab the exclusive experimentation emote. No real experimenting coming out here today, and kind of I was actually talking to our EVS guy Arthur. Yeah. I was asking him like what crazy picks he wanted to see. He was saying a Mumu support, which did come out in WQS. He actually didn't say support. He said jungle, but it came out in support, and he says he kind of wants to see Shaco. Feels like Shaco could be a bit of tech.
So
we see
all
later.
I'm saying is, Kanavi has played Shaco in the past, and little tidbit for when we move on is also practicing in solo queue. So all I'm saying
keep that under your cap now for next week.
Shaco Orianna has become a bit of a combo that is real dumb because you can't see the Orianna ball in the Shaco when he goes invisible. So this is just a potential combo we might see.
Twitch all over again, so dumb. But look, we'll see. Maybe we'll see it this weekend. Maybe we'll see it in Swiss. I don't know. Hopefully JDG. But I know our EVS guy Arthur will be definitely looking out for that as we go through the stages. But bit of an engaging bot side, not really much else to really talk about. Again, with the Rakan and the Rel, we saw it in the last game, they're going to trade back CCs and then they're just going to go back to, you know, kind of shake hands, all right, we're farming.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is going to be a case of just trying to get control of the wave as well, because you can see there, Paladin is trying to use the crash down to also hit the wave at the same time, so he's kind of getting a double up for his book, where he goes in here, able to get the level up now as well, so going to be able to zone Seo and lines away. And I think that should kind of continue for a large portion of this, where you are just trying to play aggressive into this bot lane matchup, open up opportunities for Levi to make stuff happen. Odie though, 3 camp into mid, can he try and make something happen here?
He's that level 3 from Miru before we can really go for it. Very difficult to kind of get into position here.
Flash charm.
Yeah, it has to be a flash charm. Maybe they'll look for it. But yeah, I mean, Kati is well used to these kind of situations and just says, nope, I know what this Lee Sin's going to try and do, so I'm just going to let you think you've got me and then just walk away.
You'll see though, Odie will spot out though. Okay, all of top side has been cleared out, so Vi is going to be on this bottom half of the map, so you do need to be careful if you're going to be Seo or Lions. Immediately you can also see Miru starting to lean towards that top side of his lane, not giving any opportunity for Levi to try and have any sort of counterplay. But Kati should actually be able to crash, well, I was going to say should be able to crash these plays. He's in a bit of an awkward spot at the moment.
Knock-up does get landed here on the Pala, who takes a fair chunk of damage, and he knew with that passive proc being coming up now for Seo, had to flash away, so good trade here from R7 in the early game in the bot side. A lot better of a trade back than they did in game number 1.
Yeah, still though, you're now in a position where you are quite far forward in the lane and Levi is down here. So this is where it can be the downside of taking that aggressive trade. Slater and Pallet will be able to freeze this wave thanks to the fact that Fi is here. Even Seo, like, he's gone for a quick reset as well. So you're going to end up in a position where Slater can slow push this wave out, build up more of a gold lead, and then get a better back on this, or sorry, better buy on his next back. So although it looks nice initially, it kind of puts them in a bit of an awkward spot here as this lane plays out.
See, they catch out Levi. Both junglers now in mid. Neither kind of getting caught out. Now they do. There's the charm coming in. It's a 3v2 at the moment. Levi trying to see if he can get over the wall. Good flash, good Q. And Audie's just going to walk himself away with a little bit of damage on the backside of this. So again, R7 in the early game having decent trades coming up against Gam.
Oh, just wide on that one. He has very little mana though, so you can see Kiaya trying to see if he can go for these trades, but with the wave as big as it is, he has to be careful about how far forward he does go.
No one wants to eat their biscuits just yet. They're keeping them for after dinner. They're going to get the knockback. It's a level 5 for Bong. There's going to be the E popped in there. The CC does get buffered, and now they may look for a bit of a trade. Another flash, but still no kill. R7 looking a little bit more comfortable so far in this early stage and getting much more advantages as a whole.
Yeah, you can see there, nicely done by Bong. Was able to deny the CC coming through from Kiaya and even managed to get the knockback onto him as the Counter Strike is trying to hit. So good trade. Has the Graspy and Dime, which is slowly topping him up in this lane as well. But you can see, regardless of that trade going in favor of Bong, there's still a very big lead going over in that top side. You'll be able to back here's Kaya, pick up your Sheen, and suddenly these trades become way more difficult for Bong to really take because you're just constantly every time moving in to auto attack and you proc that passive, you're just getting hit with a Sheen proc every single time.
And I love what we're seeing from R7 in this early stage. It's cool. We got the flash in off the jungler. We got the flash top. We got priority bot. Immediately turn that into an objective because you know with the way Levi was pathing, he's not really going to be on this bot side, or even if he is, it's not going to be very optimal for his pathing. So it definitely feels like they are going for the right decisions for the moment, as we can just see now a little bit of a trade back in this top side. The all-out now available alongside that Grandmaster's Might, and you see now Bong just wants nothing to do with this. He may have to use his flash, but has a dash and should just be fine.
Yeah, Garrett already used his leap strike to get into position there, but it does mean you're very low under this tower. And one of the things is, well, we've just taken Dragon on bot side. I actually don't know where Levi is if I'm on R7, so that's where you can see, despite the fact that Levi's on bot side, Bong is playing very safe in this lane, even getting a ward down into his own tri-brush just beside him to make sure that he's not going to be any sort of issues if Levi shows up.
Well, thankfully for Bong, he should be able to clean up all these minions and get himself back up into some kind of equal CS setup. Audie not quite level 6 just yet, waiting for those junglers to really hit it. Not really going to find anything from there. Miru almost getting his sweeper to catch out Kati for a little bit of a trade with a charm, but wasn't going to be. Now do they look for something in this bot side? Again, Audie would love to have this level 6 here to get that kickback on the Slater, who does not have access to the Featherstorm.
Yeah, I mean, the trade pattern there has actually shoved the wave, though, hang on.
And the Q, they go in, flash burned there by Slater. Pallet takes a fair chunk of damage as well. Not only the flash, but the ghost as well by Slater. And everything gets burnt here on the Gam bot lane. Yeah,
Slater was trying to play up towards the top side of this lane because he knew Leon's was in the brush, so wanted to try and keep as much distance there, but actually means that he sets up if Odie is ever ganking the lane, because it means he can land that Q over the wall. So a bit unfortunate. We'll have to burn his summoner spells to get away from that, so nicely done by Odie. And kind of just realizing, hey, Levi was going to be on that top side, so we have the numbers advantage here. Let's see if we can make the plays happen. And that was something we missed out a lot at the kind of mid portion of game number 1.
That's the thing, it's all positives coming out here for R7, but they are falling behind in terms of the gold. They are not getting the same resources. You can see kind of slight CS leads pretty much everywhere, to be perfectly honest, except for maybe mid lane, but those are the little things, stat and plates, that are kind of working against them. And yes, the flashes are good, the plays are solid, but they're not leading to actual tangible advantages.
Yeah, I think this, though, with the Rift Herald coming up is where we're going to see that change, right? Already you can see Slater's on his way up towards this Rift Herald, whereas when you look at Seo, he's just kind of going to try and stick to this bot side. So I'm curious to see if, as Seo shows on this bot wave, if they can change their idea, but...
Okay, the E's down now, but should have plenty of time to kind of reset that one there. As I say that, I can see the cooldown is 10 seconds or more, so they're maybe not so easy to get that bot back.
I mean, still, Kiai is getting good trades with that Sheen proc. Now as they go in, Bong needs to be careful. Wants to try and get the knockback, but here we go.
He used his ultimate there to try and maybe move away. He's getting some decent movement from it. Levi, the flash kick there, gets him underneath the tower. The last shot shall kill him off. And finally, R7 are rewarded for their efforts. They get themselves first blood.
So well played by Bong. Interrupts with the unstoppable and able to turn that play around at the end of the day. Really nice stuff. Now, Pallet is up here on this top side, but not really sure if you can try and get much more done. No jungler here available for Gam. He kind of needs to back away, but Odie and also having the Irons here is going to set things up absolutely beautifully. So, bit of a weird play from Gam in trying to set that one up, but unfortunately they just go that bit too far forward and it cost them.
Cost them a little bit. You can see the idea there from Gam as well, because the buffering was down on the side of the Cassante. They were like, okay, now we can go for it. And it was an immediate flash. And honestly, great reactions from Bong to flash, go into the all-out, so he knows he can buffer the CC anyway. But again, like you said, just kind of great outplay from R7 to really make that kill come home. And again, just great to see them kind of getting rewarded for their efforts. They are still a little bit behind, but with that Dragon and that Rift Herald confirmed, the neutral objectives are starting to stack.
And this is where it's starting to become an issue again for R7, where it's like, okay, well let's say we got control over that top side, and then we have the Rift. Issues for Gam because R7 have the Rift Herald, and they're going to be able to try and play up towards like where Odie is. They got the kill on the top side, which making the Sheen now come through for Bong as well. So your top side is in a much better spot. And now I think it's just a case of trying to get this Rift Herald down onto Seo and lines, because realistically, if you can try and get this bot lane shoved in, you'll be able to get the turret plate for yourself. And that's why you're looking at Levi already moving down here to try and just cover for the play that R7 are attempting to set up here.
Lovely little ward there just behind the tri-brush for Gam, just to kind of maybe spot out any kind of movement there from Audi. Does not have flash, but will have kick in a couple of seconds. No 6 here for Lions, so they know that Audi is here. As I mentioned, there is a ward that just spotted him out, so they're looking for something, but they're not going to be able to get it. The Shattering Strike does end up missing as well. As we can see there, Levi makes his presence known in the mid lane. So we're kind of, again, hitting a bit of a lull. It's pretty even in terms of the gold, and with a Rift Herald in the back pocket, R7 are going to be feeling pretty good to make something happen, but where? Where do you want to see them put down this objective and try and crack open a turret?
Yeah, again, I think it has to be around this bot lane. Like, just try to keep control there is going to be important. We're already saying, look, Slater has a ton of control when it comes to just range advantage. Leon's going to be...
Oh, they're going to flash in, TP as well. They're going to try and put down all the CC and absolutely burn the Rakan down. Scatter the Weak does not land, and that means the last of the CC isn't going to land onto Seo. But mid lane is now the target. You go and commit everybody there. You can see Audi already setting that one up to try and drop down the Rift Herald.
Yeah, they're just going to end up trading this for Dragon, but you do need someone to still clear out this Rift Herald in mid lane, because if that sticks around, you're going to end up with a couple of extra turret plates. It looks like Kati kind of realizing that, going to move up there to cover. Again, Bong, Gaia going toe-to-toe, but the fact that you've now got the Chain Vest and the Sheen means these trades aren't as easy for Gaia anymore.
That's 3 plates as well going over to Miru, so yes, he's a little bit behind in terms of the completing of the items, but I mean, everything was kind of used in that last fight. You don't have the cease and desist, you don't have the Magnet Storm, so there was not really much of a kind of a counterplay to catch him as he's overextended.
I want to see exactly how Gam are going to try and wrestle control back of this game, because I think a huge amount of it is going to be a case of like trying to find plays with Vi like down to that bot side, but they need to try and get a little bit more off it. This is just a quick replay of, again, beautiful stuff coming through from Bong, and then Odie here, kick flash right underneath the tower, just everyone outplaying Gam at every step of the way in that equation. But I do think you got to try and kind of take that on the chin as Gam and try and figure out how to turn this back around. Gaia has the Divine Sunder up in that top side alongside the Divine Sunder for Levi, so an opportunity to maybe hit a double whammy up towards Bong, like get Gaia into a position where he can once more kind of escalate how quickly he can take over against Bong in that lane. And also I think just the fact that Slater and Pallet have been such a strong point for Gam all season long, and now we're looking at them kind of going, well, they never get the resources that they should going through from Levi. I think this is a moment where you do need to try and fix that, because this is a matchup that can punish very, very well if you're able to set up with the ultimate. You get the ultimate from Vi, lockdown from Pallet to follow, and things should just be an easy pickup there if you can make it happen.
We'll wait. I don't expect us to see much action for the next minute or so, just because no real objective. 2 minutes to the Herald, 3.5 until the Dragon. Teams basically even on gold. Everyone's just kind of happy out to farm for the moment. 1 minute till the plates do drop. We'll see where everyone kind of stands in terms of their lane economy. But I mean, first items being completed across the board. Kiaya might look for a bit of a move here. The all-out underneath the tower, and as you can see, Kiaya taking a fair chunk of damage. Does have the lead strike to get himself back and away, but he gets put up just once more, and this is a lot closer than the top laner of GAM really wants it to be. You've got the Vi coming up. The wave has been cleared away, though. Do they want to go for a fight? Yes, they do. They're going to try and tank it up and take him down. Really well done there by GAM, knowing exactly how to take down the Cassante.
GAM are trying to respond to any sort of invade from Odie on the bottom side is in response to that play. But it looks like it might just be a kick in behind Catty. Flash is available for Odie. Spotted out on ward. Pallet is here. Can they keep their mid laner safe?
Have to push him back and lose a couple of CS, but it's not really the worst in the world. But with Pallet kind of playing between both lanes, it means they're going to try and engage straight away on the Slater, who flashes and gets himself away with the Ghost as well. Audi just doing a quick rotation there. Make sure that he's able to kind of make sure he keeps away. Lion needs to be very careful. Magnet Storm comes in, the Flash Scatter of the Week comes out, and there is this unleashed power to make sure they get the kill. Really well done there, and GAM are done playing nice. They want to get this a 2-0.
It's looking very much like game number 1. Early setup from OR7 looking good, but GAM finding their way back into it, turning around these plays from OR7. And there's your MasterCard lane economy, Oshin. Gold galore for Kiaya. They're massive, actually surprising amount of gold for Paladin in that bot lane. And it feels like, again, a lot of this game for R7 rests on Miru. Can he perform like he does on his arm?
I think that gold actually came from this play because he gets the kill, which kind of swaps the kind of the momentum.
I mean, the fact Slater got that flash was incredible. Just about able to eke away from lines, then getting the turnaround, flash in from Catty here after a great engage from Pallet. And I think the idea here from Odie was, oh, Miru's over the wall, I'm safe, there's nobody there. But hey, Levi easily able to follow up, and it's 2 quick kills going over, and you're also able to keep that tower safe. Really good play from GAM.
It's 1,000 gold now lead. It's coming up towards that second Rift Herald, which you can see now everyone's starting to move around. If they can get this and the next dragon, you start to see a bit of deja vu from game number 1. You start to feel like GAM are just that little bit more composed in these situations. Miru gets scattered into the weak. He's going to have to flash away after his ultimate because he knew just how genuinely close he was to death.
And Levi wasn't quite able to connect with the Q over the wall, which meant that the CC chain didn't land, which gave Miru that opportunity to flash. But Odie's not in the same problem.
Oh, Slater gets caught as well, so that's Slater taken out before the fight can really begin. You're going to see Odie using the taxi known as the Rift Herald. Bomb goes all out, flash by Levi as he gets himself over the wall. Kiaya jumps in, and you can see Odie jumping back out. You do have a flash available for Kiaya, so he's just going to try and be a nuisance for the moment. They jump in, but the knockback is good. There's the Magnet Storm to come out, and finally Kiaya gets himself out. Kati finally joining in onto the fray. It is all over the place as Kiaya picks up a double. Now you can see them trying to look for this one. Seo and Miru trying to just kite this one out as best they can, but the Shattering Strike shatters Seo's dreams of being the carry, and its unleashed power is almost coming back up as well. They might be able to try and go for this one more time, and they should be able to confirm the kill here onto Miru. He had no flash, he had no way out, and they are getting everything here on GAM.
Kiaya was doing the hokey pokey in this Rift Herald pit, in, out, and OR7 are shaking all about. They didn't want to dance at all on this one. They thought they'd be able to find the pick, but instead it's GAM who come out on top. And you can see here, okay, we're going to try and get the pick onto Slater. The charm lands, the lockup comes through. Great pick to start things off. But the problem was, Odie had overextended in towards the jungle. The follow-up here from Kiaya is interrupted, and Odie manages to survive that a little bit longer. Watches Kiaya. Okay, so gets Bong, manages to knock Levi away. So Kiaya goes into the pit, and then is like, wait, no, everyone's gone out. So now he's at the back of the pit, counter-struck to keep himself safe, as then Levi goes in, but the Bong knockback interrupts Levi, so Kiaya flashes out. Then he's like, wait, we win this, and we go back in. So then he starts to fight again. Seo can't really get into this fight because he knows Leap Strike is available for Kiaya, so he leaps out of the pit again, to then walk back into the pit, to then stay at the back of the pit to keep himself safe as the rest of the GAM end up following up beautifully here with Miru, unfortunately, getting clipped by the stun, and then with the knockback, it's doom and gloom for the OR7 side.
I mean, for GAM, though, it is elation. They are feeling so good right now, and there's your team fight damage powered by AWS. I mean, the Slater did nothing, but he didn't have to do anything. When you've got a Vi doing this amount of work, 3,000 damage at this stage in the game, it's just not needed. Like, it just feels so broken. But, I mean, Levi just having a great series overall.
He definitely is. And again, he's down on this bot side to try and keep Bong off of the tower, so setting up well for Slater. OR7 going to try and respond by pushing in mid. I think Caddy has to be very careful. I don't think he realizes how many members of OR7 are actually up on this top side.
He's going to know now that they're no real defending this turret, and he does give fair respect to the side of R7 as they do confirm that one there. It's a 2,500 gold lead for GAM right now, 2 dragons to 1. They also have a Rift Herald in Levi's back pocket, or his satchel, as Lyric likes to call it, because he doesn't like the back pocket. But
what's wrong with a back pocket?
I don't know. He had a real thing about it. He's like, why is it always a back pocket? He's like, why can't I not have the Rift Herald in a satchel? But that's what I was saying. Well, yeah, he was like, why can't I not keep it in a satchel? And I was like, you can do whatever you want. You know?
You can have it in a cross bag. You can do whatever you want.
Backpack if you want, like, or backpack even. But now Levi going to try and make more presence felt. The spot side is Bong. He's going to try and delay this one a little bit. Levi may have gone a little bit too far forward. No flash for him, so going to use the ultimate there onto Miru as he TP'd in. And actually a lot of damage. The Unleashed Power, not quite enough, but he's kicking down. He's got so much damage there with the Leandri's Anguish. Not quite able to kill him off. Oh my god, it looks like the screen is glitching. But while that's all been happening, Bong does end up getting taken out, and it's ended up being a 5v4 now. Everyone's in this bot side. Slater feeling confident, pops the Ghost, gets charmed immediately, and into a secondary charm means he has no way of saving himself. Cleansed by Sayo keeps him alive for the moment. Pallet gets the Hex Flash forward. And everyone just kind of backs themselves away. It's a little bit scrappy. R7 will not be happy with going 1-for-1 as they did look to try and turn that play.
Yeah, I mean, R7 tried to turn it, but GAM, again, able to separate themselves out. Levi uses the Unstoppable to get himself out of dodge, and they're able to follow up nicely on that one. And again, this has kind of been the story of a lot of this series, is R7 trying to make a play and GAM actually either turning it back, getting something back in their favor. And I know that one obviously started off with GAM attempt to make the play, but it is, again, it's like R7 saying, hey, we can turn this. We have first move from mid. We have the opportunity to make this happen, but GAM kind of outplaying it a little bit here. So Bong gets knocked out of the way. He was trying to get the knockback for Levi with the ultimate, but that doesn't really work out until now. But at this stage, you're still 3v3, but Kati's got a ton of damage, Kiaya's got a massive amount of damage, and Odie just can't really bring enough to the fight. And Slater and Pallet then show up, but Miru, this was genius. Like, hides in the bush, drops down a ping to make sure he won't be spotted, and they're able to get the charm then to get at least a kill back in their favor.
I want to know how much HP Miru had. I need to know how much HP Miru had at the end, because it literally looked like 0, and I think it was almost, I'm going to say single digits, but at the end of it all, it's still 3,500 gold lead. It's still GAM getting everything they want and dropping the Shirley in the mid lane, getting that turret confirmed for themselves. And this is the thing, like, you look at the way R7 are building, you know, you've got the Everfrost from Miru. Yes, he does a little bit of damage, but it's not going to be the same kind of power that you get with something like a Syndra having that Leandri's Anguish alongside their AD carry.
Yeah, a huge portion of what I want to see, though, at the moment is, look, you're going to get the resets. I want Jax to move down onto this bot lane and make sure that he can get push. I want to see them get full mid control and then push that in towards the top side control as well, and then start to set up vision here, all in this quadrant. So then you can actually be in a position where, okay, now GAM can set up for Dragon, or sorry, for Baron. They're going to be in an okay position to actually try and threaten over towards the Dragon that's going to be up soon as well. But it's just, once you can guarantee that mid priority, you're in a really good spot to make sure that you're okay on the map to contest, well, one, some vision for Baron to make sure R7 aren't going to try and burst that down, but two, also be able to then fall back in towards this bottom side and keep control up for the Dragon.
So far, GAM looks like they're doing almost exactly what you talked about right there. Pushing in as a 4-man into mid, pushing top lane with Kiaya so he gets priority there. And maybe moving in towards it. They got a little bit of good vision there around the Baron pit, but nothing too exceptional. Deep Strike comes down as Kiaya just kind of looking to confirm this turret.
Yeah, I do think with a minute to Dragon, this is actually probably more correct. I didn't cop the Dragon was only up in a minute's time, so this is actually the correct call, is basically Kiaya away from objective, because he'll have his TP back up in a moment's time, and then you'll be in a position to collect Dragon. That's about to spawn. I would prefer more members in mid, though, to just guarantee the push here, because you can see a lot of R7 are now able to clear out that wave, and they'll be able to get mid priority, which forces GAM to then fall back to their tier 2, and they won't be able to commit to this as hard.
Well, Dragon spawning. We'll see if Miru can get out with as little HP as he did last time. It was 5, by the way. 5 HP the last time, yeah. So it was as close can be. Thank you so much to our EVS operator, Arthur, for confirming that for me. But now we come back in 5v5 in this mid lane. Bong's already TP'd in. We have a full palette, excuse the pun, of summoners available for everybody.
This is what I was talking about. R7 get mid prio, they move into river, they're clearing out the vision, and for GAM, this is not where you want to be. Watch Odie. He's the guy that wants to try and get on towards Slater, and with the Infernal Rift, there's so many different angles of attack.
Yeah, you can see Lions just moving around, putting Pallet away from the fight. The Unstoppable comes in, they jump in onto Minoru, they're trying to burst him down, knock up there, and Charm onto the 2 carries, and All Out comes out, but Minoru is already dead. It's going to be the mid laners, not quite traded just yet, because the Vi comes in to save the day. That's Cleanse in as Kiaya gets shut down, but look at Slater and the rest of GAM pushing in, pushing forward. Seo quite literally playing on the edge of his health bar. Lion says, go on without me, you need to survive, but Slater is his name, and he slays him down. Double kill in here for GAM's AD carry as they look to completely take control of this game.
They want to chase Odie out of this jungle area, get back over towards the dragon and pick that one up. Kati has already moved in towards the mid lane to keep that wave pushed in as well. Beautiful stuff from GAM on that play. Kiaya doing a ton of work in the backline. You'll see here, Levi is about to get charmed off of that flick back, so goes, right, we got to go in. Hala flashing forward, Kiaya flashing forward, immediately gets on towards Miru. And at that stage, Kiaya now, well, he's got easy access to Seo. Everyone, Bong, trying to get on towards the backline to answer for the play is totally fine, but unfortunately, it's just, you've got nothing left in the tank to try and keep this Jax off Seo. Flash, cleanse, and the ultimate all burnt before this, so he's just running for the hills, doing whatever he can to try and get away from this. But Slater flashing forward to finish that one off.
And I think the big thing for GAM is that the way they fight these fights is just so enabling for Slater. He used all of his ultimate, or he didn't even use his ultimate, but uses all of his abilities so aggressively, and it does feel like if R7 can put pressure on the AD carry of GAM, that's when they have a bit of an advantage to get into these fights.
It's also just how coordinated they are. Now Kiaya might need to get out of here solo though.
Not quite landing the Sonic Wave, and Audi doesn't feel confident to really go for that one after the fact as the rest of GAM were coming in to be a bit of a cavalry to their top laner there. All four other members moving themselves up. But I mean, look at the stopwatch. It's like GAM know it's one good fight away from them basically winning this game. As we can see now, Lions tries to get a little bit fancy with the footwork and gets himself over the wall, but the leap strike into the counter strike. They're going to have to use a charm. They're going to have to use everything they possibly can to keep the support alive. They just can't. Seo, he's in no man's land and he's being caught and killed. There's the unleashed power, and now you've lost your AD carry. Can you take the fight after the fact? That is the question. The kick there on the Kiaya does mean he goes down. The charm is good to get down onto Levi. They're going to have to try and back themselves away. Nice again with the scat of the week from Kati. But they've lost themselves. They still have a jungler. They still have themselves an opportunity, but GAM, they have total control.
GAM are going to move over towards this Baron. Great pick from them. Again, turning it around what R7 were trying to at least get something back, but it's now going to be Baron up. Yeah, he's too far away. Like, this is going to go down too quickly, I think, before he gets here. Bong and Miru need to make a play to slow this.
Pallet, Scat of the Week, and have the flash over the wall, and to see if they can maybe make this one work. They're getting decent damage. Bong flashes away, but again, for R7, that's fine. That's okay. They stopped the Baron from going down. That's all they wanted to do.
Yeah, and again, because Odie's now here, they don't want to try and follow up on this. They have to be careful, though, because with R7 coming off of resets, it could be R7 who immediately turn on to Baron.
They have to.
And that's exactly why they're trying to slow these retreats, so then they can be the ones to start it up. TP is available for Kiaya.
Flanks.
Great warp spot.
Yeah, flanks coming in. They know that pink ward is there. The charm doesn't land. And now they're going to get another Scat of the Week. Kati has been insane with these CC chains. And now they can really look for the fight. The all-out comes out as Bong looks to jump on the Kati. Double stopwatch is used. And now they can really re-engage. Seo just has nowhere to go, nowhere to be. And I mean, R7, they had to go for it. They do lose Kati in the back of it. The all-out from Bong did work out, but he's got no HP. He can't re-engage this.
Odie's still in the area, though. You can see him. He's on that top way, pushing now. That's why Lions has been sent up. Or, sorry, Pallet has been sent up to try and deal with them. But what can he do? Kiaya now says, no way are you getting in the back door here.
You do not have to go home, mate, but you can't stay here. That is the most bouncer front line I've ever seen there from Kiaya and Pallet. They were not letting Odie into the Baron Club. And that is going to be the Red Bull Baron power play going over to GAM as they look to push themselves to a 2-0.
I mean, really, GAM have shown up here. Again, this is their revenge from MSI, and unfortunately we couldn't get it yesterday coming through for the son of Junja. But here for GAM, it looks like revenge might be on the cards. Again, the loser here is knocked out entirely from the play-ins tournament. And if R7 fall here, it'll be the LLA, unfortunately, not able to continue forward.
Gotta find something, but it just feels like every turn they go for it. It does come down to small little mistakes. Like if they clear those wards before they go into that, then they don't get the flank, they don't get caught out. It's little things like that. It is, unfortunately, the way League of Legends work. It's a game of small mistakes. It's not about, you know, massive misplays, and sometimes it's an outplay, but it really does feel like it's those small little moments that do define a series. As charm down, but crash down here from Pala keeps him safe. And I mean, you have to fight for this dragon in a minute's time. You can't let this Infernal Soul go over against the Syndra. It's over.
But again, the Syndra pick has been doing so much value against R7. You heard on the desk, we keep seeing R7 going for these front-to-back fights, which is perfect for Syndra. Although this one, a bit more spread out.
Oh, they're going to look to try and fully engage. There's going to flash in, scatter the weak. Slater there to try and take everybody else out, and they're all being pinched in. Everyone being jumped around on top of this one here. The feathers fly. And that is going to be Sale getting dropped down one more time. He hasn't been allowed to play the game. And while that's all been happening there, just jumping onto Bong, who does go all out and tries to turn this one around. He is a Cassante, and he will be able to get one kill. But I mean, it's a consolation prize at the best possible scenario. And that's going to be the inhibitor towers going down. I don't know if they're going to be able to end the game just yet, but I mean, it's total control here from Gam.
Yeah, I mean, Gam again set up a beautiful pick. I have to give a shout out to Bong, though, not even just for the kill. Like, every single time that these fights have been happening, he's been desperately trying to keep his team safe, but he's just not been able to do so. Even that one, as Miru goes down, Bong is trying to keep him safe with jumping onto the back line, but yeah, Odie, there's no way into here.
Yeah, he's got to be a hero.
Now there's a way into there.
There's a way in there. Pallet went away. They have to go in. He has to go for it. He doesn't try and do it in the end. I feel like he had to try, but I mean, I don't know, maybe it's a game of inches, but let's have a look at this replay.
I want to watch Bong here, because again, like, Miru does get caught here, but Bong immediately jumps onto Catty with the Unstoppable, which means that Catty actually can't follow up to get the Unleashed Power onto Miru. But the problem is that everyone in Gam is just too far ahead. Slater is in the perfect position to follow up on that one. You can't really do anything. And even in the 1v2, the fact you still managed to come out with a kill here says a lot about what Bong is attempting to achieve. But Gam, unfortunately, the rest of the team is just way too far ahead.
Yeah, and honestly as well, you saw that the Rakan went in with Bong as well, so it meant that you had no kiting. You had no one to kind of delay the inevitable kind of push in there for the rest of R7's carries, so it just feels like they're just not going to be able to kind of come out of it. 10,000 gold now for Gam. And an Infernal Soul as well. You can see just a slight combination, enough to bring down Audi to 2/3 of his HP, and that's before the power gets unleashed.
Yeah, and that's even before you have things like Rabadons or Void Staff even added into the equation. So, and again, with the changes we saw to Syndra, she scales relatively well now, because again, she's going to pick up a ton of AP off her passive and everything. So, I mean, this Syndra is definitely no pushover at the moment. Odie standing tall for a short while in front of that tower before he goes, actually, you know what, I don't want to be.
It's like when you try to start a fight and you realize the guy is much bigger than you, and you're just like, all right, I'm going to be the bigger man, but they got to go for long last fight, but immediately Bong gets CC'd up and there's nothing you can do. Kati goes golden with the stopwatch. Double kill comes in here for Slater. Maybe he wants a little bit more. They're going to try and get Seo on this backside, trying to do as best he possibly can. There's Levi moving forward. It's a triple kill here for Slater. It's a quadra kill for Slater. Penta-kill for Slater. He gets himself right back on the map, and it's a league of pentakills here in the play-ins.
The desk said they wanted to see more from Slater. They wanted to see Slater step up. They wanted to see Gam step up. And with a 2-0 win and a pentakill to boot, the VCS will guarantee themselves one more opportunity at qualifying to the main stage.
And this is the Gam we wanted to see. This is the Gam that everyone kind of has nostalgia glasses for. They loved rose-tinted glasses to look back on and remember just how fun they were, how genuinely kind of dominant they were against the other kind of emerging regions. So really, really good to see them coming in, and honestly, a great marker for them to kind of say, no, we're not washed up just yet. Team Wales aren't the only VCS team. We're still the champs.
I mean, Team Wales, Gam, both coming in from the VCS. The PCS looking absolutely fantastic with PSG, Talon, and Flying Oyster. And we still have one more series to try and go before we find out exactly what's happening. Like, this is such a banger of a play-ins, and to see these teams step up with pentakills on both sides is absolutely insane.
Look, when there are winners, there are unfortunately losers. R7 and the LLA are out of Worlds 2023. It's unfortunate. It is unfortunately the way competition works. There has to be winners and losers, and look, for R7, they gave as much as they possibly could. It just wasn't good enough on the day, unfortunately.
But look, again, this was kind of the rematch from MSI. They picked up their first ever best of win against Gam, and unfortunately now they got smacked back with that same. So they will be going home, but I think for LLA, they should be proud of how they've done, right? Like, we got to see them step up across multiple different opportunities. We got to see kind of Miro having his performance and tried to carry things on the Ari here today, but the VCS proves too strong once more.
They do indeed, and it came off of the back of our Oppo player of the series, Kati, with his Syndra stuns. The amount of flash scatter the weeks that he did was honestly insane.
I mean, even this, like the solo kill in game number 1, then the amount of opportunities that he set up coming through from those scatter the weeks. But again, he just was positioned so well. Or7 continuously trying to like funnel through in these front to back team fights, and he was just like, fantastic, I will take them. 3-man stuns, 4-man stuns, having the opportunities to just pick people off. And I think there's a lot of opportunities where just the fact that he was so strong coming into these was setting up with the unleashed powers to pick off kills that otherwise never would have happened.
I mean, you saw it kind of like a while into this game where R7 had a game plan, which was don't fight around Kati. Bong just went and said, I'm going to take this guy out. I'm going to make sure he can't do anything about it. But it didn't matter because he was just so aggressive, so far accelerated, that by the time he was even taken out of the fight, the rest of the team were going, cool, we're super fed as well. We're going to take everyone else.
I do want to give a shout out to Bong, though, because honestly, I think he actually had a really, really good series. It was just unfortunate that the rest of the team couldn't quite keep themselves up to scratch when it came towards like damage or being able to manage their lane state. So you can kind of see there, like 22,000 damage on the Cassante. He was trying his hardest, but unfortunately Kati matching him with the damage, Kiaya having that performance as well, made it very difficult for him to really carry that one forward.
And now Gam, they move one step closer. They're not quite the best of fives just yet, but they are getting very, very close. But after the break, we'll be back with Team BDS against DFM. But first, let's have a behind-the-scenes recap of yesterday's action through the lens of the Oppo cam.
A team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. Countless battles, one arena. The realm. The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love. AKA the Cisco Network.
Red Bull gives you wings. Unlock extra loot with the Worlds Event Pass. Every Event Pass purchase will add to the prize pool for Worlds 2023. There's a lot to celebrate at this time of year.
Huh? What is this?
stupid ass motherfucker 감히 누가 눈독 들여 우리 돈 우리 문이 소풍 누가 주식까지 bounce back 머리 숙인 후에 누가 move get out the way 다음 생활 놀이 늦게 감리적인 듯해 견제로선 여길 냅다 씹어먹고 부패 내장까지 깔끔하게 마치 순대 씹어 먹어야지 팩맨 잡다 몰라 스펙대 올해는 나는 아냐 스루 랩맨 내 말은 또 듣게 안 들어 맵맨 버리던 냄새 세스코 불러야겠네 너희 따는 것이 오마시냐 나 캣맨 I've been the boss 여긴 없어 네 자리 She make it clap look at my body 내 말이 뚜떠지려도 몰라니 가랑이 겹바닥에 붙어 뚜득 끄덕이 저래 사람이 built-in chopper best-selling motherfucker 하고 다니까 나랑 비비려 해 감히 사이코형 죽일까 차라리 오케이 선배가 선방 칠게 우리 CB는 힘 비켜 relax 시간라도 바로 가니 여유롭게 What's what? Wrestle it 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 Whistle it, 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 yeah. Gotta check my squad 일동대기 시간 없을서 I'm ready 통신의 애들 사이에서 난 예리 갖다 붙여 deep working my studio 한 지출의 질인 the funniest just gotta beat Millie go to the shopping in bad behavior 나쁜 습관인지 돈을 쓰는 거또 한 푼도 너한테 난 쓸 일이 여선의 성씨가 달라도 우리 같은 DNA 평정심을 유지사이고 느낌이 혓바닥이 뜨뜨뜨 어떻게 잘해 사람 나니 건반 나한테 말을 가득하지 man 나는 like 난 불꽃 사가리 stupid ass right what 정신 차려 너야들 라산다 계속 나 바라보지 마치 기분 위에 chicken 난 지겹게 생각할수록 느껴지는 this is 두 번 세 번 더해 좀 mission another level check my EP psycho with no peace 손대에 뜨겁지 날아올라 no P fly hard take off 나와 아직 적지 놈들 다 번지 시켜 줄 없이 봐봐 hero with the tat 붙듯 다음 소리 카부로 따라 하다 캣 목공강을 버림 수두로 빽빽하지 마치 폐업제고 떠리 그래 너지 누구 두리번 거리기는 병 조정 비백과 비대 세우니 10대 초수력 초수와 대두치기 채 한끼를 돌파 중 easy easy 버려 나 own whistle it 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 yeah
Fighting for survival. DFM and BDS face off in today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Both Crownshot and Unipon are veterans of their leagues. Now they face the immediate threat of elimination. BDS have shown that they are powerhouses in the early game, but it's up to Crowny to carry the late. He has a lot to prove in his first World appearance, and one misstep could mean the end of BDS's run at the tournament. Unipon is looking to his veteran experience to rally his teammates and show that DFM are capable of taking down a major region team, to keep their hopes of advancing out of play-ins alive. For these two incredible players, the pressure going into this series is going to be immense. Losing here means going home without a win to your name. Losing here means defeat.
Revolutionary
Losing
stuff.
here equals defeat.
TIL.
Oshin, you're a modern day philosopher. Beautiful linguistic prowess. Welcome back to Analyst Desk. We're about to dive into DFM taking on Team BDS. And let's start by looking at our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Unipon versus Crowny. These are two veterans, but both of them varying degrees of disappointment into that last series. Neither Unipon nor Crowny were really the powerhouses we were coming to expect.
Sure, it was a tough start for both these players. I think for Unipon in particular, he's coming back to playing bot lane after, you know, after MSI, the summer split, yes, that's what it's called, being up in the top lane of all things, and then, you know, playing the Senna in game one, so it was a little bit of an odd showing initially for him. At the same time, I think Crowny just on the Ezreal was not getting anything done.
Call back to Countdown from earlier today. What you want to see is no Ezreal for that guy and no Senna for that guy.
Yeah,
We'll
let's
find
play
out how
some
that plays
real
out.
champions, people.
Also, let's turn our attention to the top lane because what I see in front of me in our script is the top lane is about to be an active crime scene with what Adam is about to do to Upperman. Now, that is a strong sentiment here. Who wrote that?
That was Ender,
that
not
was
me.
Ender.
I'm not
Okay,
touching that one.
I wrote that. And it's important because, like, I am bored of talking about Adam. I don't want to talk about Adam. And if he was playing against anyone else, I wouldn't care. But the fact is, Opperman has come in after a 2-year professional hiatus, locked in the Aatrox both times, did not look good. This is a huge issue that DFM will have to solve if they want to stay Outworld.
See, I don't cast Europe, so I'm happy to keep talking about Adam. It's still
Go
fun
for
for
it.
me. He was great, even in that series. I think there was a lot of criticism I saw directed at him online about not playing his Gods champions. Why are they prioritizing Renekton? All this stuff. Actually, he was fantastic. In Game 1, obviously, he smurfed it. That was on one of the Gods champions. His Game 2 on Renekton, he was still finding solo kills and getting big lane leads and playing very, very well despite what was going wrong in the game. And even Game 3, again, very strong laning phase, and while he did make some pretty egregious mistakes, the rest of the team was not doing anything. And so I'm totally fine to say, okay, your team's just like sitting back and you're maybe hitting a tower you shouldn't be hitting, greeting for a demolish proc. Fair enough, don't do that, but also, like, what else was your team doing to help you out? Literally nothing.
Yeah. Maybe not like push the bot lane tier 2 quite so aggressively the mid one. I think it was more like macro decision making. Like, I just should not be here, as opposed to like any issue mechanically in the lane or in the team fights. And that's really what matters. I think you can write those mistakes off. That's not something we usually see from Adam coming to the series.
Yeah, now listen, let's zoom out a little bit because the early game did look good from Adam. The thing that I'm way more concerned about is BDS just looked bad. I think as the series played out after such a dominant Game 1, Game 2, Game 3, they started to snooze, they started to fall apart. They really didn't do anything. Mark, I think you have a teleprompter here. Maybe try to help me understand why BDS couldn't do anything, didn't do anything, and why I'm hopeful they'll change today.
Well, I think it's just the change in mentality that you want to see, because they just kind of felt like they stepped away from their keyboards or something, and it was very disastrous. So if you look at this replay, hopefully, this is after a 4v5 has started. They've done a good job finding a pick onto Glory. And what you normally do when you kill that guy and you're the only person up, you want to go make a play. If you look at the actual gold leads here, they are pretty far behind. You know, they're 5k down. You want to try and make a play, and this is the best opportunity you're going to get. You have a 5v4 Baron spawning. So when you start rolling this clip out, you see them seemingly setting up and doing the intelligent thing here. We're going to force onto Baron. Adam's going to find a flank over here on this side of the fight, and you're going to hopefully engage when they finally see an angle to. And, you know, Team Wales, to their credit, decide that, hey, we're going to be the ones to go. They kick Adam in, and here, the decision is obvious. You jump on, support Adam, turn off the Baron, go fight the 5v4. This is exactly why you started the Baron.
Yeah, the cheat code is Glory's dead. That means Artemis is the only damage dealer left. You just, there's a very clear, obvious target. You go on him, CC him up, and burst him down.
Yeah, and during this time period, Sheo had ultimate. You have these abilities that you can use. It might look like it's on cooldown right now. It's not. He ends up throwing this in here. It's just a little spectator because league client. And there was a very strong opportunity for everyone to follow him over the wall, get in here, and like you said, target Artemis, who's being punted right next to Adam here. And the only person who ends up doing this is actually going to be Lebrov, and the rest of the team gets really confused on how they want to do it. And because Lebrov is the only target now, they end up focusing him down. The other three then just get zoned by Sparta. Like, they don't chase through here. Adam's still fighting. He's trying to get things done, and they just run to the other side of the map, completely abandoning him. And these are the kinds of plays that were getting a lot of people frustrated yesterday or 2 days ago, excuse me.
Frustrated now, rewatching it.
It's a little painful, but I think you can see that this team has a lot of skill, and this was very clearly a, like, nerves thing, a lack of confidence, and not about individual talent.
Yeah, and I think, like, maybe, like, I saw Crowney try to play for some cues, like, from inside the pit, but that was the problem. Like, they couldn't actually keep chasing because they were just by terrain trapped inside there. Was if they had just exited into the river and chased on forward, I really think they have a shot.
There's also something else that's as well. Like, I remember a couple days ago breaking down one of the replays where Crowney would sort of arcane shift into a LeBlanc, get caught by chain, knowing nothing else was available, and then instantly flash away in pure terror and panic. So there's those individual things that we need to see cleaned up. Now, for BDS and their opponent's Detonation Focus Me, it's complete elimination. If you lose here, you are defeated. And I think one player I want to look at on the DFM side is going to be Arya. I think he was one of the only players that, you know, did play well early game, but definitely was not on the same page as the rest of the squad in team fights.
Yeah, just the positioning was so far away from the rest of the team. And this goes, it's a two-way street, right? It's not just Arya being away from the team. It's also the team team deciding to engage when Arya can't do anything. I'm actually trying to find Arya. Arya's all the way in the back of the pit there. Charm gets flashed away from. They all end up going in. And this one ends up being just a fight where Arya can't access anyone in the backline. Like, where's the damage going on through there? But it was so frequently, especially when DFM were looking for picks around the mid lane, where there wasn't the follow-through you needed.
Yeah, he is one of the best individual playmakers on the team. I think Yutapon is a great team fighter. He is very stable in the lane phase, and you can rely on him. But if you're trying to find advantages against a team like BDS, who is, you know, relatively proactive in the early game, I'd say, especially around stacking dragons, these kind of things, Arya's going to have to step up and get the best of Nuke, who also had a pretty weak series, I think, on the Taliyah picks. There's itemization questions, all these things, and maybe this is one of the ways in, if he can combo with Steel and actually get these kinds of advantages on these aggressive picks, which he can be quite good at.
The thing is, Arya is the best player on DFM, was the player that consistently got a lead, but then if you don't see that show up in a team fight, you don't realistically have a chance. So I see that as being maybe an easier problem to fix, is like, if you identify that, you come in, that's the focus. If our engagers, they have to be working with Arya to go into the backline. If they don't get that down, then you're basically just, you know, throwing all the money and good work away.
I'm gonna theorize what you're saying a little bit, but I think like the problems we've seen from DFM is slightly easier to solve in a couple of days than what we saw from BDS's last series. I can't rectify my brain the BDS we saw pre-Worlds in the WQS versus the BDS we saw a couple of days ago. Which one's going to show up today? I don't know. I'm going to get your predictions in a second, but let's see who the fans predicted to win in our MasterCard fan predictions. Each day you can head over to @MasterCardGG on X to participate. And no surprise here, a large amount of BDS favor, 68.8, so close to nice. In favor of the LEC representatives. Just before we head to the casters, let me get your predictions. Mark, I'm going to start with you.
Well, I like this little extra thing. I don't know how long we've had this, but the fan prediction rate, not looking good. So if you're a BDS fan and you see fans predict 33% correct and they're favoring BDS, you're in trouble.
Uh-oh. That's not good. That's really not good. But I will say, here's the things I need BDS to do to make that 68.8 actually be real. First of all, can we please save counter pick for Adam? I don't want blind pick. I want him to just dominate in the top lane, right? After that, I also want to see the creative level 1s that we always had for him. Yeah,
that is amazing.
Yeah. If I hear gods one more time, my head's going to explode. Okay?
Gods one more time. Oh, no explosion. Okay.
I want the level 1s. I want Shio invading and counter jungling, getting vision on the enemy team, and then I want Crowny on something that can do damage in late game team fights after they stack the dragons. That's all BDS want to do. Take team fights and let Crowny carry.
Let's see what happens. Before we head into the next match, we're going to head over to casters to take us into DFM versus BDS.
Thank you so much. Adam's God. That's just kind of how it is. God.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. That's for you, Ender. Well, yes, welcome to the Castellets. I am still Just Sheen. I'm joined by the gorgeous Dagda, as we're going to be jumping into our second series of the day. Both these teams, similar in the last one, on the precipice of getting knocked out. And for BDS, I think this is a situation no one expected them to be in.
No, I think everyone was kind of like, hey, look, you know, Golden Guardians versus BDS is basically going to decide who goes through in Group B. But with the pop-off coming through from the PCS and the VCS, Europe now finds themselves struggling in an age-old tradition, it feels like, for the 4th seed at Worlds.
Absolutely. It wouldn't be Worlds if the 4th seed, EU seed struggled in play-ins, if I'm being honest with you. But we are seeing now DFM paying respect to the D in Gods and getting rid of the Darius, Orianna, and the Rakan. The Taliyah and the Senna being banned away here by BDS. So Senna obviously was one of the picks we saw DFM take up in their previous series, but didn't really have the greatest of successes, but they are still respecting it.
Yeah, I still think, though, you kind of got the Maokai. It's going to be coming through Sejuani, more than likely going to be the response from Shale, because I think one of the big question marks I had was, well, Maokai, Sejuani were taken off, Vi, I think, was banned away, and suddenly we're going to Gragas for Shao. So I think it definitely is a case of, well, what champion pool does Shao have that he feels comfortable in? So we'll have to see what the plan is. Azaya, no-brainer coming into this. Without the Rakan, though, I think you do just try and take a jungler here for Shao, and maybe this is the answer. Go towards the Lee Sin and say, hey, look, I have at least something I can do, but Lee Sin into the Maokai can be a bit of a difficult time.
I was just about thinking about, look, if you're a jungler at this level of play, you have to play Lee Sin. It's just kind of part and parcel, but no, immediately goes tree for tree. We're looking at a forest in the jungle, and that's going to be the Ivern locked in.
And I am curious to see then if Nuke wants to go towards one of these AD mid laners, because traditionally you see with Tristana, but Tristana quite heavily nerfed coming in towards this patch, and Nuke wasn't somebody who picked up the Jace, so might see a bit of a different story coming through from them. On the upside, though, DFM will respond with the Kai'Sa, which we kind of expect, and maybe the Rel to just come through here, try and keep that good engage set up there.
DFM thinking about going for the Kai'Sa for Yutapon. Of course, it just seems to be the handshake of the World Championship so far. The Xayah, the Kai'Sa kind of taken away. The Rakan does seem to be the bigger player in those particular bot lanes of power. But DFM now really want to try and take this one. I wouldn't mind seeing them lock in, I was going to say the Alistar or something to just kind of disengage kind of fully onto what would look like to be kind of a hyper carry Xayah.
I will say though, this opens up a really nice opportunity for a Braum if you want to for Labrov in that bot side, and it makes it very difficult to try and play into that matchup. You even are able to block a lot of the ultimate that's coming through from the Maokai, so that could be an opportunity for him to go towards that if you would like to, but we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is going to be. But yeah, I mean, I was going to say it removes things like the Rel, but there's the Braum immediately locked in, and I think this is just a great answer to what DFM are going for.
You got comms to the coaches now, do you? Just letting them know what's going on.
I've watched a lot of this team.
Yeah, you know what? That is very fair. You know exactly. You know the ins and outs of BDS, the highs and the lows, as we now see them kind of look towards where their next few bans will go. Honestly, with the first rotation coming out, I wouldn't be surprised to see mid lane bans coming out for BDS. Lock that one in and give your top laner that kind of priority on the 5th pick.
Yeah, I like though that we're kind of looking here again, mid lane bans coming through. These big AoE combos going to be taken off the board. Orianna gone, Nico gone. I think Ahri might just be a good call straight up because Arya has a fantastic performance whenever he gets his hands on that pick, so maybe take them off the board. And then for Nuke, you go towards the Syndra. It's something that he has had mixed results on, I will say, but certainly I think with the current meta and also the amount of champions that are banned, it kind of makes the most sense to go towards. Or you could even just fall back towards, well, I was going to say the Azir for themselves, because one of the things we did see is that because you get just more auto attack damage off from an Ivern with the magic damage he gives, the Azir kind of fits the same bill as things like the Jace and the Tristana that we're seeing as well.
Honestly, I feel like DFM could just ban away the Syndra themselves, and it's something that we talked about a little bit in our kind of, prep coming up to this one. No, they're going for the Tristana themselves. Nuke kind of needs to step up. Nuke needs to kind of show that he's not just an Orianna one-trick almost, because it really does feel like he's kind of having an issue. But there's the Jace. Technically a flex. Could go to Adam, could go to Nuke, and honestly with BDS, that is a genuine thing that I could see happening.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to see it though. Like, I just want to double check, but I'm pretty sure he didn't play it at all in our season finals, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it was just the Tristana he played, and I don't think he played in summer either. So this is kind of the first time that we're really getting to see the Nuke Jace. Actually, sorry, I take it back. He played it 4 times in summer, had a 50% win rate on it. So at least not something that we saw too much coming in towards the end of our year, but this is definitely something again that plays into the hands of auto attack based champions that can proc the Ivern. You've got good setup now for the Braum as well to have these multiple auto attackers that are there, and now it's just a question of what does Adam want to try and take into that top side to round this out.
Well, the Aatrox looks like it could be something for Appaman. We'll see if
I suppose.
Yeah, locked in, so gonna go for the Aatrox, give himself a semi-decent laning phase. And I mean, look, BDS give themselves the counter pick. They know they can kind of pick anything into this. I don't expect to see the Garen, but look, it's Adam. It could be anything.
Yeah, I think look, you're not gonna be surprised to see Appaman going back towards the Aatrox, so I would imagine a Renekton pick, and then Adam goes, hey look, I'm just going to fight you toe-to-toe, and you can play hyper-aggressive in that matchup. If you get an early lead, you start to snowball that out of control, and again, it kind of sets up for, hey, we have a crazy strong 3v3 topside. We're able to try and play through the setup that the Renekton brings. Jace can then follow up very effectively, and the Ivern with the shields and the CC is a beautiful portion to just add to that. But you do have to be careful. Like, DFM, very strong when it comes to front-to-back team fights with the setup that they have, and I think that's where, when you're looking at Labrov, he's going to have his work cut out from him this one to make sure that he's blocking Maokai ultimates, getting the door in the way to make sure that if Alistar goes for a combo, he's blocking things like the Syndra ult or the follow-up CC from Syndra.
That's the big thing. My eyes are squarely on Labrov in this particular game, because yes, there is going to be fantastic plays made across the map, but if BDS want to be able to mitigate everything that DFM throw at them, it's going to come off of Labrov and his kind of almost target selection of who he wants to try and protect. And I mean, they're very short range as well on the side of BDS. They're going to need him to be on point to try and stop a lot of this kind of, as you say, re-engage or disengaging kind of Scatter the Weaks or even Maokai ultimates. But teams are locked and loaded, BDS and DFM in the losers bracket. Remember, we have to remind you, it is an elimination match. You have to win this best of 3 to continue your Worlds 2023 run. And for BDS, they did not expect to be here this early.
Definitely not. Again, like, this was kind of supposed to be the LEC going, right, well, we got through with the LCS. Let's try and make sure that we're able to then kind of carry on and move in towards a higher spot. And I mean, the performance that we saw from BDS against Golden Guardians in the World Qualifying Series was not indicative at all about what we were seeing coming into Worlds. They looked shaky, they looked unconfident, they looked like they didn't really know how they wanted to approach the game. So for this one, I want to see BDS stepping forward, Sheo looking more confident, Nuke having a better performance, and overall just being confident in the plays that they're making.
For DFM, the most dominant domestic team the LGL is probably ever going to see. And they need to try and step up. Because remember, they made it to the main stage last time. They were able to do what everyone thought was impossible. They don't want to go out the first, the first hurdles. They want to try and push for equaling their record of play here at the World's Championship. So right now it is Crowny just kind of pushing in a bit more aggressively here with Labrov. But I mean, look, DFM very aware of what could be an early level 1. As you can see, Adam was around here. They are just going to push themselves right back into the safety of their own jungle.
Yeah, just trying to see if they can get some vision down. They will then back away. Vision responded to by the tree on the opposite side, as Steel will get vision on towards the enemy camps. But I mean, chances are we're going to see Ivern starting on towards the spot side, top side, clear his camps, and then kind of do his regular full clear business. Sorry, it is bot side. Yeah. My brain today, man, is not with it.
You've done a lot of casting the last
and it's early
days.
shifts as well.
Yeah. Like we're in Dublin. Like you're up at like 5:30 to get on a bus for 6:30.
3:30 on Monday or whatever. Or
whatever.
Monday morning.
Oh yeah, because you did the World Qualifiers.
Yeah. So it's been a few early starts, but yeah, Sheo, going to start bot side. He'll do it where he wanders up towards top. He'll smite red, come back down, and if he's good on Ivern, he'll do the trick that Kadra loves, which is he'll like hit blast cone to hop over the wolves and then Q the blue buff as he goes across to get the double proc very, very quickly. But we have to see exactly how he's going to play this one out.
For DFM, it's been a roller coaster of a year really for this team. Udapon going from bot lane to top lane. Then they brought obviously Appleman back in from retirement. The man hadn't played for 2 years. Played Wild Rift, but wasn't playing League of Legends specifically. And then we can see Udapon back into the bot side. Nice little bit of damage there onto Labrov, but no Ignite committed, and you can see now that Udapon just feeling a little bit more comfortable for the moment.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to see BDS give up this much control on the early stages. The thing is, though, yeah, there we go. Sheo getting nicely done on the clear, but I think the only having access to the Q on Crowny means that you're not able to get as much push. And although a lot of people say that Alistar isn't really a champion level 1, when you're up against a melee matchup, it does become significantly easier to push up, get it pulverized as Labrov tries to clear the wave. So now that you're starting to hit level 3, this lane will become a little bit easier for Crowny and Labrov, where you get access to the shield, to stand beside me. Trying to find these trades at Harpers and Udapon is going to make things a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, Ivern on a pretty decent clear. Should be able to get the full clear gun there, just above 3 minutes 5 seconds. I know there's a couple of people on Twitter who enjoy that, Molecule being one of them, who enjoy the really fast clear speeds. But I mean, it's just kind of the way it works. You're looking to see what they're able to do in those early stages, because again, a really fed Ivern is nice, but it's not exactly going to game change anything.
Now, a huge amount of this is again going to be trying to set up both Nuke and I imagine Adam in these early stages as well, get him control in this matchup, because it's incredibly snowbally. It's going to be a case of, well, if I get to Gore Drinker first, I just get to have a ton of control. And we've even saw where Aatrox starts to slip behind, they try and go for early Ninja Tabi.
Oh, they're looking for an engage here. Flash in, pulverized down, but the flash away is a little bit too late. The twisted advance is good. Crowny finds himself on the backside of a First Blood. Sheo's got nothing to offer here because they've got no damage once the carry's dead.
Yeah, I mean, really nicely done there. Harp gets the headbutt in to close the distance and flashing forward right as Steel is coming into lane. So even with the ward down, they're able to bypass it and DFM draw First Blood.
Indeed. Tree versus tree, the vegetarians are turning on each other. And what happened in mid lane? Arya taking a much more favorable trade now. Adam looking to try and get a solo kill here. The Infernal Change does knock him back a bit, but Wave should push back into Appleman, who should be able to reset and get himself back into lane.
Shale's here mid though. Arya spots him out. Just trying to make sure they can collapse this mid wave, so they're not able to get a freeze there for Arya. But as you say again, this has been a nice little start coming through for DFM, controlling mid, controlling bot. Adam is working very well on this top side though. And again, this is kind of what we got to see in the last series for BDS, where, I mean, Adam was honestly the only member that I really felt like was performing up to scratch coming through from the LEC. And again, he's doing well in the lane against Appleman as to be expected, but the rest of the team just aren't really there. You didn't even see Crowny shaking his head when he went down there.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing as well, is that you kind of come out of this and saying, look, it's a 5-man game. You know, it's a 5-man team. Yes, we have got 1v5 situations, but it's just so difficult. And now Sheo doing what Ivern does best and just being absolutely annoying, taking away all these camps as best he possibly can. We'll see Steel looking to see if he can maybe get this one himself. Smites it away, so shouldn't be falling too far behind in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, I mean, BDS, they got to be very careful this bot side now. You were without a flash or a ghost for Crownie, which means that we could see a repeat gank here for Steel.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Steel try to keep this pressure up. Will respond to the camps that was stolen on his top side, so not going to be the end of the road by Harp now. This is actually a great position for
X-Flash. Going to come over the wall, immediately look to try and get on top of Labrov this time because they know they've got the CC and the damage. No Ignite just yet, but I mean, for the moment, the DFM bot lane's feeling an awful lot more confident in this matchup.
Yeah, they didn't want to try and overextend there. That's a massive minion wave that you'd have to try and fight into, so Crownie more than likely would have been able to try and turn something back around, but still just getting that damage down means that Labrov has to get off the map and opens up a chance where Udapon can clear this wave and maybe even look at Harp. Like, he can start to try and link up with his jungler a little bit, but this is the play that we got initially. Like, so Harp uses Labrov to close the distance onto Crownie and set up then Steel to actually get into a position to come through with a flash over himself, and Sheo just unfortunately a little bit far behind because he'd gone for that reset and couldn't quite get into bot lane when he needed to.
A little bit of pressure. CS lead isn't really that apparent though. It is kind of coming between the bot and top lane, excuse me, the mid and top lane. As you can see there, the Syndra having a much better time just kind of getting those those minions down with those orbs, but right now definitely see a bit of a contester in this Dragon.
Yeah, I think the fact now that you've got control over bot side a little bit when it comes to the reset timers, like the assists going across means that there's not a massive lead there. As Nuke, hang on, just going to be able to back away, but I think it's going to give the push here where you can actually start to try and set up some deep vision. You can see Harp going in there at the moment to try and get some vision down, see if he can set them up. Steel as well has to just start to move in here, make sure that he's going to be able to support Harp and getting that vision. But a lot of this is a vision game to start looking for dragons and start looking for those early leads.
So what they have to do, Steel is moving up now, he's going to be spotted on vision. We'll see that there's a jungler and a fair amount of people on top of him. No flash here on Steel just yet, he is being slowed down. Concussive blows not quite being proc just yet. Finally, he will go down. They will try and donate that one over to either the mid or the AD carry. Does go over to Nuke. Good collapse there from BDS, and while that's happening, top lane is just winning.
Yeah, I mean, Adam is absolutely destroying Appleman, and it's kind of hard to not have it happen at this stage. Look, Appleman, he's coming back in after a 2-year hiatus and going up against, honestly, probably the best top laner in play-ins. Like, it is miserable to play up against Adam on these sorts of champions, and Adam more than happy to take the advantage. But the problem is for DFM, the advantage that they gain on the bot side are starting to slip away. We're not getting support and jungle linking up together to get that vision. So because of that, well, Harp kind of wandered in, got spotted. Steel ended up wandering in late, gets caught, and that opens up BDS to start what BDS do best, the Dragon Attack.
Yeah, they love their dragons. They really, really do. And Steel, very happy to let this one go for the moment. We do have Rift Herald spawned onto the Rift as well, so moving up towards this top side. Harp, not quite towards level 6 just yet. Actually, Labrov has been roaming quite a bit, so he's a fair bit behind in the L levels. You see now Appleman trying to take a bit of a trade here against Adam, and yeah, you're going to have to go the long way. That caster minion is dead, Appleman, and I'm very sorry about that.
I'm looking at Shale though, in again behind enemy lines here. You got Labrov in the mid as well. Is it going to be some sort of flash up the wall to try and make a play? We'll have Daisy available too.
Oh, Harp looking for level 6. You can see he really wants it. Labrov taking a huge chunk of damage. Does end up getting the Unbreakable up right there, but just taking Daisy and smashing her underneath the turret. And that is honestly the power of the Syndra. The Ivern does lose that kind of second man that he's able to kind of throw out and check things.
Still though, I mean, yes, like you're losing an ultimate, which is pretty big, but I think that's where we're going to see if Shale can still have value with like the shields and this kind of stuff as they get in towards later, and like kind of allowing Nuke and others to be that big factor. Because Ivern does rely pretty heavily on Daisy. I think a lot of people kind of disrespect how much damage Daisy can do, even the CC she offers. But we'll have to see Shale, without Daisy, what he can try and achieve here. It looks like very little, as DFM will be able to take the Rift out for themselves.
Yeah, Harp's level 6, Steel's level 6. Having those two ultimates available is just too scary to walk up and deal with. So the mid lane priority does lead DFM towards a Rift Herald, and that is a nice little kind of pickup for them. Gold dead even. Neutral's pretty much 1-for-1. Dragon for BDS and Rift Herald for DFM, as now they're kind of getting a huge advantage. I mean, look at the difference between Adam and Appleman right now. It is Doran's Blades and then a Gore Drinker. That is literally the difference right now. As we can see, Steel, straight up, he just gets caught out and gets collapsed upon.
But yeah, this is where they needed Steel and Harp to be syncing up together. You had Harp who'd already knew that he'd kind of had attempted to force Labrov out of lane. Labrov ended up pumping a bunch of pots into himself, but you needed those two to link up there to keep each other safe. But without that, well, BDS no control over mid. BDS having control over mid meant they could try and collapse. Now DFM are trying to respond to a potential invade here from Nuke. You can see Nuke is there, but not really having much in the way of follow-up potential there from Arya. Means he will just be able to escape.
And we're seeing the kind of trade-off in vision as Adam continues to put down demolish procs here onto the tower. Wants another plate if he can. Gonna have to respect a little bit of the damage coming out from Appleman if he keeps taking those Qs to the face.
Yeah, the thing is though, you have Gore Drinker and the Empowered Q. You can see how much health he ends up getting back, so he's perfectly happy to just keep going for these demolish procs. There's going to be a potential 4th tower plate going down in the next wave as well, so Appleman definitely starting to struggle. And that's now going to start being an issue as Adam gets stronger, starting to look towards like potential second Rift Herald fights. And now, but DFM have the Rift Herald for themselves at the moment and trying to use it on this bottom side to see if they can get their AD carry ahead.
Yeah, got 3 minutes till plates go away, but I think Udapon going for the call, going to kind of stack up that gold as quick as he can. He wants to be accelerated ahead of this Xayah should they need it at the next fight, and that's just kind of happened right there. So we'll say though Crownie hasn't been falling too far behind, of course, with the magical footwear, doesn't need to spend money on boots himself, so has got himself the Kraken Slayers. The Storm Razor does come in here from Udapon, so going not quite the lethality build that we saw earlier in the play-ins.
No, going to be taking a bit more of a... I was going to say a crack, but I didn't mean to make a Kraken Slayer pun. But yeah, I think
you own your puns. Don't be a coward.
Look, if I do, I will do worse ones than that straight up and own it. But Arya already finding Nuke here. Shale just going to keep him safe for the shields. But again, when it comes to the 2v2 here, with the tank menace that Steel is, you just got to be so careful in trying to set these up. Radiant Virtue already completed for him.
BDS will be looking to try and gain control around this river. Minute 20 until that dragon spawns. You can see those shields kind of coming out fast and frequent here for Nuke. As the poke is pretty decent from Arya, who hasn't been able to go back and finish off his item just yet.
Yeah, I think BDS want to try and start up a fight though. Gore Drinker just completed for Adam. He'll be able to cash this wave and immediately go into it. So I imagine Nuke going to reset, finish off his first mythic, I'd imagine at this stage, no, just shy of it, and then TP back into lane so then he can actually clear out this wave and then they can look for it. So now Adam having control over top means that he won't lose plates on that top end. And I think Appleman might actually have to TP back into this or lose a potential turret. So it's a bit of a lose-lose for DFM, which is why we're seeing respond with, hey, we need to get this Rift Herald down. And again, I think Nuke probably should have TP'd in here, so then he's in a better position for this.
Yeah, just keeps it for the moment. The Daisy goes down as we got the pets to play with each other, and that tower is going to go down regardless, and that's before the dragon spawns. That's huge for the side of BDS. And I mean, we'll get it in a minute or so, but I can't wait to see how far ahead Adam is right now. But I mean, if the last series against Team Wales is anything to go by, Adam being ahead doesn't necessarily mean a lot, to be perfectly honest, because he was doing so well. He was kind of the shining light for the side of BDS, but it couldn't turn it into anything tangible.
But this is where I want to see Adam going back to what he did best in LEC, which was, hey, I'm going to push top and start to lean in towards mid. It's also what we got to see a lot against Golden Guardians. I think when you're in this sort of position, you can do so. He's not even going to go back top here. I think he's just going to immediately walk down towards this dragon, have the TP to get back up towards top side. And with the fact he has a Caulfield's Warhammer basically matching the soul phase of Appleman, Appleman has to either reset, try and match a buy, or try and push in this top side so DFM will forego Dragon completely. So BDS kind of have DFM in this lose-lose scenario right now.
Yeah, we really do. I mean, it's like, I think it's like almost coming up to about 1,400 gold or something like that was the advantage off of just the tower plates and tower alone. So now BDS, very much all 5 members utilizing this. DFM happy to let this one go for the moment, see what the next dragon is going to be. It's going to be a mountain, but a TP coming in here from Adam. He's even got a little bit of a shield there from the Ivern. And that's going to be Appleman, maybe a little bit too far forward. They're both going to ult. Dominus comes in as well as the Infernal Chains to try and knock back Adam. Doesn't quite get it, but I think Appleman should be able to flash over the wall unless Adam really wants to go for it. There's going to be the Blast Cone. Adam needed to be on the right side of that one. A dash over the wall means that Appleman gets out with his life.
Still though, Adam taking full control will get some chip damage onto this top tower as well. He still has that demolish, and there's your lane economy snapshot. Oshin brought to you by Mastercard. Nearly 2,000 gold in favor of Adam. This is... Sorry,
so Arya has 6, and that's all that matters.
So I watch a lot of the yard, and Slime has this thing where he keeps going, all right, man, and it's like, all I can hear is Appleman every time I say this, all right, man. And And he's not all right, man.
No, he's not. He's not all right, man.
It is a disaster for Appleman in this top side. And I don't think it's going to get any better with the way BDS are playing right now. Adam is destroying him. And again, ripped out in 30 seconds time. He's going to be able to push out top side, rotate back in towards that. Nuke also started to get decent control over this mid when it comes to the push as well. And he still has that TP that we talked about earlier. So imagine fall back, TP to mid, 15 seconds, sorry, until Rift Herald's up. Well, let's just shove ourselves over that direction and get control immediately.
And here's the big thing as well, is that you're still dealing with a, you know, kind of itemless or completed itemless Appleman right now. Really would love to have himself that first item before they go for this fight around the Rift Herald. And this is where BDS can start to take control of the game. 1,500 gold up is decent. 2 dragons is very good. But to get that and then to start taking over things like the second Herald to then break open mid lane or something like that, that's when this game starts to get a little bit dicier for DFM. BDS, they're happy to take it slow and steady. They're in a very strong point of power for the moment.
Yeah, I still think, though, they're kind of missing windows of opportunity, right? Like, again, I think Nuke holding onto this TP doesn't really give you a huge amount of value when you could have actually just started up the Rift Herald. Wow. Now Adam's overextended.
He's a little overextended. Look at the rest of the map as well. DFM trying to collapse on top of him. No flash. Remember, he used it last time and didn't get anything. The TP comes out straight away. You're going to see the little bit of a minion taxi coming out. Appleman pops his own ult as well, but TP was burned, and that's going to be BDS saying, look, we're going to defend our top and take the Rift.
But they can still be contested here by DFM. Adam now has no ultimate, which is a bit of a downer if you're going to be a Renekton. And as well, you can see control over mid. Arya just immediately getting that damage onto Crowny to try and keep him at bay. So DFM, they can contest this.
They are going to look to do it because Crowny's not putting in the DPS just yet. They will have vision of this. Harp going to look to try and maybe engage on top of this one here. They're going to get a nice little bit of vision. 3-man knock-up as well is huge, but Labrob puts himself between everybody and the creeping CC. They're going to be able to take down Harp. Crowny has to go straight away into the feathers flying, and they're going to take down the Unipon Kaisa as well. Good kite back there from BDS. They get the Rift Herald, they get the fight, and they get control.
That was so close to being perfect for DFM, but Unipon and Arya were nowhere to be seen. Labrov with a great shield as well to stop the follow-up on the Maokai. You get it here, Harp. I love these kind of taxi services he's doing. Headbutt Adam to then flash forward to get the lockup, but Labrov manages to block the majority of the Maokai ultimate from coming through onto Nuke. Unipon is just in a bounce house scenario. He's forced to try and reposition, but goes down anyway. And it's Steel who's trying to take on Crowny. So you can see DFM, they didn't really take position in River. They're playing through this small choke, which is perfect for people like Crowny and Nuke.
Now you can see the gold difference over time, powered by AWS, just kind of drastically dropping there in favor of the red team, which of course is BDS, and they are going to have themselves a much stronger time of it. I mean, now they can look to go topside. Infernal Chains downs by Appleman.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have flash right now. Will have his ultimate to try and fear away Daisy.
Okay.
A nice little fancy feat keeps him alive, and honestly, that's all he can do.
I will say, yeah, for a lot of top laners, what will end up happening when they get into the position is like, all right, I'm going down 0-2, 0-3. Adam is starting to take over, but I mean, the smallest of silver linings, at least, is that Appleman has been keeping himself safe, making sure that, look, Tower's gone down, has only just completed the Gore Drinker, which tells you about how far behind he is.
Yeah.
And it is still going to be an issue, but at least he's not giving over, like, more kills and more time for Adam to actually create pressure on this side.
That's it. He's not helping BDS dig the hole. Yeah. He's just kind of saying, oh, man, come on, don't be doing that to me. But, I mean, with the Gore Drinker, he does a fair bit of damage now, so this Aatrox is starting to get back into a point of parity. I mean, it will change once Adam goes for a reset.
Yeah, it's just a case of Adam used his full combo in the wave there, so it's still going to be a case of Appleman very far behind.
Yeah, but of course we can look at our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, Unipon versus Crowny. So far, Crowny's had a pretty quiet time of it up until that first team fight around that Rift Herald, and has been doing decently to keep himself in tow. Unipon definitely someone who can change the game, though. The Kaisa being able to shotgun herself right onto the backside, always something you have to be careful of.
Still though, look where Harp is. Hex Flash into the lane could be huge here. Crowny needs to be fast on the trigger finger.
Just going to back away. Everyone stands behind Labrom. See if what they can do with this one here now. A Dragon Mountain Soul point to come in here for BDS. And I mean, honestly, with the Maokai ultimate down, I don't really see a way you can contest this as a side of DFM.
I mean, sorry, Labrom was great. Yeah. I think...
Has no one done that?
No, I don't think so.
What?
Yeah, but
Medic is not stepping up.
He's scribbling down
he's scribbling it down right now.
Rob, it's brilliant. But Dragon, as you say, going across the BDS, they'll still get control over Terra here. Question mark over Arya. Does he want to try and go for a play over the wall? But he sees he spotted. Great ward there for BDS to spotted any sort of play towards the mid lane, which means that Adam going to rotate back up top end to collect this wave as well.
Well, we've got a bit of time now because the Dragon's going to go down. It's not really going to lead to anything else. I imagine DFM are going to continue to kind of keep ping-ponging the waves. But this is a big series for BDS because I think the shock that was felt from them losing to Team Wales was just kind of resonated throughout. Like, the confidence that you lose from that series cannot be understated, and it really does feel like this is a series where they need to fight back to prove to everybody around them that it's like, look, we are still here. Yes, we did lose to Team Wales, but we were talking a little earlier. They're kind of an anomaly. We're not quite sure what Team Wales are, but BDS, they need to regroup. They need to get themselves back into the picture, and this series right now is going the way they want it to go.
It definitely does still feel like it's a slower pace for BDS. Like, this isn't kind of the confidence that I'd expect to see from them. It feels like it's maybe judging on like 60% of the confidence that you'd expect from them in a regular game, where it's like, okay, they are still playing for Dragons, they're still kind of playing towards what we expect from BDS, but I do think there are like windows of opportunity where it's like, oh, we could actually, you know, push the envelope a little bit. We can try and play a little bit more aggressive, like as we said earlier, like get Nuke into mid lane so we can test for Rift Herald. They don't end up doing that, and then they end up in a position where they're kind of fumbling over themselves to catch up on side lanes when Adam's being caught in. Now, I think again they're setting up well here. It's like Adam on bot side, he can push in. Nuke going to be able to create pressure on side lanes, so they're able to get mid. And like, this is kind of classic BDS, where it's like, cool, we will slowly but surely, you know, whittle you back, get you controlled in on your side of the map so we can play for Dragon. But I think the early to mid game, I'm still seeing windows where other teams could have potentially punished them.
DFM just kind of playing a bit passively right now. And again, I wouldn't say that the LGL has been known for their Titan killers over the years. They've definitely kind of improved over the years of the seasons as such, but this could be an opportunity for them to really put down their marker. Like, we always remember, you know, the Albus Nox Nunas from the TCL, the CBLOL's Kaboom Esports, maybe even Loud, we don't know yet as we come into this one. They need to try and find something. If you passively sit here, you can see it, the 1-3-1 is just so powerful. They're losing on all sides because they don't really have an idea of where to send people.
Yeah, and it's very hard to try and find the play that you need, because like Sheo has so much control when it comes to, hey, I can throw it in a bush, spot it if you're in it, and have all the information that I need. I can keep Crownie at bay here as well, because, well, Crownie as a Xayah, very safe. He's got a Braum in his back pocket as well, plus the shields that Sheo can offer. So to try and engage on this three-man unit mid is actually quite difficult. So as long as you can push mid like we're seeing with BDS, set up the vision on that top side once more, it just gives this slow control to BDS where they eat you, push you back further and further, and it becomes harder to keep control over the map.
It's a 5,000 gold lead. I will say a hell of a lot of that is centered into this Renekton right now. Not really doing a lot, but the thing is for Opperman is that he needs to try and find himself on the backside. If they can get Crownie to use his ultimate before anything big really kind of comes out of it, like the Unleash Power, like the Maokai ultimate, that's when you're able to kind of capitalize on Crownie. That's when you're able to try and do something positive with your team. But for the moment, everyone's happy to keep farming. Everyone's happy to wait for this Dragon, which is spawning in 2 minutes. And honestly, I think BDS aren't even going to try and contest the Baron. Normally, some teams, I mean, at least in the LPL, they would be very much lucky to try and contest this Baron for the moment. But for now, BDS are sitting pretty. Soul point, you're 5,000 gold up. Adam on a flank. Not going to pull the trigger just yet. He has got a Spear of Shojin for the moment. So, yes, he can do damage, but if he gets caught, he will go down.
Yeah, I still think, though, BDS, they're not exactly the type of team to, like, shotgun a Baron and just go, right, we're just going to take it, see what we can do. It's going to be more of a case of, like, as you're seeing, okay, top is now pushed in, bot is now, our mid is now pushed in, we got
You're
vision.
A liar.
They're not shotgunning it, because basically if you actually look where their vision is, they know exactly what's up here, and this is going to be more of a case of, all right, we're going to force DFM to come into us, and then we'll try and turn off the back of this.
It's the same as the last Rift Herald fight. There is the Maokai ultimate. Does land on a couple of people. The TP comes in. The Glacial Fisher to try and disengage from it. Crownie putting in serious work, and Death Steel going down. Now Nuke comes in from the flank. They jump on a Unipon. Appleman just kind of trying to stand forward, and it's doing work on the front lines. But but not quite enough to be able to take anyone down. They lose their jungler, they lose their top laner, and BDS, they're happy to go back onto the Baron.
And again, BDS, they're just playing well around these little choke points. Yutapon and Arya are trying to funnel themselves into River, but if you're doing that with, you know, Luke setting off to one side where he's got the Jace accelerating shock blast, or even he's able to come in over the side of the wall with the melee combo, that makes it very difficult. Crowny's getting a bunch of feathers that make it very difficult for you to operate coming into River, and this is what I was talking about, right? BDS will start this up, but they will turn and try and burn you down. So yes, you've got Yutapon has managed to make his way into River, but with Steel going down, you've got to try and back away to safety in towards this choke point. Arya now, with a ton of feathers in this area, isn't actually able to play forward. Yutapon has been forced out as well, and it just makes it very hard for you to actually play out these wide spread out fights for DFM where you're not getting caught by nuke and Crowny damage.
And they have to fight again. They have to look for this. I mean, like, a Mountain Soul is so massive with something like an Ivern trumped onto your team. It's just, but I mean, it doesn't look like they're going to go for anything. They're willingly letting this one go, and you can see the team fight damage powered by AWS. I mean, Crowny was untouched, just constantly putting in feathers, constantly putting down auto attacks. And I mean, he's huge right now, and even has the Mama Mortius third just to make sure that no one can really touch him.
And again, it was DFM getting off the bat first. They were the ones that got the kill, but as this game started to go on, they started to struggle. They couldn't really find the opportunities to link up. Steel gets caught, BDS find their opportunity to get the tempo back, get their first dragons, and then that's the game that BDS play. And now DFM feeling the worst for wear, but they need to find some moment to blow this game open. They need to find a pick, and they're looking at Adam.
They're looking at Adam. They're going to try and CC him down. The Infernal Chains will bring him back. Can they kill him off? All 5 members right on top of him. The Gore Drinker and the ult give him a fair bit of healing, but not enough to stop him. But your base, DFM, yes, you got rid of the Crocodile. Adam has died. He's not the one you need to be worried about. This is a huge wave. They still have 280 carries effectively. They could look to end the game.
You need to be careful though. Still 4 versus 5. No ultimates really available here for DFM, and BDS got it all.
Opperman looking to try and caps on top of them here. Looking to see if he can go for it, but he's a bit isolated. No one's really helping him out. Opperman goes down because the rest of his team couldn't move forward. Yutapon has only half his HP. Flash forward from Labrov to get down a little bit of a marker. Nothing else more. Harp has to use his ultimate. Almost goes down as well. They are trying to just continue to escort. No one can move on to Crowny. Crowny can just keep auto-attacking. No, he can ignore the Maokai and look to end the game. BDS took it slow. They took it steady. They were the tortoise. But are they going to be maybe taking a little bit too much? TP coming back in from Adam. Now you can see Labrov with the Unbreakable, keeping him alive. Harp goes down. Crowny still fearless in the fight. Takes down his opposite marker as Yutapon goes. And the triple kill from Nuke means that BDS will go 1-0 up in the series.
Shaky start for BDS, but when it got to 7 to 8 minutes, they were like, right, we know how to play this one out, lads. Stack the dragons, make sure we're able to play out through our lanes, slow and steady, get the vision, and then pull that trigger on the Baron when they had that chance. Really nice job from BDS to bounce back from a devastating loss earlier this week.
Yeah, really, really nicely done. But like you said, not as super confident in those early stages. Definitely opportunities for DFM, but I think the problem, DFM became their own worst enemy. They waited way too long to make things happen. It just felt like they were kind of hoping and praying that somebody had an opportunity to catch them out, and BDS never presented it, so it never happened.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of where this all started to crumble, was when Steel got caught, it was like, okay, well, now we're getting control over that initial dragon. We're starting to get ourselves into a position where we can play through sides, we can play through Nuke, we can play through Adam, who was just manhandling Opperman in that top lane. So bit of a short straw pulled here for DFM, and BDS looking confident.
Yeah, they do indeed. Well, BDS take a huge step towards themselves staying at Worlds 2023. We're going to send it to a break, and when we return, we'll have the analyst desk to set up Game 2.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn.
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Crowny's not putting in the DPS just yet. They will have vision of this. Harp going to look to try and maybe engage on top of this one here. They're going to get a nice little bit of vision. 3-man knock-up as well is huge, but Labron puts himself between everybody and the creeping CC. They're going to be able to take down Harp. Crowny has to go straight away into the feathers flying.
Coming around. I have a good flank at them. They use TP.
Good marker. Good marker.
I'm keeping okay. We can finish attack on my A.
No, just fight, I think.
Now New comes in from the flank. They jump onto Unipon. Appleman just kind of trying to stand forward, and it's doing work on the front lines.
Welcome back to Worlds 2023 at the analyst desk. And Mark, myself, Quickshot, going to break down what was a very one-sided game. And I'm going to be honest about it. It was a slow and steady stomp in which BDS surprised me a little bit. I was happy to see the bounce back from the squad, but I've also seen them win game one before and then not carried on through the series.
And to be fair, this was not the Adam show taking over. This actually felt very similar to the second game versus Team Wells, or at least the start of it, where it wasn't a lot of bloodshed. Adam was sort of passively winning on the top side through getting a big CS lead, just destroying the turret plates, and then they just continue to stack up the Drakes. They won the early fight gets around the Herald, and then it just kept snowballing for BDS.
It was one of those comps that felt like a traditional BDS comp. We were both laughing about, like, here comes the Braum, here
it is.
The Sheo, you know.
Ivern.
Ivern. Yeah, it was very, very traditional front-to-back team fighting.
That early game was so exciting. We were theorizing different Ivern skins we could be inventing. You know, but Mark's got one.
That's about what our conversation was talking about, because the game, not much going on.
Let's focus on that Riftail fight you did talk about. And I can't remember if it was Ender or Mark. One of you mentioned that Arya just wasn't with the team in previous games. So Ender, we saw it again.
Arya's picking up a wave in mid lane here, and check this out. DFM, this was their problem in their previous years, where they just send the engage. They don't have Appaman or Arya here. It's just a 3 versus 5. At this moment, I don't know. Harp gets instantly blown up, and Arya does some decent damage, but they can't finish off any kills because 2 major sources of damage just aren't there initially.
It's one of those games that's honestly a little hard to talk about because BDS did nothing wrong. You know, like, they got ganked one time, Crowny died, and then that was maybe the entirety of the struggle.
If you had Ezreal, he could have got away, just for the record.
Yeah, of course. But, like, that's about all they did wrong, and the rest of the things they did was they showed up at objectives, and they said, are you going to fight us? DFM, and DFM said, nah, probably not, bro. And that was the game. And then, like, the times they did show up, like you said, they didn't even show up in a coordinated fashion, and it made it very hard to, you know, look at some of the struggles we saw out of BDS a couple days ago and say, did they really fix these or not? And honestly, it doesn't seem like they're going to need to answer that question even to beat DFM potentially.
Yeah, I will say, too, that for the draft for BDS, while it is funny, it's like every champion sort of has the same idea, right? It's a ton of kite back, it's a ton of backline protection. So if there are ever these engages from DFM that aren't perfect, this type of comp destroys that style of gameplay. Like, if BDS just draft like that again, I don't really see what DFM, if they come in with a similar idea, how they break
Listen, I want to ask exactly what you would like to see from DFM. Before we get to that, let's round out the last replay we have here. We got another Baron fight, and again, or Baron setup, I should say. BDS just daring.
Look where Ari is, on the blue buff, and they're going for the fight again.
Oppaman's in bot lane, teleporting in as the rest of his front line is engaging.
It's over already.
Yep, you already have Steel dead by the time he comes in. Then, of course, you have this nice flank coming in from Nuke as well, just being able to jump on there. And they just never really ever felt set up. You can call these fights slaughters, walking into the meat grinder, like, I don't know what you want to call it, but yeah, it's nice setups by BDS, absolutely. But they never really felt pushed to have to even, like, mechanically play these fights out while you just hit the guy in front of you.
Yeah, by that point as well, I think BDS had also have a fairly significant gold lead. We're in absolute control of the game. They had all the dragons as well. Dragon stacking paid off for him. We got one last thing to look at, and every second counts thanks to the reliable Cisco network. Team BDS get the bot lane push in time while Adam dies to set up the game-ending sequence. This is one of those sacrifice your pawn to take down the enemy king type of moves here, Ender. What do you make?
Hey, this was like what happened with Adam in the last series, except the team was in position, ready to go and just run through bot lane. So yeah, he's there, 5 players show. And I think DFM thought we're trading the inhib for this kill, and they think they're probably losing the inhib anyways. But then BDS say, actually, no, we're going to end the game.
Yeah, I like the aggressiveness out of BDS here to say, okay, well, if you don't stop us, we're just going to keep going forward. They end up with Crowny positioned really far forward. That's only Oppaman who realizes kind of the threat of the situation, tries to stop them, but the rest of the team was not on the same page. Now it's a 4v4 with the Baron up, and this is exactly the position you can be in to end the game.
Again, Braum, Xayah, Ivern. If you don't walk in perfectly, you're going to get destroyed. That's what happens with Oppaman forward. Also, so many cooldowns got spent trying to kill that giant, beefy Renekton that Adam was playing that the actual fight here, I think BDS made the right call in realizing that they could just sort of hold their ground. That's exactly how this comp plays, whether it's in the base here or when they're the first to set up onto an objective. If they are the ones playing it control and the other team has to run into them, they're going to win 9 out of 10 teams.
And I appreciate that they took long enough that Adam could respawn and teleport in to be on the victory screen. You know, good teamwork there out of BDS. They seem to be bouncing back and that on the same page. Very nice to see.
Okay, so listen, let's zoom out for a second. And I know we have had a slightly more critical, slightly more negative tone here. I want to give kudos to BDS. They played clean, they played safe, they didn't really make any mistakes. I do want to be critical of DFM, but I also just want to remind everybody, if you didn't hear us when we began the tournament, DFM have had a rough summer. They've had role swaps, they've had roster swaps. There were situations on the team that also led to disciplinary action. I mean, these things are factoring. So despite the fact DFM won with all those troubles, we knew coming in they were going to have challenges to overcome. And we're seeing it again, right, in terms of their playstyle. Multiple games in a row. How could they win is the question I'm going to ask you.
Yeah, well, 2 days ago was the first time these 5 players played on a stage together. So what I need to see from them, I actually don't think you can solve the team fighting thing right now. I've changed my mind. It was bad the other day. It was not good in game number 1. I think they have to be able to snowball through the early game.
Win lane, win game.
I think top lane was okay. Like, it wasn't a disaster for them. They can leave top lane, handle it exactly how they did in this game, but they need very powerful mid jungle to be able to fight early, and then a fighting bot lane. If you're not snowballing and beating BDS on the early drakes, you're losing.
You're burger flipping. Yeah. You get your spatulas out.
Can we get Mark back on camera? Can you show me? Can you show me the animation for burger flipping? Come on, just do it again.
You get there, you get some spatulas.
Yeah. Are you doing 2 burgers at once?
Yeah, of
two
course.
burgers
Double
at once.
decker. Dude, you ever see any of those hot girls? You go there, in and out. They're flipping them constantly.
Sorry.
Get a hot grill. You flip the
Where do I
burgers.
watch? Okay, well, listen. I think we're going to find out where he's watching this content in just a moment. I believe we're about ready to jump into picks and bets. So over to Dagda and Asheen for hopefully some hot girl burger flipping action.
Grill.
Hot grill.
Grill.
You did not say grill.
You said grill. I said grill. They're having fun. Like they're having a good time.
Lost it at this stage. It's kind of like
I love the vibe of Play-In's desk right now. It's pure chaos. But I mean, they kind of hit the nail on the head from the last game. It was BDS saying, let's go for everything, and DFM kind of saying, nah, we won't go for anything right now. And that was kind of the end of the game then.
But if Adam's just dismantling your top lane, it's like, all right, we'll leave him be. We don't have to worry about it. Then Nuke eventually gets to his
Wait, never mind.
Like,
we have to worry about it.
Yeah. And then it's a case of, all right, cool, well, if we're just going to slowly be able to stack up dragons and play our game, well, why are we trying to overforce things? We can just play this out slow and guarantee that we end up winning. And I'd say a good amount of it came from the sheer shellacking they got after the last series, where it was like, hey, look, lads, why are we not bringing BDS's style to Worlds? Why are we playing so scared? And at least in this one, there were still some moments where I think they could have pushed it a bit harder, but it definitely wasn't the same kind of fear that we got out of them in the last game.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see. We are going to have a swap of sides as we get BDS now onto the blue with DFM onto the red. And of course, that Senna ban going to remain. It's not something BDS want to ever have to deal with. And in fairness, the way she's been going, it is definitely a safe ban to be throwing out there for most people.
I think she just opens up so many different opportunities, like the Tam Kench and that kind of stuff. It's such an insanely strong pick. But Talia going to be taken away as well. We're going to continue to see the Darius ban. Is it Orianna? And then what do we get after that from DFM? I think the problem is, unfortunately for Appleman, is that you can't really keep Adam contained in the manner that you would like, especially since it kind of feels like Appleman just defaults automatically to the Aatrox every time, which just means you've got so many chances to try and go for picks. Rakan was the last ban here. Will DFM keep the same stuff?
No, they go for the Rakan themselves, taking that away from Sheo, but see what BDS want to go for. I mean, the Xayah, I was going to say the Xayah feels like a no-brainer, but now the Rakan has been left open. I feel like you have to pick it on this rotation. You give over the Xayah Rakan on red side, that's just not unforgivable.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's a Rakan Sejuani pick, if that's the way they want to go, like secure themselves a strong jungler, because you know that's the direction Sheo does tend to go. But you also have to be worried, because last game, I mean, an Ivern Jace pickup could work really well here as well. I think Rakan would be a silly pick to leave open, but they want to try and prioritize the Kai'Sa, it looks like, instead.
Get the Kai'Sa going again, the handshake between the 80 carries. Yeah, we'll see if Rackers is coming in. Medic probably knows what's going to come next, as he's knows how good the Rakan can be. I mean, look, we'll wait for it to be locked in, but now we can look towards BDS. I mean, if the Rakan isn't locked in, we imagine they go for that, and then probably just a jungle pick, get the Sejuani in for Sheo.
I'm surprised by how much discussion is going on with the DFM side, though. Okay, yeah.
Whoa!
So, maybe look... Yeah, I'm not entirely sure exactly what the game plan is here, because I was like, okay, well, surely if you want to go for this, maybe you take the Ivern away, and then you could get the Tristana for yourself. Tristana getting some nerfs coming in here, which is why we've seen her be slightly less popular. But it does mean now, again, you can kind of go, hey, okay, looks like it's actually going to be Vi. I wasn't sure if you go Ivern into the chase, but you've got to take the Rakan here.
Yeah.
Xayah Rakan is such an insanely strong bot lane, and for Harp, what do you try and answer with? Maybe the Nautilus is the pickup you want to go for here, but it means you've got no jungler to come through.
I was going to say, maybe you go for the jungler instead, just to kind of cover it and say, look, Harp, we're sorry, but you're going to have to take a couple of bans here. That's just kind of how it is. And yep, the Ivern being locked in and loaded there for steal. I mean, it does make sense when you've got those double 80 carries, but again, like we mentioned, now Harp's going to walk down the line of kind of seeing what's available to him, let alone kind of, what he's going to be able to kind of prioritize.
Yeah, so I think for BDS, it is going to be a case of ban away the Nautilus, ban away these kind of things, even maybe the Alistar as well, to just make sure the Harp, because Harp had a great game in the Alistar the last one, would just make them uncomfortable in that bottom lane where it's like there's no real answer to the Rakan. And then on the opposite side, as you say, just go Olaf, get rid of any champions that might be an issue. Maybe it is the Renekton ban for DFM here, and just go, hey, look, try and get the Aatrox, get Appleman comfortable, and then leave the potential answer if open for Harp in that last rotation.
Yeah, I feel like if you know that Appleman's going to be playing Aatrox, there's no point in trying to hide it. You know, if that's what he plays, that's what he plays. That's just the end of the kind of story there. So we'll see what he ends up kind of going for here, as we do have the Rel being locked away. So they might go back towards the Alistar again. Does decent into something like the Rakan. You've got the Pulverize when he tries to go in aggressively with that knock-up, so you can try and just kind of punish him there. But maybe you go something slightly different. And honestly, I quite like a Blitzcrank here. Kind of separate out the side of BDS as best you can and try and pick him off.
I'd actually would prefer the Alistar though, because when you're setting up for Kai'Sa, Tristana, you are playing more for team fight, and I think that's where the Alistar can really thrive. You get the lockup coming through from the Ivern, and even the fact that the Ivern's Q lets you then follow up as Alistar into attack range. You can get the Q, you can get the headbutt back. You essentially do the Blitzcrank thing just as an Alistar, right? Yeah. So I think that's where you then kind of miss out on what Alistar brings to the table, but we're going to have to see if Harp can have that big impact. Jax taking for Adam in that top lane, and Nuke going back towards El Clasico for himself. This was one of the champions that we did see him perform on in playoffs. The Cassiopeia into the Tristana is definitely going to be one where the Tristana will have a good amount of push, but if you end up trying to set up these ganks, it can be very difficult for Tristana to escape.
And we'll see what they want to go for here right now, as you can get plenty of late game scaling. The Poppy getting locked in here now for Appleman, so quite like this, to be perfectly honest. It enables or disables a lot of what you're going to be trying to do here from BDS. The Jax, the Rakan, the Vi, all going to struggle to kind of get in around that if your top lane is there. However, put a caveat on that, Appleman never really grouped up with his team until it was way too late in the game and he was already too far behind.
It is actually like decent into the Jax though, where he can't use his leap strike and that, so even in lane it makes it very hard for the Jax to punish you, because you can slam your hammer on the ground as Poppy, get that slow, and then alleviate a lot of the damage that can come through from the Jax, and you can generally do okay in the wave clear. But as the game goes on, Jax would just completely ignore the Poppy and just take towers like it's no tomorrow. But it does mean for BDS, the Cassiopeia's in a bit of a weird spot. Cassiopeia generally likes teams that play into her, but when you're looking at DFM, it's more of a almost weird pick comp slash like get the route from the Ivern to pull a member in as a Blitzcrank and then start off the fight. So I think you're going to have Cassiopeia in a bit of a weird spot. So I think BDS were kind of reading the more traditional route, same as myself, that I thought DFM would go towards, which is the team fight dive that Tristana and Kai'Sa can work well in. But instead they're kind of playing this weird pick style with some of the dive. So I'm curious to see how DFM's comp actually works out in the grand scheme of things.
Well, BDS 1-0 up against DFM. They win this game, they get a 2-0, they go to the next round. It's not quite the qualification match yet, but they are in double elimination matches should they win today and then obviously tomorrow. But for DFM, they do not want to leave this world without a game win. They do not want to have to try and go home after having such an incredibly, kind of turbulent year, fighting to get back to this spot. They don't want to go home empty-handed. They want to try and make this as best they possibly can, but Blitzcrank is freaking me out. It's just the animations are just going a bit too fast for me. But we'll jump onto the Rift and we'll see what DFM have in the back pocket. And honestly, I know you were saying about the Alistar, and you're absolutely 100% correct, but I like the chaos that the Blitzcrank can bring. Again, we've always talked about this when we talked about it for Shousey on CFO the other day, where it's like, all it takes is one good hook. All it takes is one moment to kind of, completely blow open a game. And that's what DFM got to look for. If they play passive like they did in game number 1, it's just not going to go anywhere.
I do agree that definitely the Blitzcrank does bring a bit of chaos, but BDS kind of playing that controlled style. Well, already you can see the wards going down to spot Harp out on this potential invade, and actually might be looking for the 2v2 in this bottom bush. You can see they're setting up here, but I don't think they're going to actually find the Blitzcrank as he comes along here.
Not going to find it, not going to make any connections. Of course, you just saw it on your lower screen there. You can connect your League of Legends account with your Prime Gaming to grab the exclusive experimentation emote. We'll see what they're able to kind of go for. And, I mean, right now, I think for DFM, I need more proactivity. They were great in the first game in the bot lane, but then after that, it just kind of did nothing, and Crownie was able to get like 40 CS ahead. So proactivity is the name of the game. I don't want to see them go passively, kind of away from this. Bruv. Hooked in, but yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if you want this fight right now. The Ignite goes in, traded back as well. Harp not using his flash just yet. The Ghost comes out. Yutapon thinking about maybe going aggressive onto this one, and he is going for that one there. 1 or 2 more auto attacks should be enough, and Yutapon gets the first blood. What DFM needed, they to provide.
And now as well, even Steel moving into this bot side. Wants to try and take a bit of a steal away of the camps here. Force Sheo away from this bot end of the map, but nicely done. Burns the Ghost, chases down Labrov, and now Crownie's in a very difficult position as Harp starting to play up once more on that bot side.
Great to see, again, like kind of the small little weird moments there that kind of work in DFM's favor, and great to see Steel using that opportunity to go for the steal, like you said, because now he knows he has bot lane priority, he doesn't need to be worried about anyone kind of coming up, and now Harp can sit here in a brush, may look for a flash knock-up, swing and a miss, but you miss every shot you don't take.
Yeah, Appaman taking a couple of shots himself and missing his health bar, but we'll have to see if he's going to be able to try and keep himself in check on this top side. You can see with the way Ivern is path clear, he'll be moving back. He just did his bot side, set them up all up. He's going to move back towards his top side, and you can see, I think, going to need to help out Appaman a little bit just to collect this wave, so Adam isn't just taking pop shots at him every single time.
Yeah, he's going to need a little bit of help just to make sure he doesn't find him, you know, halfway up the lane and not able to kind of capitalize. Seeing Appaman trying to see if he can maybe go for a little bit of those kind of buckler shades, and I like what he's doing there. He's kind of making sure he has the grasp of the Undying to proc, then throws out the buckler to get a guaranteed bit of HP.
Yeah, I think Adam kind of like, okay, where the hell is Steel? Because you can see the ward that he has on towards the...
Ooh, Arya. Yeah, I don't think he wanted that fight at all. And now Steel, ooh, they miss each other. They miss each other.
They literally have no idea. They didn't see each other at all.
Oh, no! He had no idea that they're coming in now. He's actually looking at it. Oh, Sheo just kind of wiggled underneath the tower. And now Steel knows that he's there. Not going to be able to get him away. He failed it over the wall. Sheo will take a fair bit of damage. That's a Red Bull Ivern who will do a fair bit of damage for the moment. Nuke might have to be called in here to save his jungler. Steel, not the biggest of 1v1ers on the Ivern.
Did need to be careful there, Steel, because you actually had push on bot side. You can see them considering moving up, but with the fact that they were behind, they're actually just going to back away and keep themselves safe, not wanting to go too hard as Appaman!
Oh, Appaman, he needs to get away from this last auto. Doesn't use his flash, neither does Adam. Inches away from getting the solo kill on the top side, and I mean, look, it's kind of back to basics here for Adam. As we can see, Nuke having a much better time of this one here, but now the double knockback, the flash, the auto, the shield! Oh, Steel! Right at the last second coming in clutch for his mid laner, but Arya was definitely looking at a different mid lane than we were.
Yeah, I mean, he went in thinking, oh yeah, I've got this, and then realized real quick, hang on a second, I don't want to be here anymore. Struggling a lot into Nuke, who's been consistently able to manage these Qs, and now Sheo will find Steel.
Yeah, they're going to find themselves now in this one here, but there's a Blitzcrank on there, so they're jumping, getting the knock up, and the kill down. Nuke gets nuked down. Now they can maybe look to try and get the Tristana off this one. Harp has nowhere to really go. A flash forward from Sheo confirms that kill, a 2-for-1 as BDS were ready. Adam thought about maybe going for that one, but the Graspy Undying proc comes in, and that keeps Appaman alive for now.
Does mean, though, that Adam, look, he's going to get the reset. He has the TP to get back into lane. Appaman does as well, but the wave is in a horrible spot for Appaman, pushing away from him. So Adam could actually... I imagine he will TP back in just to make sure that he can keep this wave in a decent spot. Yeah, there it goes. But he's going to be in a very nice spot. This, though, I mean, I don't know if they knew Harp was there. You can see the question mark ping going down as Harp was starting to roam up. Good sidestep from Nuke, and forcing the flash from Harp, or the knock-up from Harp as well. Having Labrov coming into position, and Harp ends up pulling Sheo in on top of him, which actually gives Sheo the ground he needs to follow up. As you look at the picture-in-picture, good trade onto Udapon as well, as he will have to be forced back. But Harp still in mid, still has his Hex Flash. Nuke very safe on this one.
Knows he hasn't got a flash, but Hex Flash over the wall. Does he have the hook? He does indeed. They all jump in on top of him, and now Nuke goes down. Sheo just a little too far away to try and help out his mid laner, and DFM starting to get the ball rolling in mid lane.
I mean, Sheo knew that that was happening. You could see path up through mid lane to support Nuke in case something went wrong, but they managed to catch him just before he hits the level 6, because if you actually had the level 6 hit there, I think it could have been a very different story where they actually get the turnaround, but not quite able to do so. Now, just been an issue. Sheo just wanted to pick up that at least experience underneath the tower, so that doesn't go to waste.
Good from DFM. They're trying to give a couple of questions to BDS. Yes, BDS are doing well in their jungle and top lane, but for the moment, it's a pretty decent start here for DFM between the mid and the bot. So see if they can convert that into dragons, objectives, things that can make this, this game go on a little bit longer, a little bit more shaky for BDS. But for now, Harp has spent not a lot of time in this bot side, and he's gonna maybe go for something here. The knock-up is not going to land onto the AD carry, but now Harp is in no man's land, and Sheo picks up his 3rd kill of the game. Yeah, I don't think Steel wants anything to do with this, and now, top lane, oh, lovely flash from Adam! Appaman needs to get between the wall, and they're going to be able to get him out, but the Ivern is not going to be as lucky. Udapon has just kind of waited for everyone else to walk away so we can try and farm a bit, but BDS getting back on the board.
Yeah, Appaman had to flash the thick boy, but managed to get over it, but on the bottom side, Nuke was already roaming down. Sylas' ultimate here in mid lane if Arya does go over aggressive, but manages to funnel Steel back into Sheo, and they're able to get another kill. 4-0 for Sheo on this jungle matchup right now. He is going to be so strong when he's targeting Yutapon or Arya in these fights.
That's the thing, when you have something like a Vi getting this far ahead, it just becomes so obnoxious to do it, because you're going to get your items early, you're going to be, you know, ahead of the enemy AD carries or even the mid laner now, and not only that, but then your whole combo could literally kill off a Kai'Sa or Tristan if they get caught.
And it's also just Adam diff as well. I mean, 2 plates going across and 20 CS lead for himself. He's going to be able to play towards his Rift Tower that's about to spawn. And you can see here, Sheo was like, okay, Nuke, I'm here if anything goes wrong. But just the second he steps away, that's when the team actually steps up on DFM to try and make the play happen. So, a bit unfortunate for Nuke there. And then on the bot side, Labrov tries to get both. Yutapon able to get the speed up to walk away. But you'll see Crownie able to step up nicely with the root, sets up for Sheo. And even look at where Nuke is on the minimap, actually it just disappears. But Nuke in a position there to get Steel where he's caught out, grounded, and taken out by Sheo as well at the back end of this.
Yeah, does try and help out his top bot lane, but that's the thing with the Ivern, and he can't really follow up. He has to be there before anything goes down. Now, Sheo maybe going to try and find Yutapon. He's on the blue buff. Yeah, he's on the blue buff, so he's actually going to find himself a blue. Yutapon moving the very, very long way around, and unfortunately, I think he's going to lose this huge wave as well, because he's not got priority at all. They did just take the Rift Herald on the side of DFM, so they've got that for themselves, but it's going to be hard to try and defend this.
Nuke is reset, though. I don't think they can actually go for the dragon. You can see Sheo wanted to go towards it there and started to power up his Q, but with Arya having pushing mid, Steel being there, Harp having access to his flash now that's just come back up, I don't think they're able to really push too far forward onto this one. And giving up the Rift Herald, not being able to respond with the Dragon as well, it's a bit of a rough scenario, because now Steel can actually use that with Arya, who's already got some chip damage on the mid lane, get mid priority, rotate down towards the Dragon. Like, this is, at least for the moment, DFM playing well around objectives.
Yeah, and you can see now Appleman having that Bomby Cinder should be able to keep himself relatively safe in that top side. Still no flash available for either top laner, as they did lose it in that last little skirmish. 4-0 Sheo. He's all the kills right now for BDS. He would have loved if that went onto the Xayah or the Cassiopeia, but now he needs to step up. This is the thing. You can always say if, buts, and maybes about where these things go, but Sheo now has to realize that in the mid-game, he is the carry. Already has the Divine Sunderer so far accelerated, but now they may look for a fight after the Dragon's been taken. BDS looking to be aggressive here. Labrov should be able to fight backwards should he get caught out, and a hop over the wall keeps Arya safe. So no Dragon contest really. Zappaman just wants to try and reset this wave.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a weird reset time. Actually, the stun does land on Zappaman, but the Arya wasn't really in a position to contest mid-wave, so they couldn't quite make the play with Steel of Rift Herald into a potential takeover of River. So not able to set that up means that they can't really be in a position to contest. And now BDS at least get their Dragon stacking, but 10 minutes into the game, BDS, they have a very late scaling composition with the Jax, the Cassiopeia, and also that Xayah, but still, I think trying to hold control would be great.
Oh, you're grounded, and you are knocked up. No shield is going to help you, Arya, and that is just really well done there by the side of BDS's mid-jungle, just to capitalize on an overextended Arya.
Good read from Sheo as well. Like, you kind of expect Steel to link up with Harp there, because Harp hadn't gone for the reset, whereas Yutapon had, so they're trying to make that play happen in mid lane again, but Sheo just manages to tip them to the post, get into mid, get that kill for themselves, get the gold, and again, as long as you can keep this top half the map perfectly fine, there's not really much threat on towards Crownie at this stage to try and go for a dive or anything like that, so Adam just gets to continue being a menace on these sidelines.
See, no stun to come in there from the heroic charge. Not really going to get anything else from it. Not getting the first item there from Nuke. He's kind of going a couple of half items there, kind of a million different ways of building right now, but once he gets up to those 3 items, they're going to come in so quick.
I'm surprised to see him rush the Ryleys. Usually we kind of see the Leandries rush, but the Leandries, then you can finish off your Seraphs and Brace, and it all kind of makes a nice little package before you go Ryleys, but in this one, feeling like he really needs to try and slow down Harp and keep people from being able to just chase him down, so we'll see exactly how this one goes, but definitely going to be lacking in damage build as he goes for that utility and health first over some of that damage that Leandries can offer.
Maybe coming out here from Harp as he waits over the wall to try and catch someone a little bit far away. Plenty of dashes available for Rakan though, so it's again slippery customer to try and fully burst down. Does have a silence on the Blitzcrank, so maybe there's an opportunity there. It's both the top laners now going for a little bit of a trade. Appleman kind of coming out the better of the two, despite him being down on a full completed Mythic.
Yeah, the Divine Thunder, though, will help Adam just heal himself up that little bit as the time goes on. Even just the fact that, again, he's still picking up the levels that he needs and everything like that. Eventually, when you hit 2 items as this Jax, it just becomes so difficult for Appleman because he just doesn't have the damage to take out the Jax, and Jax pretty much just ignores him as he takes towers. So Adam is going to be a menace in side lanes, and that's where for DFM, they were kind of hoping to have a stronger mid lane that could play around, Harp having a bigger impact so they could start that bot lane snowball as well. But without that, this is what we're going to see pretty often, is just Jax taking over in these towers on the side lanes.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a repeat of game number 1, unfortunately, for Appleman. He's just not really set up for success. I don't think we've seen Steel go up there any at all. Like, he just has to accept that he's going to lose gold.
Yeah, he was never really set up to succeed, as we said. Like, he hasn't really played competitively in 2 years. Suddenly had to come back into the team, like 32 years old. The guy's a dad. Like, anyone who has a young child is going to know they don't get to play games. So I can't really blame Appleman in this one.
Baby Appleman's at home looking at his dad. His dad's got work to do.
Yeah, Applebob is at home. But
that's so cute.
But it's just a case of like, look, the guy is doing his best, and given the scenario, he is doing a good job to, again, not die. He will fall behind gracefully, and that's kind of the most you can ask for.
Yeah, I mean, look, DFM are starting to put down some serious pressure in this mid lane, but with Dragon spawning in a minute's time, a lot of pressure around this bot side, around this river, trying to gain some kind of vision control. And you can see that nice little ward nestled in behind the wolves there. That could be an angle for Adam to TP in, or even Nuke to TP in to stop a retreat.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they're looking for, especially with Dragon, as you say, coming up. Harp, though, wants to try and find the play.
Oh, Hook goes wide. Flash has been used now by Harp. Not the biggest one in the world. Just have the Hex Flash available too. I mean, Appleman reset, and you can see him now looking to try and just hold against the Demolish proc, and now the tower has gone down. He's going to have to use the ultimate. Knock Jax right up into the air, but that's 2 towers going in. You're going to have a lane economy snapshot presented by MasterCard. I mean, it's 6-6-6 there. It is Freaky Friday for Arya, but, I mean, the rest of his lanes just ain't looking so hot.
I really just don't know what he's supposed to try and achieve here. He's trying his best to keep control over Nuke, but with Sheo constantly hovering around, and even with Harp's intervention, it just hasn't been enough to really snowball this lead in the way that Arya was hoping. Now with Riley's completed as well for the Cassiopeia, it becomes very difficult for Harp to try and play hyper far forward, because in theory he wants to just run across the Miasma and then look for a hook using the W, but doesn't really have that chance because now with the Rileys. So I'm curious to see exactly what the plan is for Harp. I personally would like to see him go like Boots of Swiftness, because it reduces not only the slow on the Miasma, but also yourself slow in your W as well. So it means that you've got an opportunity to then try and play around some of the builds that BDS are coming for, and he's going for the Everfrost, which is quite a lot of gold. So maybe he's just like, look, I don't really care about trying to play around Nuke or mid lane anymore. I just want that utility for the team fights.
DFM want this fight. They are not going to let BDS get a free Dragon again. There could be a hook to come out here. So you see that the Daisy was used as a little bit of a kind of a shield to flash away there, but Appleman just get grounded a little bit. He's going to use Adam as a little bit of a taxi out, but I don't think he's got any way out at all. Adam finally gets a kill here on his opposite number, and now Sheo goes straight onto Steel, but it's going to be difficult to finish off this kill. I say that double kill for Adam. As he goes forward onto this, takes a fair bit of damage on the back side of it, but I mean, a 2 for none. BDS, they want to try and put the final nails in the coffin of the LGL.
Yeah, you're going to get to move over towards that second Dragon now. They'll pick that one up. DFM trying to respond in mid. Currently just looking to clear out the wave so they can't get the tower, but it will fall regardless thanks to Arya having that buster shot. But there we go.
They know it's coming. Udapon is going to walk away from this one, so now it's a 2v3, because you can see Adam just kind of moving around, trying to find somebody to catch out. He's sitting there on a little bit of a ward, trying to make sure he knows no one's going to be able to catch him out. They're not going to be able to get everybody out of this one here. The Blitzcrank goes down next. Lavrov just biding his time. There's no tower for Arya. He's in no man's land, and he knows it. He's going to maybe try and push towards this tower to maybe get a little bit of damage, but it's going to be all for naught, because right now he is between a rock and a hard place, and imagine if Adam had a real weapon.
Yeah, it would not be looking very pretty for Appleman in that top side, but for BDS it's looking fantastic. 9-3 in kills, a 6,000 gold lead for themselves. They get the kill on top. They nearly considered going for the tier 2 on the bot side, but I'm glad they didn't, simply because it's too many members of DFM that would have been able to collapse on them. But it does mean that if they're going to lean bot, Adam kind of overextended top lane, but just looks to push the wave and back on out of there.
Yeah, and there's no real vision either for the side of DFM on that top side, as they had just committed so much to the bot lane, so they weren't really maybe comfortable going for it. so many if, buts, and maybes and questions for DFM, but I mean, looking across the scoreboard right now, 3-0-1 for Adam, 4-0-3 here for Sheo. He has stepped up today, and yes, Nuke was a little bit of a kind of target, if you will, for the side of DFM in the early stages, but it doesn't matter. The man has 2.5 items, fully stacked tier, feeling fine.
At this stage, it's so difficult for DFM to pull this back, and again, not being able to fall back to the team fight makes this very difficult. As long as BDS are playing the way they are, it's going to be great. And I mean, Observer
gets hooked, gets into the feathers and flashes away. Aria was there available. Oh, the roots come down! Crowny goes down, but he takes two with him in a 2v1. Crowny stands tall, and the rest of his team know they can go full tilt on that top side. I mean, we're only 18 minutes into the game. You wanted a confident game from BDS. They're knocking on the doors.
I mean, the fact you've already got the tier 2 and top down before you get the mid tier 1 down says exactly how this game has gone for DFM. Now you put down the Rift out of mid. Sheo hops over the wall, says, fantastic, we'll take another one as we make our way out of here. I like that DFM are attempting to make the plays. They're not going to go quietly, but unfortunately, Crowny's a little bit louder than they are.
Yeah, Crowny was saying, all right, look, you know what, you're going to take me down, but I'm going to take you with me. That's just kind of how this one's going. But I mean, it is those little things. I feel like Harp needed to be slightly faster on the silence, because you can see it right here. There's a split second where Crowny gets to be able to use his ultimate, and that's the difference. Harp needed to hit the silence.
So actually, I think this is a result of the Blitzcrank nerfs. I'm not going to like say I'm a pro and understanding clarity, but I've noticed more. Blitzcrank got nerfed in the attack speed for the jungle, and I actually think it's now affected his ability to ease someone before they get that opportunity. So I've noticed more when I'm playing Blitz, people have opportunities to like flash away or use key ultimates, and that's why I think we've actually started to see a couple of Blitzcranks go for the opposite way around, as you say, where you hook, immediately silence, then go for the punch, rather than what used to be the reverse combo. So it's been a bit interesting to see, but win probability powered by AWS is kind of telling a lot of a story here.
I was trying to zoom in on my own self there just to see like how, enhance, zoom and enhance. It's like, is that 100%? Because that's literally not possible in the game of League of Legends, but I think it was 99.9 or something. It was almost 100%, but yeah.
NCI BDS is on the case.
Yeah. Zoom, enhance, and increase the quality of the picture somehow.
It's not magic, it's film.
Yes. Everything's entertainment. But, I mean, look, entertaining for LEC fans right now. BDS feeling an awful lot more confident. And honestly, it's kind of been them just capitalizing on DFM's mistakes. And yes, like you said, DFM, it's great to see them going for things. But BDS have had the answers. Like, BDS have always been ready so far this game to kind of go for it. Yes, they got caught out maybe once, but it's going to be a 20-minute spawn. I mean, you can go for it. Look at your items.
This is a shotgun bar. This is how we're just going to do it. BDS, this is the confidence that we want to see. Adam has complete control over bot side. They're going to shred this thing. I would have preferred Nuke being in the pit at the moment, but looks like they might still try and turn for the fight. It's now spotted by DFM.
Here we go. They're going to try and make this one work with the quickness, but it's just a delay right now. Labrov should be able to back away from this one. Baron secured. 100% no way of sealing that one whatsoever. Now Nuke trying to move in, just getting bonked back by the Justice Hammer. We're going to see Appleman flash away and keep himself alive, but I mean, getting out of here with people is going to be good for DFM because they're not the ones winning this fight. They're the ones falling behind.
Sheo's way overextended though.
Oh, I can't get him there because they've got a Chem Rift, get themselves a nice little extra bit of movement off of those blast cones. And now, how do you defend this right now? You're going to have to try and go so far extended with your AD carries. And I mean, I don't know how you're going to try and move forward.
Yeah, I think at this stage, it might be BDS who are just going to back away. They're looking towards that bot tier 2. Wave is a little bit far out for them. I think they might need to just go and take a quick reset here because, I mean, you picked up a lot of gold coming through from the Baron. They've actually been on the map for a little bit of time, so it may just be a case of try to threaten the tier 2 on bot side as Adam goes to the top side play as well.
Yeah, look, you got 2 items now onto Arya. You're going to need the equivalent of a Lee Sin flash pick from Arya's Tristana. Jump over, put someone within turret range, maybe hook somebody else. It's not just one hook you need. You need multiple things to go well. And Adam, with the W, just ignore Arya right now and just gonna go, cool. Like, I'll go back. I'll be back in the next wave. 30 seconds, see you again.
Labrov off on the side, though. You can see he hasn't been spotted thanks to that control ward. So maybe they're looking at trying to make a play. But again, the waves are a little bit messy for BDS at the moment. Like, Adam collapsed his, so you have areas able to deal with that. Now Sheo collapses mid. BDS are going to move over here. Harp.
Oh, there's a good hook, and they'll jump immediately down onto Sheo. Sheo will fall down, but the feathers have already been laid down. It's a trade back of 1-for-1. I mean, that's all DFM can really hope for, but I mean, losing so much that it's so hard to see them kind of, again, it feels like a loss even though it's technically a win.
I mean, the Dragon is going to now be up and available for them as well, so even without a jungler, I don't think DFM can really do particularly much. They're stuck in their own base. The BDS immediately turn over to that. That's 3 Dragons, a nearly 3,000 gold Red Bull Baron power play, and the base in shambles. Like DFM, they're just going to be slowly but surely pushed in once more. And even when they find the good hook here, to try and take down the buy, there's just too much damage to immediately follow up on it.
Yeah, you can see just how long it takes them to kill off Sheo. To be honest with you, they nearly don't kill him at the end as well. Just about goes down to the W of Arya, and of course the turret shot as well, but got an awful lot. Now 11,000 gold are just the lowest. Looking at a Chem Soul coming up now in about 4.5 minutes. Baron will run out in 30 seconds, but Nuke's 3 items. You've got 3 items onto Crowny. You're looking at a 3-0-2 Jax who's building up towards a Zhonya's.
It's not the 3 items that's giving me confidence that BDS are happy. It's the Sorcerer's Elixir that is in the hands of Nuke that's just like, we end on next push. That is all. I'm not going for another item. We end now, we finish it. And DFM, they kind of know it. They're very quickly trying to see if they can find a pick, find something to slow this down, because Adam is knocking on the base and there's no DFM at home.
No one's at home, and once they know you're not there, they will break down your doors, and this is where the game starts to just become about the min-maxing. Is really, if you're BDS, you're slow, you're steady, you're confident, you don't need to overforce anything. On DFM, you're hoping for a miracle right now. I know it's Freaky Friday, but they need something strange and wonderful to happen for them because they're just so far behind. I mean, I don't like saying this a lot of times because it does feel disingenuous sometimes, but right now, it's a mistake needs to happen for them. If BDS just kind of dot their I's, cross their T's, there's not really a lot of opportunities for DFM.
It's not even a singular mistake.
Multiple.
Yeah, and again, you need like, you still got top tier 1 and bot tier 1 that's up. You can try and threaten like a tier 2, but does that really give you the opportunity to get enough gold to threaten in 3 minutes time this Chemtech Soul that's going to be coming up again? Chemtech Soul isn't the end of the world, but it just makes it so much more difficult to actually deal with BDS, who are already struggling to find the picks in the burst for. Labrov just hop over the wall if he really needs to.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, he doesn't even, he can wait, get hooked, and then just go away. Yeah, just go away. So he can actually use the Blitzcrank as a delivery system for the quickness as well. That's the scarier part. So right now, the Blitzcrank hook, not as scary for certain members of BDS. I'm looking at the likes of the Jax, the Vi, and of course the Rakan, but right now, BDS very slow and steady. They're going to wait. There's going to be a Dragon in 2.5. There's a Baron in 1.5. They do not have to rush this. Again, it's an elimination match. They need to make sure everything is perfect.
Again, BDS though, like, this is a fantastic performance from them, and a significantly better one than I think people were expecting from them when they kind of crumbled the last day. But a win here, again, would set them up brilliantly. Set them up against CFO, a potential to kind of right the wrongs as to what happened to them previously and see if they can get that win over the PCS. And then find themselves up against find themselves in that qualification series. But it's not just this series they have to perform in. It is going to be that series against CFO again to just get into the qualification series.
Yeah, and we'll see Gam against Loud tomorrow. BDS most likely going up against CFO. TP all the way back. This is your Hail Mary. This is your last moment, DFM. Your World Championship relies on this. That's a good pick. Now it's a 4v5. Adam and Appleman now here. He jumps in on top of Nuke, gets the knockup, but they can't move forward just yet. They know the Petrifying Gaze is something so dangerous to move forward in. There's the redemption to try and keep him in. Big hook, big kill, shut down. Now DFM, can you get any more? They're going to look for the hop forward. Arya moves over, flash by Adam, shuts down everything. Double kill. Unipon trying to kite back as best he can. A great hook there, puts Sheo underneath the tower. He flashes away. It's a 3v3, but you still favor BDS.
Yeah, I mean, they get the kills, the response kills, they get the tower, the inhibitor, they're going to be able to back away. It's a beautiful fight from DFM, but it comes that little bit too late to really be capitalized on.
Let's have a look at this one here, because it's a huge flank. And again, it's Labrov going a little bit too far forward.
Yeah, great hook from Harp. The burst damage is there with Unipon to take him out entirely. And then BDS with the flank coming through from Appleman. You can see the immediate ult from Crowny, thinking Appleman was going for him. But he actually went for Nuke, so baits out the ult from Crowny. And then, yes, you get the pullback to keep Appleman at bay. But a great hook again from Harp onto Nuke. And at this stage, it's like, you just need to call it quits there. But Arya sees blood in the water, but didn't realize it was DFM blood, and ends up giving it across. to BDS with a kill back. If Udapon had fallen, that would have been game right there. But the fact he doesn't means that BDS have to respect Udapon and back away and come back to fight another day.
Come back to fight indeed. Crowny just using everything within his disposal. And it was a fight between the AD carries there. Udapon versus Crowny in our Mercedes featured matchup. And honestly, right there and then, it could have been the game now. We go back onto the Baron. They know it's being started. They know it's being done. They have to fight this. They can't let this go down.
Harp, who can he get the hook on?
Go. Lavrov looking for the quickness. He does get silenced straight away. They're not going to be able to stop Adam from moving in on top of Appleman. And the Blitzcrank is dead. Turned to scrap. Adam moves forward, gets bonked back, but it's a double kill for Crowny. He wants to join the 80 carries that have picked up the pentakills today. Triple kill for Crowny as he looks for a little bit more. We'll have the fruit to try and keep him going this one. Arya moving forward, trying to do something here. Udapon, quadra kill for Crowny, and they'll give it to him. Pentakill for Crowny, and BDS will stay alive in the world's play-ins.
The Pentas of play-ins are popping off. BDS find the kills, they find the win over DFM, and they find themselves a date with CFO in just a matter of days.
We are getting spoiled right now by the 80 carry performances as everyone gets a pentakill. You get a pentakill, you get one. But BDS, they know that it's only one step in the job they have to do. They still have 2 more matches to play if they want to get to the main stage.
Back in the LPL, we used to call you Penta Penguin, and it's good to see, even with the name change, Oshin is still living up to pentakills galore every time this man casts.
It's fun. It's a fun superpower to have. As a play-by-play, probably the best superpower to have. But my God, BDS, they took it slow, they took it steady, they made sure they dotted their I's, they crossed their T's, and they were clinical in how they wanted to take that fight. And Crowny really stepped up and giving him something he can have agency on, not on the Ezreal like we saw against Team Wales, on the Xayah, constantly looking like he wanted to be aggressive.
Yeah, incredible performance from Crowny on the day. And honestly, from the rest of the team as well. Manhandle Appleman. Yeah. And I think this was kind of the matchup that a lot of people were looking at going, this is going to be the issue for DFM, and we kind of got to see it as well. Adam with the 2 big thumbs up, 2 big games from him, sets up a very difficult position then for DFM to come back from. And at BDS, that was exactly what we wanted to see from them in play.
Absolutely, and look, that's what not even what we wanted to see, what they needed to do. There needed to be no question about them going into the next round. Of course, for DFM, commiserations to them. They will unfortunately bow out. The LGL is now out of Worlds 2023. It's been a rough year. They made it to Worlds, they made it to MSI. Definitely feel like there's going to be a bit of a bittersweet moment. You like making it to the international stage, but you want to show more than you did today. And yeah, Crowny having a bit of fun there. Definitely looking to see how they move forward, but for BDS, they still have jobs to do. They still have a best of 3 tomorrow, and if they win that, then a best of 5 on Sunday. There's still plenty more League of Legends for them to play.
Yeah, and going up against Flying Oysters as well is no easy feat. This team has actually been very, very strong and has been looking great. Chelsea and Shun have been a dominating factor on that bottom side of the map, so we'll have to see if Crowny and Lavrov can deal with that. Coming back to it though, again, kind of commiserations to DFM. It's sad to see them bow out. I think DFM has kind of started to gain a bit of an international fandom.
Oh, love for them, yeah.
Yeah, and it's been unfortunate with the year and the summer that they've had, that now kind of seeing that come into Worlds as well, they just haven't been able to find their footing in the manner they need to, and now find themselves going out very swiftly. But BDS, a team that people are hoping won't follow them in the next couple of days.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing, is that this is confident from BDS, but definitely still a bit shaky after the Team Wales performance. Even Quickshot was putting a little bit of caveat after that first game, being like, we'll see what happens. But Team BDS stay alive here at Worlds 2023. And to recap the day, let's send it over to Quickshot and Worlds Cooldown.
Can you blame me, Oshin? I need to add that caveat. I saw what happened in their last best of series. Today, however, no real challengers stood in front of Team BDS. Detonation Focus Me were unable to put together a composition or a playstyle that could keep them at bay. Pretty clean 2-0. From the get-go, that first blood on Blitzcrank, a little bit surprising, but from there on, BDS just kind of steamrolled DFM.
Yeah, I think there's like a couple of ganks around the mid lane that DFM were trying to play an earlier style of game. They were trying to punish around mid, like even with their Stana pick, that was a bit of a surprise in draft, but gives you very strong fighting. But yeah, ultimately, they still got outpaced on the Dragons. A lot of those mid-game fights just didn't go their way, and I think we continue to see sort of difficulties on the coordination front.
Yeah, DFM has some things that hopefully they can improve on, but for BDS, I was largely pretty happy. Like, there was very clean gameplay.
Sound a little surprised there?
Well, I mean, I think the concern is when you get hit back, because that's what you were kind of saying, and I agree with, was in Game 2, they were doing very well. They lose that bear, and then they just totally ease off the gas. So if it's a problem of once you have a plan until you get hit, that like Mike Tyson quote, and then they didn't really get punched back at all this series. They were able to control it from basically level 1 onward.
And it's very important because I know Gulpog is talking extensively about this. After BDS's winning streak came to an end, as a team, it took them a long time to find their groove. They struggled to bounce back. So after a very heavy-handed defeat, I am glad to see them come back and pick up where they should have.
Yeah, and I think it's really cool to see them also continuing to kind of develop their own playstyle and showing more standard picks this time around, not needing to tilt their hand at all. Everyone's looking for the rest of the gods lineup, but also just like slam Jax. He's good, and it was nice to see Adam just play that pick very well, even though they got the counter pick coming in with the Poppy, that he was still able to control that matchup and threaten solo kills over and over again. And then the team coordination was a big step up as well.
Yeah, the team fighting. Crowny gets a penta, and this is what I wanted to see, right? Instead of the Ezreal take a team fighting, very powerful front-to-back AD carry, Crowny plays this fight very nicely. He almost dies. Arya pumps out so much damage, but it delivers him straight in to that turbocharged honey fruit. So then he turns it around, gets those kills. The rest of the team, good guys, lets him get the last hits onto Arya for the second pentakill of the day.
And the third of the playing stage thus far.
3+ eating good.
I wonder how many we're going to get throughout the rest of the tournament if we're already at 3 on, what, day 4 of
Watch
play-ins?
it be none, by the way.
We just get everything out of the way immediately and not see any more. I'm hopeful that won't be the case, but another monumental Gold League growth. First 10 or so minutes, pretty slow, pretty steady, and then it's BDS just flying away.
Ultimately, today, BDS played very uncomplicated, clean League of Legends and got the win. I still don't want to like fully overhype them off of this because I don't think they were fully challenged, especially in the mid game and in the team fights. So I want to hold back some reservations. I don't want everyone to sort of like get too ahead of ourselves going forward. But I do think this team much better than the one we saw a couple of days ago, and still very much with a chance to move on.
I also like the fact that they have their baseline play style, which will force teams to make action happen around them. And I think it does make Team Wales even look better to be like, yeah, they can play into a comp and play styles like this and actually still get things done and push them and things like that. And it will put pressure on CFO tomorrow to find ways to do that. And CFO sometimes can be more aggressive with their bot lane plays, but when that doesn't work, if they're not being able to find things in the mid game, it does look pretty good for BDS to just take this scaling composition.
100%, especially the comps that want to play back in team fights. I think those are the ones that are much easier to execute on, but also give you a much clearer game plan. Like in the second game, like they're looking to dive in with the Vi with Jack, some ideas like that. But back in game 1, like Braum, Xayah plus Ivern, if you are at even or even slightly ahead, you are just going to win the game if you're the first to objectives. That's the style I want to see them move forward with, because I think on a fundamental level in the team fights, they are better than a lot of teams in play-ins, but they have to draft and play around that.
I think it's also fair to say they have had pretty good dragon control over the course of the games that we have seen thus far. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. For now, let's head into Seoul, where Loa is standing by with Sheo.
And we're back here in Seoul after day 4 of playing here at Worlds 2023, and I'm here with Sheo.
Hello.
2-0 against Detonation Focus Me today, better than last time, but we'll touch on this a bit later. I think this result was expected from you guys, but still, what do you think of the way you guys played today? Are you happy?
I think we played pretty well still,
Yeah.
even if the opponents are like not the best. But we played our game, we were confident in game, so I think we showed a decent BDS today.
What was the goal coming in today after what happened last time?
Not lose the game, I think, to show that we can play really well and just stomp the opponents. So I think that was the goal today.
Okay, sorry to bring back bad memories, but I have to talk about what happened last time, especially given the way you guys stomped them in game 1. What happened game 2, game 3? Because it reminded me of what happened for you guys at the beginning of summer with the way you played disjointed in a way. Can you talk me through what happened that game?
I think on game 2, for example, the draft was not the best. We could optimize the draft, and then I think we played like everyone poorly mechanically. And then if we fail some skirmish that we should win, the game is a bit hard. And for game 3, I think maybe we are kind of tilted, not in the game anymore. So I think that's why we lost 2 days ago.
How did you guys reflect on that loss? What was the feedback after this from the coaching staff and also from the rest of the players?
I mean, we said that we had a bad day, I guess.
Yeah.
Like a bad day can happen, and we just need to be in shape together, play as a team. If we are sharp mechanically, I think we are a good team for planes at least. So we just need to be confident and play our game.
The main issue is that you don't have a lot of games to get back in shape, to get back for the confidence. So moving on to the next game, you're going to play against CFO. What is your resolution for this game, Sheo?
I mean, I don't really know them, so I'm just looking like to go to main stage, right? So I take game by game and I just do my best and everyone does his best and we will win.
All right. Hopefully you have a good time to study this opponent, but talking a bit more about you. First Worlds, your brothers were here, are still here as well. What do you want to prove here at Worlds in Korea, and how happy are you about having your family here as well?
I mean, I'm really happy like to go to Worlds for the first year in LEC, and like my whole family is supporting me, so it's just a pleasure to play here. My brother came to Korea as well, so it's just fantastic to play, and they watch me. So I'm pretty happy, and now I just want to go the further as I can to Worlds and show that still I'm a rookie, but I can play really well in game. I
know that Adam is the only player who had a World participation. Any words of wisdom that he was able to share to get you guys ready?
I didn't say much, I guess, but we are all pretty confident at least, and we'll just make it.
Well, best of luck in the next match show. Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
And back to you guys in Dublin.
Thank you so much, Law and Sheo, for the Verizon post-game interview. The resolution that I take away, losing equals defeat. Thank you, Asheen, for that one. Obviously, some humble words there from Sheo. Trying to make it far. The team wasn't on the same page. I think acknowledging some of the individual as well as team-based mistakes. But I, for one, am glad to see them bounce back. It was only 2 days. There's still a lot of pressure despite DFM. I think it just gets harder from here when you look at the rest of the bracket.
Well, I think it's also cool that you have this kind of like old school kind of feel to the tournament where it's like, yeah, I don't really know what they do for CFO yet because we weren't supposed to play them, and now we're playing them, and we got to like do our research and try and run this bracket. And I think it's really cool that you have these days after days after days and how quickly you can get on top of it.
Yeah, it's different because if you were going to a group stage, you'd sort of do more spread out general prep on like 3 or 4 teams.
3 teams that you're going to play over and over again.
And now it's like, oh, you have 1 day in between, or I guess just an evening. Let's like cram some VODs, you know, just absolutely go nuts because it really is a tournament format. But I think I'm happy, at least personally, to hear like similar reads, like in terms of like the draft or how we played around objectives, the coordination, those ideas. And it's like, okay, BDS are recognizing that, and clearly they did, and they fixed a lot of those problems today. That gives me a lot more faith moving forward.
Before we talk about tomorrow and the matchups we're going to see, I want to take a minute or two just to say goodbye to R7 as well as DFM. Both teams have been eliminated from Worlds 2023, and they are the first 2 teams that we are saying goodbye to. I think for both squads, a very tough day at the office. Both squads losing 0-2, and especially I think for Audi and for R7, after winning at MSI, after coming in firing those shots, which I applaud and I respect, please don't ever stop doing that, they got crushed by GAM.
Yeah, I think for DFM, there was a lot of problems in the summer split. You can kind of see that this would be a tough tournament for them.
It was an uphill battle from the start.
Yeah, but for R7, even though I'm sure Audie's embellishing a little bit for the sake of the camera, that, oh yeah, we're going to smash these guys, the VCS is not good. I think there's a kernel of truth there where you really do think that you are the better team and you're expecting to win. To get beaten down pretty hard in those 2 games, it's probably a pretty tough pill to swallow.
Especially in the way a lot of the misplays ended up happening, where it was R7 like really overcommitting into dives. It gets turned back around on them. So it looked like in the server, they had that vibes going, you know, they felt really good.
We're going to style on these kids.
We're going to kill them. We're going to go under the tier 2 tower. Oh no, they've all rotated. We're all falling. So it is, to me, I prefer to see that style of game as opposed to, you know, the quiet, you know, we wait till 30 minutes and we've lost everything. So they go out with a bit of flair, but out all the time.
Double-edged sword though, right? Because that level of aggression gets bounced back if you don't manage to pick those things up. So those are the first 2 teams we say goodbye to, R7 and DFM. I do want to take a look at tomorrow's matches very quickly, because of course there's 2 more best of 3s before we get to those best of 5 qualification matches. We'll have BDS taking on the Flying Oysters, as well as Loud taking on GAM. Give me some quick thoughts on these 2 respective teams. I believe we may actually have an interview with GAM lined up after that. But where are you expecting? I see some tense pursing there, Mark. What are you making of the matchups?
The screen.
Okay, Loud GAM versus CFO BDS. And also, I'll tell you, between BDS and Flying Oysters, they will then, whoever wins that goes on to face PSG. Between GAM and Loud, they go on to face Team Wales.
I'm personally, no offense, BDS. I know a bit more home crowd for this audience, but the Loud/GAM rematch is something I'm really excited for because GAM kind of got smoked in that series, and it was very surprising to see. They've been struggling a little bit, but then they seem to find their footing more against Rainbow 7 today, so hopefully that's a chance for GAM to continue that momentum into tomorrow. And kind of retain some of that glory that Levi used to have in these squad for being this really crazy aggressive team.
Yeah, I really hope we continue to see a little bit more proactivity from Levi. I think in both the series so far, there's been some, but a lot of it has been more reactive play in the early game because that one could absolutely turn into a bloodbath. I honestly don't feel confident predicting either series. I'll say I think that tomorrow has potential to be like a 3-gamer both ways.
Do you know what I love both ways?
GAM 2-0, BDS 2-0. You just slap the prediction out
that's
there.
Bold. That's bold. Well, I want to unpack that in a minute. Let's quickly hear after the win early today. Lloyd had the opportunity to talk to GAM's Levi. So let's check it out in the Verizon post-game interview.
And we're back in Seoul for day 4 of the playing stage here at Worlds 2023. And GAM finally came back and took the revenge against R7 when they lost against them at MSI. And I'm here with Levi to talk about this victory. Thank you so much for joining me today. It was a different result as MSI, but you also changed bot lane. How did this shape the dynamic of the team differently?
Thì lần xuất hiện này ở chung kết thế giới thì tụi em đã có một cái sự thay đổi ở cặp đường dưới. Thì cái việc thay đổi đường dưới này nó đã ảnh hưởng thế nào cho đến cái chiến thuật hay là lối chơi của team em?
Đầu tiên thì bọn em nghĩ là ở cái giải mùa hè thì bọn em đã có một chút khó khăn khi mà phải thay đổi người chơi, và đặc biệt là Palette, thậm chí Palette chỉ đăng ký đến trận cuối cùng của giải VCS, cho nên là bọn em đã mất rất là nhiều thời gian để có thể giúp cho đồng đội phối hợp với nhau tốt hơn. Thì em nghĩ là bọn em đang có những người chơi tốt, cho nên là bọn em có thể giành chiến thắng trước Rainbow Seven.
I think first of all, I think that we had a bit of difficulties getting the new player in this summer split because it was only until the last game of our summer split that Palette has joined. So there was a bit of trouble getting used to the team there. But after all, I think what I have right now are good teammates, and that's how I got this victory.
And it showed today clearly the team is performing so much better. But when I think of you, Levi, your experience goes beyond the VCS. You're one of the most veteran players we have in the league. And regardless of failures or success, what did the experience you got outside of the VCS shaped you as a better player and teammate?
Thì Levi, em là một người chơi đã có kinh nghiệm trải dài khắp các châu lục á. Em đã thi đấu ở các khu vực khác nhau. Thì em nghĩ là cái kinh nghiệm thi đấu của em ở những cái khu vực khác nó có giúp cho em trở thành một cái tuyển thủ tốt hơn ở khu vực của mình không?
Có. Đầu tiên là mình nghĩ là những cái kinh nghiệm của mình khi mà đi thi đấu ở những cái đấu trường quốc tế thì mình được nhìn thấy những tuyển thủ ở một cái đẳng cấp có thể nói là cao hơn, và mình nhìn thấy họ nỗ lực luyện tập rất là nhiều, và thậm chí là họ đã ở một đẳng cấp rất là cao rồi mà họ còn nỗ lực nhiều hơn mình nữa. Thì đấy là cái điều mà mình nghĩ rằng là mình sẽ gọi là sau khi về Việt Nam thì mình cũng cố gắng nhiều hơn nữa để có thể gọi là học tập và tiến gần tới họ.
Yes, as I've played in international stage, I have witnessed players that have already reached the top, but yet never stopped trying and never stopped practicing. And I really admire that from them, and I learned a lot from them. That's what I got back to Vietnam.
And using this experience, how do you get the revenge against Loud later this week?
Vậy với những kinh nghiệm này thì em có thể trả thù Loud ở trong cuối tuần này không?
Mình nghĩ là khi mà đội mình đã tự tin rồi thì đối thủ nào đội mình cũng có thể đánh bại hết.
I think once we've got the confidence, we're not afraid of anyone.
Well, let's hope you bring this confidence for the match. Cameron, thank you so much for the interview.
So
and Kwa, thank you so much for the translation, as always. And you guys in Dublin, back to you.
Thank you so much. Well, fantastic interviews. I mean, Levi is focused on the task at hand. If they manage to take down Loud, it will be a VCS versus VCS best of 5 to determine which team joins the Swiss.
Who's the real first seed
of the bracket? If Flying Oysters take down BDS, it will be a PCS versus PCS to get into the best of 5. I know where his predictions are. I need to know yours, Endo. Where are you going? Who's winning tomorrow?
Yeah, you know, I can get behind the double rematch.
Double rematch.
You want the double finals again?
Yeah,
Ender
let's just replay the finals.
Signed the death warrant of BDS, and I hate to say it, but I think I'm behind it either. I'm kind of happy with any of the results tomorrow.
That was the most lukewarm prediction I've ever heard.
Listen, if you
happen tomorrow.
That's it. We're going to say goodnight. We're going to say goodbye. I want to leave it on that bombshell that Ender's saying goodbye, BDS. If you missed any of the action today, the rebroadcast begins later at 12 p.m. PDT. That's 9 p.m. Central European Summertime on LoLesports.com. We will be back tomorrow to say farewell to 2 more teams as World's Play-ins continues. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you then. Good night, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, whatever time of day it is. Thank you for watching. Flip those burgers. Let's flip those burgers with a hot grill.
Knock-up is good. They're getting the damage down. There's a good red buff there as well. Flash forward, another flash. The red buff is ticking. Mirror does pick up that kill.
No flash, no flash. I'm the one. Nice. Oh, nice.
As you can see, Miru finally coming in, steals away the quickness, trying to jump in here on top of the tanks. You got Levi going down first. There's a good needlework here. Good scat of the week, though. Gings them all right back into the hands of the Xayah. Audi is dead. They're going to try get in with a flashbang to Storm. Ooh, that was good damage, though, coming in from Bong, but it's just too little too late. Triple kill comes in here for Levi.
Wants to try and get the knockback. Oh, here we go.
He used his ultimate there to try and maybe move away. He's getting some decent movement from it. Levi, the flash kick there, gets him underneath the tower. The last shot shall kill him off. And finally, R7 are rewarded for their efforts. Maybe he wants a little bit more. They're going to try and get Seo on this backside, trying to do as best he possibly can. There's Levi moving forward. It's a triple kill here for Slater. It's a quadra kill for Slater. Penta kill for Slater. Between everybody and the creeping CC, they're going to be able to take down Harp. Crownie has to go straight away into the feathers flying.
Coming around. I have a good flank on them. They use CP. Good marker. Good marker.
I'm keeping okay, we can finish.
Check on my A. No, just fight, I think. Just first.
Now Nuke comes in from the flank to jump onto Unipon. Appleman just kind of trying to stand forward, and it's doing work on the front lines. Yeah, they're going to find themselves now in this one here, but there's a Blitzcrank on there, so they're jumping, getting the knock up, and the kill down. Nuke gets nuked down. Now they can maybe look to try and get a Tristana off this one. Harp has nowhere to really go. A flash forward from Sheo.
I think trying to hold control would be great.
Oh, you're grounded. You are knocked up. No shield is going to help you, Arya. Look for a little bit more. We'll have the fruit to try and keep him going this one. Arya moving forward, trying to do something here. Unipon, quadra kill for Crownie, and they'll give it to him. Penta kill for Crownie, and BDS will stay alive in the world's play-ins.
What's your play, God? What's your play, God? They gotta crumble one by one. Then we go right into the sun like it's the day my kingdom come. Baby,
turn it up, volume 기버. Burn it up, hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up, volume 기버. Burn it up, hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up, volume 기버. Burn it up, hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up, volume 기버. 이제 난 뻗고 저기 친구들은 땀을 흘리고 있어 만약 입고 있다면 fair 보는 걸 추천해 섹시해지졌다 빠르게 knockdown 이유는 탈진 재미없는 들은 또 급발진 우린 tell same thing 앞질러가지 또 처음 보지 물건놀이 이건 너무 usual up 말해 못하겠어 맡겨놔 어차피 no 갈 수 있는 건 멀리서 watch 거기에서 내도 돼 락치는 척척 여기 너무 또 내 몸은 텁텁 카리 형 다시 와서 소스를 뽀뽀 Burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up volume 기버 Burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up volume 기버 Burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up volume 기버 Burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up volume 기버 우린 핫 뜨거 like the summer 우리 앞에서 너 까불다가 burn 구린 것도 내고 모른다고 너만 일상 빈공내도 안 해 절대 자만 갈 길 멀어 아직 기름을 더 뽀뽀뽀 Then we burn it up 버섯처럼 let it burn We making classics Air Force One 쟤는 한참 지났어 Hold up 이제서야 왔어 우리 season 봐버렸어 아예 새로운 이 길을 거절했어 갑이 아닌 우린 딜은 겁이었나 봐야 한데도 피 적셔 옷을 마치 킬빌 아닌 데드풀 우린 직진하지 why they making false moves 막 춤춰도 우린 바다 길이 박수 일상 공원 이제 돼버렸나 가수 Burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up volume 기버 Burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up volume 기버 Burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up volume 기버 Burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up volume 기버 Burn it up 뜨겁게 불태워 바로 배로 바로 배가 부를 때까지 turn it up 안 들리니 볼륨 키워 시끄러워로 참아고 막 찢어져도 죄송 지구온난 나의 범위는 내 삶 No doubt 뒤따라봐 지금 제일 핫한 팀 이상 No doubt 부정 못하지 넌 Burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리